Welcome to the royal garden, a place of blooming blossoms and even deeper secrets. But beneath the beauty, the palace is buzzing with a single rumor. The Empress Dowager is finally choosing a wife for the crown prince. The top contender is Zhao Qingxi, the chancellor's daughter. She's the picture of elegance and grace. Exactly what the court expects in a future empress. The local maids are already convinced she's the one, hoping the prince takes a shine to her. Even the seventh princess, Qi, can't wait to get in on the gossip. She tracks down Qingxi, who greets her with perfect, practiced poise. Kai pulls her closer, whispering about the secret motive behind today's grand banquet. She confirms the bombshell. Grandma is officially scouting for a sister-in-law. Qingxi blushes, her heart racing as she wonders if her name is the one on the prince's mind. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager is wasting no time. She corners the crown prince, Yunqi, insisting that securing his marriage is a matter of national urgency. She gestures toward Qingxi, praising her intelligence, her looks, and her gentle nature. To the empress, she is the perfect candidate for the throne. But Yunqi is completely unmoved. He's more interested in state affairs than a forced romance, barely glancing at the candidates. He coolly tells his grandmother that if he actually wanted a girl, he would have claimed her long before she ever stepped foot in the palace. Refusing to back down, the Empress Dowager pulls out the Book of Beauties, a collection of the finest ladies in the land. Yunqi flips through the pages with a look of pure boredom, dismissing every single one as boring and mundane. Frustrated by his arrogance, the Empress Dowager slams the table, demanding he take the future of the South Chu dynasty seriously. Suddenly, Yunqi stops. His eyes lock onto a page that's unlike the others. He points to a girl named Huyan, a girl who is literally hiding her face behind a book in her own official portrait. The Empress Dowager's face pales. "Not her," she exclaims, visibly shaken, but Yunqi has her trapped. She told him to pick from the book, and he's made his choice. The Empress desperately tries to steer him away, revealing a massive scandal. Huayan is rumored to be having an affair with the son of the Prince of Anyang. She argues that the boy involved is well-bred and wouldn't be caught in such misconduct unless the rumors were true. Yunqi just smirks, his interest finally piqued. He suspects these are just the lies of jealous slanders. He realizes the truth. This girl hid her face because she didn't want to be chosen. That defiance is exactly what he's looking for. He commands the royal decree be sent to the Hua household in Linen immediately. No one defies the will of the royal house. Back in Linen, the scene is far less formal. A panicked maid screams for her lady to be careful, fearing a deadly fall. A delicate hand reaches out, but it's not for a book, it's for a blossom high in the trees. This is Huayan. Far from the gentle and demure lady described in the decree, she's perched precariously in a tree, looking for adventure. Her maid delivers the news with a trembling voice. The crown prince wants her hand in marriage. Huayan swings her legs, laughing at the ridiculous description the palace used for her. She knows she doesn't fit the mold, but then she realizes the prince chose her despite the scandalous rumors. Now, she's genuinely curious. She plucks an apricot flower and hands it to her maid. The maid is horrified by the casual gesture toward royalty, but Huayan just smiles. If the crown prince wants a wife from Linen, she'll gift him a glimpse of spring that he'll never forget. The royal decree has turned Huayan's world upside down. To ensure she's fit for the throne, the Hua household brings in the ultimate authority, a strict etiquette matron straight from the palace. But the transition from free spirit to future princess is anything but smooth. Training begins before the sun even breaks the horizon, with maid Qiyu forced to literally drag a protesting Huayan out of her warm bed. The matron is a pillar of cold, uncompromising tradition. She makes it clear that from this moment on, Huayan's every breath belongs to the palace. The lessons are brutal. Every slump in her posture is corrected, every bite of food is scrutinized, and every sip of tea is judged. When the pressure becomes too much, Huayan tries to bolt, but the matron is always one step ahead, demanding her steps remain within a precise 5-inch margin. This isn't just a lesson, it's a total transformation. Huayan is forced to balance stacks of books on her head, while the matron lectures her on being a dignified role model for the entire country. There is no rest even when her muscles scream in protest. Her poise must remain perfect. The tension reaches a breaking point when a pair of dice accidentally tumbles from Huayan's sleeve. The matron's reaction is instant and severe. To her, these aren't just toys. They are indecent symbols of gambling that could ruin the crown's reputation. Despite Huayan's protests, the matron confiscates them immediately. The lecture that follows is a harsh reality check. Every move Huayan makes is now under a public spotlight. One ill-intentioned look at her hobbies could spark a national scandal. A chilling realization settles over Huayan. Being the princess consort means burying the person she used to be. When the matron suggests acceptable hobbies like music or calligraphy, Huayan finally snaps. She doesn't want them. She doesn't want any of it. To her, this isn't a prestigious promotion, it's a job that feels fundamentally inhuman. Exhausted and defeated, the matron finally calls an end to the day's torture. Later, beneath the falling cherry blossoms, the mask of the defiant lady finally slips. Huayan asks her loyal maid if this path is actually supposed to lead to happiness. Qiyu's honest observation cuts deep. Since the decree arrived, her mistress hasn't smiled once. To Huayan, the crown isn't a prize, It's a soul-crushing burden imposed against her will. She doesn't dream of a throne or a gilded cage. She dreams of a partner who will travel across mountains and rivers with her, experiencing the vast, wild world in total freedom. Seeing her mistress heartbreak, Kyu can only watch in silence. But Hua Yan is done being a victim of fate. Her fist clenches as her resolve hardens into iron. Looking toward a future she refuses to let others write for her, she makes a final, dangerous declaration. This marriage must be withdrawn. Kyu looks at her mistress, with a mixture of confusion and concern, questioning what exactly the young miss is planning next. Hua Yan sighs, her gaze drifting to the blossoms. She's spent far too long smelling the flowers of linen. It's time to see the true beauties of the capital. Kyu quickly reminds her that the crown prince promised to send an official escort. But Hua Yan is already 2 steps ahead. She twirls an apricot blossom, explaining the hidden message she sent the crown prince days ago. To a sharp mind, this flower is a declaration of independence. She's going rogue, and she won't be waiting for a royal escort. Ignoring Kyoyu's protests, Hua Yan demands a ladder. They aren't leaving through the front door, they're climbing the walls to ensure their departure remains a secret. 2 months later at the Eastern Palace, the atmosphere is serene as Prince Yunqi focuses on his calligraphy. Chief Liu approaches with an update. The crown princess is missing in action and hasn't arrived at the scheduled time. Yunqi doesn't miss a beat, a confident smile playing on his lips. He knows exactly who he's dealing with, predicting she'll show up within the next few days. He keeps the wilted apricot flower she sent tucked away in a decorative box, a constant reminder of her rebellious spirit. A servant interrupts to announce that Miss Zhao has arrived personally to deliver a rare book. Yunqi doesn't even look up from his work, coolly instructing Chief Liu to handle the transaction. He has zero interest in a personal meeting. In the main hall, Chief Liu meets with the persistent Miss Zhao. He politely informs her that there was no need to deliver the book in person. Miss Zhao maintains a composed exterior, claiming the book is far too unique to trust with anyone else. As Chief Liu inquires about her plans for the upcoming governor's birthday, the conversation is abruptly cut short. A servant bursts into the room, breathless and panicked. The news is shocking. The crown princess has arrived. Chief Liu is stunned, immediately ordering the servant to lead the way while others go to inform the prince. But there's a catch. She isn't at the front gate, she's currently perched on top of the palace wall. Chief Liu can hardly believe his ears as he rushes to the north entrance. There, sitting precariously yet regally atop the high stone wall, is Hua Yan, looking every bit the defiant noblewoman. The chief manager quickly composes himself, offering a formal greeting and introducing himself as Lai Fu. Hua Yan looks down at him with a casual smile. She claims she got tired of walking and, since there were no chairs available, the wall seemed like the most logical place to sit. Lai Fu tries to maintain professional decorum, mentioning that the prince had sent lookouts to the southern entrance to wait for her. Hua Yan shifts the blame to her carriage driver, claiming he took a 30-mile detour to a famous temple for a fortune reading. Lai Fu pleads with her to come down safely, but Hua Yan has a point to prove. She reveals the fortune slip she received, it's a bad fortune. She uses this as a tactical move, questioning if the prince really wants someone with such bad luck entering his palace. The implication leaves Lai Fu sweating and speechless. Deciding she's done waiting, Hua Yan prepares to jump down and find the prince herself. But as she moves, her foot catches on a loose roof tile. Gravity takes over, and she begins a dangerous backward tumble off the high wall. Lai Fu screams in absolute terror as he watches the future princess fall. Suddenly, a blur of motion cuts through the air. A steady hand reaches out with perfect precision. Before she can hit the ground, Prince Yunqi catches her midair, holding her securely in a professional carry. He looks down at her with a knowing, playful gaze, noting that it seems the crown princess simply couldn't wait another moment to see him. Intro music X. Locked in the crown prince's arms, Hua Yan can't help but admire the view, noting that a single tree in the Eastern Palace outshines all the flowers back home in linen. As she's set back on her feet, the tension is thick enough to cut with a blade. Trying to regain her composure, she offers a sharp, half-hearted thanks to Yunqi for the rescue. But the distance between them doesn't stop her from analyzing him. She quickly realizes this crown prince is far more observant and dangerous than she anticipated. Her plan hits a massive snag when Yunqi retrieves the bad luck slip she dropped, a fake omen claiming their marriage is cursed. He sees right through her desperate attempt to break the engagement. With a nonchalant toss of the paper, he declares he doesn't believe in fate and promises to bring in a top-tier master to draw a new prediction tomorrow. Hua Yan's eyes narrow. This man is going to be incredibly difficult to shake off. Forcing a laugh, she warns him that if they eventually grow sick of each other, he can't say she didn't warn him. Yunqi remains unfazed, watching her every move with a calculated gaze. He smoothly ends the confrontation, ordering Steward Fu to take the tired princess to her quarters to rest. Hua Yan accepts the dismissal, playing the part of the graceful bride-to-be for now. As Steward Fu leads her through the grounds, he reveals that her courtyard has been prepared for months, showing just how long the prince has been waiting. They trek through the massive estate, Hua Yan's every step bringing her closer to a life she never wanted. Upon arrival, she's met with a sight that stops her cold. rows of servants bowing in unison, shouting a thunderous greeting to their new crown princess. Steward Fu explains that the prince personally ordered this grand welcome. Hua Yan is momentarily stunned by the royal treatment, realizing the prince is being far too polite for someone she just tried to scam. But as she surveys her new home, she notices something missing. Where are the other consorts? Where's the drama? She's come all this way for the beauties of the Eastern Palace, and it's looking suspiciously empty. Steward Fu drops a bombshell. The prince has been so focused on his studies and government affairs that he's never had time for women. Hua Yan's mind goes straight to the worst-case scenario. She wonders if there's something medically wrong with the prince, and even offers to find a specialist to help him out. Much to her maid's horror, Steward Fu quickly pivots, ushering the servants to attend to her needs while he goes to report back to his master. By the next morning, the boredom is already setting in. Hua Yan decides she can't stay cooped up in a palace with zero beauties to entertain her, so she grabs her maid, Qiu, for a secret trip into the city. They hit the bustling streets, but they aren't looking for silk or tea. They stop in front of the notorious Shunfang gambling den. Hua Yan is flat broke, and she knows she needs a bankroll to survive the capital. The duo dives into the chaotic, high-stakes atmosphere of the den. The local gamblers are surprised to see a refined lady in such a rough place, but Hua Yan is only there for the experience. When the dealer asks for her bet, Hua Yan realizes she forgot to bring actual money. Undeterred, she slams her hand on the table and asks the dealer one question. How much silver is my maid worth? As a terrified Qiu screams in protest, Hua Yan smiles, ready to gamble her servant's freedom just to stay in the game. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the rival Zhao Qingxi sits alone, sipping tea and realizing she's been completely forgotten by the prince. The stakes are higher than ever as Hua Yan continues her winning streak at the Shunfang Den, eyes fixed on the dice as they tumble to a small total of 6. She doesn't break a sweat when the next roll flips the script to big, her calm smile proving she's in total control of the table. The casino floor is buzzing. The staff realizes she's no ordinary player and hurriedly sends word to bring in their professional gambler, Lu Jialing. Hua Yan sweeps her mounting pile of silver with ease as the dealer calls out another winning high roll. Standing tall with her maid Qiu, she radiates confidence, wondering aloud if her skills will finally draw out the legendary Big Nine, the casino's world-renowned masters. The management has seen enough. They officially give the order to summon the elite gamblers to handle this unexpected threat. But as the crowd thickens, a sharp, calculating gaze fixes on her from the shadows. Qiu senses the shift in the air. Noticing that someone has been tracking their every move since the game began, Hua Yan remains unfazed as she navigates through the den, fully aware of the mysterious figure trailing behind them. Two high-ranking gentlemen approach, their presence commanding immediate attention. The lead man offers a polite greeting, asking for Hua Yan's name with a practiced charm. Hua Yan turns on her heel, instantly shutting him down by highlighting the rudeness of demanding a lady's identity in such a public setting. Taken aback by her sharp wit, the man is visibly stunned. He quickly offers an apology, claiming he only approached out of admiration for her technical gambling prowess, though he warns her that her luck may run out once the Big Nine arrive. Hua Yan dismisses the threat with a shrug. To her, this is just a rare chance to experience the scenery of the capital's most famous casino, and losing it all wouldn't bother her one bit. The men aren't convinced, trying to dig into her family background by noting she doesn't carry herself like a local. His companion watches closely, desperate to uncover the secret of this mysterious girl. Hua Yan turns the tables on them, accurately guessing that the two are brothers. She points out the undeniable proof. Their matching features, similar attire, and identical jade pendants. She cryptically reveals she's from Linian, promising that once she faces the Big Nine, her true identity will be clear to everyone, win or lose. Internally, she's playing a much bigger game. If the censor hears of her gambling, the scandal would reach the emperor's desk in hours. She imagines a furious Empress Dowager demanding the marriage be called off, a result that gives Hua Yan nothing but pure joy. Her daydream is cut short when a staff member whispers the news. The Big Nine have arrived. A line of ordinary-looking men descends the stairs, but they are merely the opening act. The atmosphere shifts to ice as a man with flowing silver hair appears behind them. Hua Yan recognizes him instantly as Su Zizhan, one of the 4 legendary gentlemen of the Chu Kingdom. In the world of high society, Su Zizhan is known for being ruthless, a sharp contrast to the famously cold crown prince, Yun Qi. Hua Yan observes Su Zizhan's intimidating aura, noting that he certainly lives up to his ruthless reputation. However, when she thinks back to Yun Qi, she realizes the prince isn't actually cold, he's just incredibly weird. The two brothers from earlier look on in absolute shock as the casino's owner makes his entrance. Su Zizhan acknowledges the 5th and 11th princes, surprised to find royalty among the gamblers. He then turns his full attention to Hua Yan, noting that in the entire history of the casino, she is the first person to ever summon all of the Big Nine at once. Hua Yan offers a playful apology for the trouble, but internally, she remembers the rumors of Su Zizhan's lethal business tactics and wonders if she's finally pushed her luck too far. Su Zizhan lets out a sharp, cold huff. He leans in, his gaze piercing as he challenges her to a final showdown to see if her skills truly match the chaos she's caused in his establishment. Hua Yan doesn't flinch, snapping her fan shut as she prepares to meet the master head-on. The atmosphere inside the Good Fortune Casino is reaching a fever pitch as the crowd roars with every toss of the dice. With a sharp click-clack, the final cup is shaken, the sound echoing through the tense silence of the high-stakes table. Hua Yan leans in, a confident smirk playing on her lips as she commands the master to reveal the results. The cup lifts, revealing a winning set that sends a shockwave through the room. Another reveal follows, and the outcome is undeniable. Hua Yan has cleared the board. The defeated master bows his head in genuine admiration, admitting that he has been beaten fair and square. But the challenge isn't over yet, as another opponent steps forward to face the girl who is systematically dismantling the casino's reputation. The crowd watches in disbelief. Hua Yan has now defeated 8 of the legendary 9 masters in a single night, threatening to bankrupt the house. In the shadows, a panicked subordinate whispers to Master Su Zizan, begging him to stop her before their years of hard work vanish into her pockets. Su Zizan doesn't even look at him, his gaze fixed on Hua Yan as he coldly orders his man to get out. A thunderous cheer erupts as Hua Yan completes the impossible. She has officially defeated all 9 masters. From his seat, Su Zizan begins to clap slowly, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. He rises from his chair, reaching for a delicate teacup as the crowd watches his every move. He praises her talent as truly limitless, acknowledging that her skills have surpassed even his best men. Hua Yan offers a polite, yet sharp nod of thanks to the legendary master. However, Su Zizhan's expression shifts into something more predatory. He tells her that if she wants to leave with the casino's entire fortune, there is one final hurdle. He extends a cup of tea toward her, a silent challenge that carries more weight than any dice roll. The surrounding princes and onlookers gasp as Hua Yan reaches for the cup, knowing that accepting a gesture from a man like Zizhan is a dangerous game. Whispers fill the room, with many wondering if she's suicidal for daring to drink his offering. Unfazed, Hua Yan lets out a playful emph, completely undeterred by the potential risk. As one of the princes tries to shout a warning, it's already too late. Hua Yan downs the tea in one elegant gulp, proving she has the nerves of a true gambler. Su Zizhan bursts into hearty laughter, genuinely impressed by her boldness. With the test passed, he asks the question everyone in the room is dying to know. What is her name? She stands tall and delivers the bombshell reveal. She is Manhua of Linen. The realization hits the room like a physical blow. This legendary gambler is actually the chosen crown princess. Su Zizhan immediately drops into a deep, respectful bow, apologizing for his ignorance now that her true identity is known. He reaches for his belt, unhooking a prestigious jade pendant that represents her massive winnings. He holds out the jade, worth a staggering 2,350,000 taels, as the ultimate prize for her victory. Hua Yan hesitates for a moment, staring at the token of her success. Su Zizhan taunts her slightly, asking if the future crown princess actually dares to take the winnings of a common gambling house. Her eyes flash with determination. She isn't here to play by the rules of high society. She reaches out and firmly takes the jade, officially claiming her fortune. Casual as ever, she mentions that the house can keep the physical cash for now, as she might be heading back to Linen in a few days. Su Zizhan watches her, his mind racing with the implications of her move. But before she can make her exit, a new presence enters the fray. Standing at the entrance is the crown prince himself, Yunqi, looking every bit the cold and powerful royal as he prepares to confront his defiant fiancé. Hua Yan's heart skips a beat as the last person she wants to see stands before her. Even the young princes are floored. The 4th prince usually avoids these rowdy gambling dens like the plague. A servant quickly bows, announcing to the room that His Highness has arrived personally to collect the princess consort. The air turns frigid as Yunqi and the casino owner, Su Zizhan, lock eyes, trading sharp barbs about why they're both lurking in a gambling hall so late at night. Without a word, Yunqi reaches out to stake his claim. He rests a heavy hand on Hua Yan's shoulder, using the excuse that he was afraid she'd get lost, though she clearly isn't buying his overprotective act. The younger princes can only watch in awkward silence as the tension thickens. Yunqi abruptly turns, his gaze hardening with royal authority. He barks orders at the 5th prince to escort the youngest home immediately, as the palace gates are already closed. He sternly reminds them that the 11th prince should be focused on his studies, not the casino floor. The princes don't dare argue with icy command. Hua Yan can practically feel the frost radiating off Yunqi, but the mention of a late dinner back at the manor is the only thing that piques her interest. She admits she's starving and agrees to head back, eager to escape the suffocating atmosphere. Su Zizhan doesn't let them leave so easily, insisting on professionally escorting the consort to her carriage. Yunqi shoots back a final, cold remark as they prepare to depart, clearly displeased by the host's persistence. The 2 powerful men stare each other down, invisible sparks flying in a silent battle of wills. Zizhan twists the knife, loudly praising Hua Yan for single-handedly crushing every veteran gambler in the building. He openly mocks Yunqi's choices, questioning why he'd choose a wild card like Hua Yan over a prestigious lady like the chancellor's daughter. The comment leaves Hua Yan baffled. She wonders why the prince would ever pick a vulgar girl like her over a dignified lady. In her mind, the only explanation is that the man must be completely out of his mind. Yunqi stands his ground, claiming his choice follows heaven's will, and he hasn't abandoned anyone. But Zizhan isn't convinced, accusing the prince of playing God just to have everything his way. He points out the glaringly obvious. The princess consort herself seems entirely unwilling to be part of this arrangement. Losing his patience, Yunqi declares that she is his wife and Zizan has no business involving himself. Zizan's expression shifts, a sharp, calculating glint appearing in his eyes. He smirks, revealing that since Huiyan accepted his personal jade pendant, their paths are now officially intertwined. With a final, knowing look, he bids the consort a graceful farewell. Huiyan is momentarily caught off guard by the intensity of the exchange. She waves a quick goodbye, noting Zizan's striking appearance before Yunqi snaps at her to get into the carriage. She reaches for the door, stepping away from the casino's chaos. Once inside the confined space of the carriage, the silence is deafening as Yunqi stares her down. Finally, he cuts straight to the point, demanding to know if she actually took Su Zizan's personal jade pendant. Inside the carriage, the air is thick with tension as Yunqi stares down Huaiyan, his voice cold as he asks if she really took Suzanne's personal jade pendant. Huaiyan doesn't flinch, offering a nonchalant shrug and asking, "So what if I did?" Yunqi leans forward, his gaze piercing as he explains that Zizan has worn that specific pendant his entire life, a gesture of immense personal significance. Huaiyan looks genuinely puzzled, her mind strictly on the bottom line as she wonders if the pendant is simply a high security key to withdraw her massive winnings from the banking house. She leans in close, a mischievous glint in her eyes, teasingly asking if the prince thinks Zizan actually fancies her. She bursts into laughter, dismissing the idea instantly. After all, she just cleaned out Zizan's entire fortune, and no one falls for the person who bankrupted them. Yunqi's expression sours into a pout, clearly unimpressed by her humor. Huiyan takes the opportunity to push her agenda, claiming she's just a lowbrow gal from a family with no real pedigree, unworthy of the crown prince's favor. She begins counting on her fingers, listing all the reasons she's a poor match and questioning why he'd want an unorthodox bride like her. Fed up with her excuses, Yunqi's aura shifts into something far more commanding. He declares that as long as she breathes, she will be his crown princess, and no one else's. Stunned by his intensity, Huiyan demands to know why he thinks he can just decide her fate like that. Yunqi closes his eyes, his voice steady as he reveals that the moment he saw her in the beauty booklet, he knew it was the will of heaven. Huiyan can only offer a skeptical, tight-lipped smile at the mention of destiny. She immediately fires back with her own research, revealing she knows he drew a portrait of another woman, King Xizhao, when he was 13. She accuses him of lying to himself about his true feelings. She practically begs him to let her go, offering her family's assistance in exchange for removing her royal title. Yunqi remains unfazed, dismissively stating that a 13-year-old knows nothing of true love, effectively neutralizing her argument. Realizing her tactics are failing, Huiyan accuses him of intentionally provoking her just to keep her trapped in the engagement. Before she can retreat, Yunqi firmly catches her wrist. He towers over her, his resolve unshakable as he states that even if the entire palace demands his impeachment, she is staying right where she is. Frustrated and cornered, Huiyan yells, asking why a prince who can have anyone is obsessed with her. With a sudden, powerful slam, Yunqi pins her against the carriage wall, his patience finally snapping. He demands she stop making trouble, his eyes flashing with a possessiveness that leaves no room for debate. Huaiyan lets out a cry of pure exasperation, shouting that he might as well kill her if he's going to be this stubborn. To quiet her outburst, Yunqi pulls her into a firm, grounding hold, his long hair swaying as he asserts his dominance over the situation. Outside, the carriage jolts violently as it speeds through the night, a silent witness to the royal power struggle within. The scene shifts to the imposing residence of the mighty Marcus. Inside, servants inform Su Zizan that his counselors are clamoring to see him. Still reeling from the day's losses, a brooding Zizan refuses to see anyone. Suddenly, the door creaks open without permission. In walks Jiling Liu, dressed in flamboyant silks, mocking Zizan for finally meeting his match. Zizan glares at him, asking if he's only there to gloat. Jiling flashes a bright grin, admitting he's disappointed he missed the spectacle at the casino. He leaps onto a table with cat-like agility, asking if Zizan is actually crying over the 2 million taels he lost. Zizan scoffs, making it clear the money is the least of his concerns. His gaze turns toward the Eastern Palace, his thoughts consumed by the woman who bested him. Jiling realizes the truth. Zizan is rattled because the crown princess broke his spell. As Zizan distractedly twirls a wine cup, they discuss the political fallout the prince will face tomorrow. Zizan's eyes narrow, glowing with a calculating golden light. He suddenly orders his servant to fetch a jug of drunken beauty from his private collection to be sent to the crown princess as a treat. Jiling is floored. Zizan stopped making that legendary wine 5 years ago and has never shared it with anyone. He warns Zizan that messing with the prince's bride is a dangerous game. Zizan simply offers a cryptic, dangerous smile, whispering, "We'll see." Inside the cramped carriage, the air is thick with tension as Yunqi looms over Huaiyan, his voice a low growl as he asks if he needs to carry her out. Fed up with his overbearing attitude, Huoyan doesn't hesitate, snapping the heavy atmosphere with a sharp movement. She shoves him back with all her might, demanding the crown prince get out of her way. As she steps out, she leaves him with a biting remark, mockingly accepting her title as princess consort while making it clear she won't be controlled. She pauses for a heartbeat, a defiant glint in her eyes. Pulling out Su Zizhen's jade pendant, she taunts Yunqi, declaring the gift far too exquisite to ever return. Yunqi is left in the shadows, his expression hardening into a mask of cold fury as he watches her walk away. The next morning, the palace grounds are bathed in soft light, a deceptive calm following the previous night's storm. Huoyan stretches under the sun, relishing a rare moment of peace. Her maid approaches, noting that the crown prince has been tied up with court duties since the early hours. Their quiet morning is interrupted by a delivery from the Marquis of Veller, a mysterious jar of liquor. The messenger is insistent, claiming the sender requested the gift be placed directly into the princess' hands. Huoyan's interest is piqued. She wonders why Su Zizhen would send her such a gift so publicly. The maid leans in, catching a scent so intoxicatingly sweet it fills the air before the seal is even broken. The messenger stands dazed by Huoyan's presence as she questions him about the delivery. He reveals the name of the legendary brew, Drunken Rouge. Nearby, a palace official watches the exchange with growing dread. Recognizing the significance of the gift, he immediately turns to report the scandal, knowing the crown prince will not take the news of this tribute lightly. Meanwhile, at the emperor's hall, the weight of the monarchy is on full display. Yunqi is summoned to face his father, the emperor, for a formal inquiry. The emperor doesn't waste time questioning the truth behind the rumors of Huoyan's chaotic night at the casino. He watches his son with a piercing gaze, looking for any sign of weakness. Yunqi remains unfazed, admitting he has already silenced the censors to prevent any official impeachment. The emperor warns him that while he can control the court, he cannot stop the whispers of the entire country. Yunqi's response is ice cold. He cares only for the silence of the officials, not the gossip of the masses. He takes a dangerous turn, bringing up his own mother's tragic fate, suggesting her perfect example only led to her early demise. The emperor is struck by the coldness of the remark, collapsing into a violent coughing fit. Undeterred, Yunqi declares that he will not follow in his father's footsteps and that no one will change his choice of consort. Wishing his father a hollow recovery, he turns his back on the throne. As he exits the hall, his pace is fast and deliberate. He is quickly intercepted by an attendant who has been waiting with urgent news from the residence. He listens as the details of the gift are whispered to him. The mention of Drunken Rouge hits him like a physical blow, his eyes narrowing in a flash of sudden realization. Back at the palace, Huoyan is already deep into a tasting session, noting the liquor's incredible quality. She takes a refined sip, savoring the complex flavors of the rare brew. Her maid is practically vibrating with excitement, desperate for a taste of the legendary drink. Huoyan jokingly warns her about its potency as she pours a small glass. The warning comes too late. One sip is enough to send the maid into a dizzy, fluffy state before she passes out cold. Just then, the steady rhythm of footsteps signals a new arrival. Huoyan looks up, her eyes slightly hazy from the brew, as the crown prince enters the room. With a playful, tipsy smile, she offers him a glass, claiming the flavor is truly one of a kind. Yunqi stares at her, his voice low as he questions if it is really that good. He reaches out, closing the distance between them to inspect her state. In a decisive move to sample the Drunken Rouge for himself, he leans in, ensuring not a single drop of the controversial gift goes to waste. The prince's patience has finally snapped. In a bold, calculated move to assert his dominance over the situation, Yunqi leans in close, catching Huoyan completely off guard as he tastes the Drunken Rouge liquor directly from her. Huoyan's eyes widen in absolute shock, her face flushing as the gravity of the prince's proximity hits her. He doesn't pull away, his hand clutching her firmly to ensure she stays put during this intense confrontation. For a moment, the world goes still as the prince stares her down, making his point with silent, overwhelming intensity. The spell breaks as Huoyan shoves him back with all her might, snapping that his behavior is utterly rude. Yunqi isn't bothered. He simply smirks, declaring that after tasting that specific liquor, he never wants to touch another drink for the rest of his life. Huoyan is fuming, her temper rising even higher than the alcohol in her system. She reaches out, ready to lash out at his arrogance. But Yunqi stands his ground, coolly asking if she'd like him to carry on with his rude behavior. Huoyan warns him to stop being stubborn, claiming that making her his consort will only lead to the downfall of his entire kingdom. Yunqi's expression turns cold and serious. He demands to know why she is so reluctant to be with him, questioning why she'll accept gifts from Su Zizhen, but refuses to give the prince the time of day. He grabs her wrist, drawing her back into his space. Huoyan argues that they are fundamentally different. He is the sun in the sky, while she is just a commoner meant for the dirt. Yunqi's resolve is unshakable. He tells her that once he sets his eyes on someone, they follow him to the very end. Desperate, Huoyan asks why he's so obsessed with having a nobody for a wife. Yunqi's gaze softens as he admits his feelings for her have existed for a very long time. He starts to say more, but stops himself, leaving the confession hanging in the air. Turning back to his professional duties, Yunqi summons a messenger. He hands over the half-jar of Su Zizhen's liquor, ordering it to be returned immediately. He attaches a stinging message for the Marquis. The liquor is good, but it doesn't compare to the fragrance of his wife's lips. Hu Yan is beyond annoyed at his petty games. She's so speechless with anger that she can only glare as she holds onto him. Suddenly, Yunqi reaches down. He scoops Hu Yan up into a bridal carry. Noting that she clearly can't handle her liquor, Hu Yan's face scrunches up in a mix of embarrassment and fury. She demands to know who gave him permission to carry her. But Yunqi just tells her to be nice as he walks away. Across the city, Marquis Su Zizhen receives the return jar and the prince's message. He looks annoyed, realizing the prince is marking his territory. The messenger cowers, terrified of the Marquis' reaction. Su Zizhen takes a slow sip of wine. He mocks Yunqi, stating the prince clearly understands nothing about good liquor or women. The messenger is just happy to escape the room with his life. The scandal, however, is spreading to the highest levels of power. At the Palace of Peace, the news of Hua Yan's gambling streak has arrived. An elder royal woman, likely the empress, is outraged, demanding to know why Yunqi hasn't punished the girl. A servant reports that the prince has strictly forbidden anyone from criticizing the princess consort-to-be. The empress is silent, her face twisted in a mask of growing rage. She slams her hand down, frustrated by the prince's blatant protection of a troublemaker. The stress sends her into a coughing fit. She rants that Yunqi is obsessed with a woman who has no visible merits. Her attendant quickly tries to soothe her, suggesting they summon Hua Yan to instruct her on proper behavior. The empress agrees. If this woman is a problem, the prince can simply find another. She commends her attendant for being a sweet talker. She officially orders a messenger to go to the East Palace and bring Hua Yan to her immediately. But back at the palace, the target of her wrath has already succumbed to the liquor, falling into a deep sleep, completely unaware of the storm brewing at the Palace of Peace. The tension in the Palace of Peace is thick enough to cut with a blade. The Empress Dowager's patience has reached its absolute limit, her voice sharp as she demands to know why the crown princess hasn't arrived as summoned. Her messenger trembles, explaining that since the crown prince and princess were resting together in their chamber, he didn't dare interrupt, leaving the empress completely scandalized by such indecorous behavior. Rewinding 4 hours, we see the cause of the delay. Hu Yan is out cold, and Yunqi is standing guard over her peaceful slumber. He looks down at her with a rare, soft expression, but the moment is short-lived. An attendant arrives with a stinging message from Su Zizhen, mockingly suggesting that since the prince has no appreciation for fine wine or women, Zizhen is more than happy to step in and do his part as a favor. Yunqi's face darkens instantly. The audacity of the Marquis knows no bounds. Barely containing his rage, he dismisses the messenger, refusing to give his rival the satisfaction of a reaction. Instead, he takes a seat beside the sleeping Hu Yan, his focus shifting back to the girl who started all this chaos. He watches her intently, his thoughts a whirlwind of court politics and personal possessiveness. Hua Yan, meanwhile, is completely oblivious, lost in a deep, liquor-induced dream. The weight of the last few days finally catches up to Yunqi. He decides a short nap won't hurt and closes his eyes for just a moment. Outside the chamber, the staff is in a hushed frenzy, wondering how much longer the prince will remain inside. The head attendant is visibly worried, knowing the Empress Dowager isn't a woman you want to keep waiting. The Empress messenger is stuck in limbo, having been given no instructions other than to deliver the invitation. They decide to wait in the lobby, hoping the royal couple will emerge soon. As dusk falls over the palace, the rumors are already starting to swirl among the waiting servants. Realizing he can't wait through the night, the messenger finally decides to head back to the Palace of Peace to report his failure. He leaves with a heavy heart, convinced that the crown prince's reputation is at stake for such a bold display of affection before the official wedding. Little does he know, the two have spent the entire afternoon in a state of pure exhaustion. As the moon rises, Yunqi's eyes snap open, the silence of the room finally waking him. He's startled to realize just how much time has slipped away while he was by her side. Beside him, Hua Yan hasn't moved an inch, still lost in her dreams. She even starts muttering about cats in her sleep, a sight so innocent it almost makes the prince forget the storm brewing outside. Stepping out into the cool night air, Yunqi demands to know the hour. His attendant informs him that it's already 8 o'clock. He learns that the Empress Dowager sent for Hua Yan hours ago, but the messenger was turned away to avoid disturbing their rest. The attendant nervously explains that the messenger has likely already reported back to the Empress with the news. Yunqi pauses, the weight of the social fallout sinking in, but then a calculated smile plays on his lips. If the Empress thinks they're already this close, she'll have no choice but to stop opposing their engagement to save the royal family's face. The morning sun rises over the quiet West Phoenix court, the official residence of the future princess consort, Hua Yan. Inside, Hua Yan finally stirs, nursing a massive headache from yesterday's drinking session. She's already cursing the brat prince, Yunqi, for his frivolous behavior, completely unaware of the storm brewing outside her doors. As she steps out, she's immediately greeted by butler Fu, who has been waiting patiently for the future consort to wake. Hu Yan tries to locate her servant, Chu Yu, but the butler informs her that the girl is still out cold from the festivities. He then delivers a message that makes Hua Yan's heart skip a beat. Before Prince Yunqi left last night, he personally instructed the kitchen to have food ready for her at any time. Hua Yan freezes in place. Last night, The implication of the prince being in her private quarters after dark is a social landmine. Butler Fu, oblivious to her internal panic, casually confirms that His Highness didn't depart the West Court until midnight. The realization hits Hu Yan like a lightning bolt. If the prince stayed that late, the entire East Palace and eventually the whole court will be buzzing with rumors of their intimacy. She's been played. Fuming, she demands to know exactly where Yunqi is hiding. Her sudden outburst startles the poor butler. Fu explains that the prince is currently attending the morning court session. He even takes a moment to scold her, reminded that as a future consort, she shouldn't be so bold as to call His Majesty by his name. But the news gets worse. The Empress Dowager summoned Hua Yan twice, and both times, Yunqi intercepted the messengers. He claimed she was unwell and needed days of rest, a calculated move that only adds fuel to the scandalous rumors. Hua Yan is absolutely livid at his manipulation. Butler Fu can't help but chuckle under his breath at the princess consort's fiery temper. Trying to regain her composure, Hua Yan settles into a chair. She realizes that while Yunqi is a headache, his tactics are effective. He's managed to silence the critics from the casino incident and seize total control over the court's narrative. She realized she definitely underestimated his cunning. She leans back, lost in thought, trying to figure out her next move in this high-stakes game of royal politics. The courtyard remains peaceful, a stark contrast to the tactical war being waged in the halls of power. Suddenly, the man of the hour arrives. Butler Fu greets Prince Yunqi, informing him that the lady of the house is resting in the courtyard. Yunqi approaches, a rare, soft expression crossing his face as he spots her. Seeing her resting there reminds him of a time long ago. Under the drifting petals of cherry blossoms, his mind drifts back 1 year to the Hua household in Linen. Back then, Yunqi had personally traveled to deliver the marriage decree, curious about the family that was so anxious about the royal arrangement. When he arrived, he found Hu Yan exactly like this, fast asleep in a chair with a book covering her face, completely disregarding royal protocol. His attendant was horrified, desperately trying to wake her so she could properly greet the crown prince. Hua Yan merely peeked out from under her book, looking more annoyed than honored. While his attendants were baffled by her lack of decorum, Yunqi found himself intrigued. Back in the present, he watches her, noting that she hasn't changed a bit since those old days. Maintaining a strictly professional focus on her well-being, he carefully moves to pick her up. He carries her back toward the residence, ensuring she is comfortable and safe. He settles her down onto the bed with the utmost care. The movement wakes her, and she immediately glares at him, demanding he stay away. She calls him a frivolous womanizer, backing away as she tries to process his presence in her room. Yunqi remains composed. He reminds her that she will soon share his surname and become his wife. In his eyes, his actions are those of a devoted partner, not a flirt. However, the tension breaks when Yunqi looks down and notices something alarming. There is fresh blood on his sleeve. The tension in the room shifts instantly as Yunqi's eyes widen in genuine shock. He points frantically at a dark stain on his sleeve, his voice laced with concern as he demands to know if Hua Yan has been injured during their confrontation. Hua Yan freezes, a sudden realization washing over her face as she connects the dots. Flushing with a mix of irritation and embarrassment, she shoves him toward the door, shouting for him to get out. In her fury at his manipulations, she'd completely forgotten her own biological calendar. She knows Yunqi is far too sharp. It's only a matter of seconds before he pieces together the truth of this injury. Rather than let him have the satisfaction of figuring it out and mocking her, she decides to take the lead. With a calculated, defiant smirk, she stares him down. She bluntly informs him that her cycle has started, casually asking if the East Palace is equipped with the necessary hygiene supplies like cotton cloths and padding. The high and mighty crown prince is left utterly speechless, his face turning a bright shade of crimson as the reality of the situation hits him. Hua Yan doesn't let him off the hook, teasing him for his stunned, silly expression. Regaining his voice but not his composure, Yunqi sputters, questioning if she's even a woman with how forward she's being. Hua Yan just smiles back, asking if he needs more proof or if he thinks men deal with monthly cycles too. Defeated by her bluntness, Yunqi beats a hasty retreat, slamming the door shut behind him. Once outside, however, his frustration turns into an intrigued laugh. He's never met anyone quite like her. His moment of private amusement is cut short by a well-timed cuff from Butler Fu. Composing himself, Yunqi gives a professional order. Send a maid to her room immediately with everything she needs. He begins to strip off his stained outer robe, initially telling Fu to have it burned. But as he looks at the garment, his gaze softens with a hidden thought. He suddenly changes his mind, instructing the confused butler to find a box and store the robe away carefully instead. Butler Fu can only stare in bewilderment at the strange request. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the grandeur of the Empress Dowager's palace. The atmosphere is heavy as the royal matriarch scolds her grandsons for their recent behavior. The young princes can only hang their heads, promising to heed her lessons in the future. As she calmly sets down her tea, the interrogation begins. She looks directly at them, asking if they encountered Hua Yan during her infamous visit to the gambling den. The fifth prince breaks into a nervous sweat, desperately wanting to stay out of the crown prince's private affairs. Realizing he can't escape, he admits he saw her. The Empress Dowager leans in, demanding a detailed description of the girl's appearance. The fifth prince shoots a quick wink to his younger brother, Little 11, signaling for him to play along. He spins a tale of poor memory, claiming he didn't look closely at her face because he was too mesmerized by her incredible gambling skills. Little 11 watches his brother lie through his teeth with wide eyes. The Empress Dowager isn't buying it, questioning how he could forget a face so quickly. He doubles down, insisting his entire focus was on the game. With a heavy sigh, she warns them to stay away from such disreputable places. Little 11 is secretly impressed by his brother's growing talent for deception. But then, the spotlight turns on him. The Empress Dowager calls him forward, hoping for a more honest account. Panicking and unable to think of a creative lie, Little 11 fumbles for words. When asked if she was even worthy of being the crown princess, he offers the most basic description possible. Her face was simply very white. A deafening silence falls over the room. The Empress Dowager looks utterly disappointed by their lack of observation. The fifth prince can't help but laugh at the absurdity, while Little 11 looks like he's about to cry from the pressure. The Dowager sighs, comparing Huyan's lack of etiquette to the refined Miss Dao Qingxi. But privately, the fifth prince knows the truth. Huyan's talent and spirit are unparalleled, and in his mind, the refined competition doesn't even come close to matching her. The morning sun hits the ornate rooftops of the Phoenix West Court, a place usually shrouded in royal mystery. A young man, Lu Xiling, approaches the residence with a mischievous glint in his eye, determined to catch a glimpse of the legendary new crown princess. He doesn't use the front door. Instead, he moves with a practiced swish, leaping over the eaves. He lands with a soft tap on the wooden walkway, his movements as light as a feather. Peeking around a pillar, he begins to explore the inner sanctum. He creeps forward, his boots making nearly no sound as he maintains a cautious pace. He bursts into the main room, ready for a confrontation, but stops dead in his tracks. The room is silent. There's no one inside. He realizes with a frown that the crown princess is nowhere to be found. Why did you come through my East Palace and not through the main entrance? A cold, authoritative voice rings out from behind him. Lu Xiling spins around, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. Standing there is the crown prince, Yun Qi. The prince notes that it's no wonder Lu Xiling was discovered so quickly. Entering the East Palace undetected is no easy feat. Caught red-handed, Lu Xiling immediately drops into a respectful bow, offering a frantic apology and claiming he simply forgot where he was. Yun Qi isn't buying it. His gaze is sharp and analytical, wondering if this visit has something to do with the recent gambling den scandal. Yun Qi doesn't let him off the hook. He demands an update on the King Salt Road matter and the accounting books he's been expecting for 2 days. Internally, Lu Xiling is panicking. He was so distracted by the rumors of the gambling princess that the Salt Road business completely slipped his mind. He forces a smile, lying through his teeth as he promises the books will be on the prince's desk by tomorrow morning. Yun Qi presses him further, asking why he's really here today. Lu Xiling stammers, making up a story about wanting to state his duties to the prince personally. Seeing an opening, he tries to make a sudden escape, but he isn't fast enough. Yun Qi reaches out and catches him firmly by the back of his collar. Without a word, the prince drags him toward the study to get to work. Watching the entire exchange from a distance, Huayan remains hidden. She notes that the young man wasn't punished, despite his intrusion. She correctly identifies him as Lord Lu Xiling, one of the country's rising stars, and finds herself impressed by how calmly he could spin lies even under the prince's intense pressure. Once they are gone, Huayan steps out and stretches her arms high. Her bones feel stiff after 2 days of forced rest, and she decides it's time to roam. She begins a leisurely stroll through the palace's outer corridors, enjoying the fresh air. Suddenly, a sweet, intoxicating scent drifts past her. Intrigued, she decides to follow the fragrance to see where it leads. As she rounds a corner, her eyes widen in genuine wonder. She finds herself standing before a massive, breathtaking tree. Its leaves are shaped like phoenix wings, and its vibrant red flowers look like a phoenix's crest. She realizes she's stumbled upon the crown jewel of the estate, the East Palace's legendary phoenix tree. Back at the palace, the crown prince Yun Qi finishes his business, asking Lu Xiling if there is anything else left to report. Lu Xiling's eyes wander to a shelf of scrolls, noting that the prince hasn't collected new calligraphy in quite some time. As he reaches out, Yun Qi's composure shatters, shouting a desperate warning to stay away. For a split second, the prince's face is a mask of pure panic. He lunges forward with blinding speed, catching the falling scrolls before they can even graze the floor. Lu Xiling stands back, stunned by the prince's agility as Yun Qi insists these items must be handled with absolute precision. With steady hands, the prince carefully returns a scroll to its rightful place. He lets out a heavy sigh of relief, the immediate crisis finally averted. But the atmosphere turns icy in an instant. Yun Qi glares at Lu Xiling, cold and demanding, asking why he's meddling in things that don't concern him. Terrified, Lu Xiling can only stammer out an apology, realizing he's touched a massive nerve. Yun Qi grips a scroll, his voice a low threat, telling Lu Xiling he's lucky to even be standing after such a blunder. The reason for the prince's obsession is revealed: a hidden, hand-drawn portrait of Huayan enjoying a simple moment at a food stall. Looking at her image, the prince's cold exterior melts into a soft, private smile. He quickly rolls the secret back up, hiding his feelings once more. Suddenly, a masked operative drops from the shadows and kneels. Lu Xiling is floored. He's looking at one of the legendary 12 cloud guards, the prince's elite secret protectors. Realizing he's in the way of high-level business, Lu Xiling quickly excuses himself. Yunqi gives him a short nod to leave, his mind already on the guard's report. The news is a bombshell. The guard reports that Mr. Su Zizan has taken the princess consort away from the Phoenix Wood. Yunqi's face pale. Su Zizan. Taking her where? Rewinding to an hour ago, Huayan is found standing beneath the vibrant canopy of the phoenix tree, marveling at how its blossoms put even the finest peonies to shame. A familiar, intoxicating scent suddenly catches her attention, the unmistakable aroma of drunken rouge. She turns, her eyes widening in surprise at the unexpected visitor. Standing there in striking red robes is Su Zizan, holding a jar of his signature brew. He casually remarks that it's a shame Lu Xiling isn't here to enjoy the scenery. Huayan greets him warmly, welcoming the break in her day. He holds out the jar, mentioning the crown prince actually had this liquor returned to his residence. Huayan admits she's become quite a fan of his rare spirits, claiming no other liquor in the world can satisfy her now. Su Zizan sees an opportunity, inviting her to a secluded temple 10 miles north of the city to enjoy a drink in the tranquil woods. Always up for an adventure, Huyan smiles and tells him she's game. To ensure a quick and discreet exit from the palace grounds, Su Zizan reaches out to secure his passenger. He holds her firmly, preparing to use his advanced movement techniques to bypass the palace walls. With a sudden whoosh, the two vanish from the courtyard in a blur of speed, leaving only the falling petals of the phoenix tree behind. Inside the Eastern Palace, the air turns frigid as Yunqi demands to know how an intruder breached his security. A cloud guard kneels, explaining that Su Zizan used the legendary Drunken Beauty wine to mask his presence and bypass the sentries. Wasting no time, Yunqi commands his elite 12 cloud guards to track the scent of the alcohol and recover the crown princess at all costs. He then orders his attendant, Xia Zhangzi, to summon the 7th princess to keep watch, leaving no room for further errors. Turning his focus to the household staff, Yunqi's eyes narrow as he orders the guards to bring in Qiu, Huyan's personal maid. Two attendants drag the girl into the hall, her body limp and unresponsive. They call out her name, but she's lost in a daze. Having sampled the drunken beauty herself, Qiu is hysterically intoxicated, laughing mindlessly as she's held upright. A nearby maid notes that the girl's alcohol tolerance is embarrassingly low. To break the stupor, a bucket of freezing water is hoisted high. A sudden splash sends a shock through Qiu's system, instantly sobering her up. Terrified, she falls to her knees and cries out that Su Zizan has kidnapped the crown princess. Yunqi's expression hardens at the confirmation. Qiu spirals into a panic, convinced Su Zizan is seeking lethal revenge after Huayan ruined his gambling house. Yunqi watches her intensely, his silence more deafening than her cries. He presses her, knowing she's been by Huayan's side since childhood, and demands a way to track her down immediately. Qiu hesitates, her mind racing. She realizes that if she reveals her lady's secrets now, she will become a permanent informant for the prince, betraying Huayan's trust. Sensing her hesitation, Yunqi delivers a chilling warning. She must think very carefully before she speaks. Choosing loyalty over fear, Qiu kowtows deeply, claiming she has no way to track her mistress, and begs the prince to lead the search himself. Yunqi stares down at her, his voice dripping with icy sarcasm as he acknowledges her loyalty. He sweeps out of the room, leaving the servants in a state of high tension. Left alone on the floor, Qiu finally exhales a sigh of relief, having successfully protected her lady's secrets. Miles away, the wind whips through Huayan's hair as she rides pillage behind Su Zizan. Su Zizan reveals his cunning strategy. He sent his secret guards in every direction carrying jars of wine to lead Yunqi's trackers on a wild goose chase. He's impressed when Huayan correctly identifies his personal star spirit guards, noting she's far more observant than she appears. Despite the danger, Huayan jokingly complains that the fierce wind is going to ruin her complexion before they even arrive. Su Zizan looks down at her, seeing past her playful facade. He holds the reins tight, listening as she explains her past. She laments that as a woman, she was barred from traditional martial arts, so she mastered the martial arts of the gambling table instead. Su Zizan offers a rare, genuine laugh, finding her logic surprisingly sound. He reaches for the fastenings of his heavy, fur-lined cloak. In a gesture of unexpected care, he drapes the warm garment over her shoulders, insisting he doesn't want to drink wine with someone who has caught a cold. Huayan is caught off guard by the sudden warmth. Looking up, she sees a soft, gentle smile on the face of the man who supposedly kidnapped her. She reaches out, touching the soft fur of the collar. She buries her face into the cloak, relishing the heat against the biting chill. As they gallop toward the jagged mountain peaks under a burning sunset, Huayan realizes that Su Zizan is a deeply contradictory manhwa, who is as dangerous as he is unexpectedly kind. The pursuit reaches a standstill as the duo arrives at the base of Banbi Mountain, the horse coming to a sharp halt. Su Zizan assists Huayan off the mount, carefully setting her down as they transition to the next phase of their escape. But the moment her feet hit the grass, Huayan's composure shatters. She clutches her midsection in sudden, sharp discomfort. Sinking to the ground, she let out a pained groan, her face pale with distress. When Zizan looks back, confused by her sudden weakness, she drops a bombshell. It's a personal health emergency, and she's completely unprepared. In the rush of their midnight flight, She realized she forgot to pack the essential medical supplies a woman needs for her monthly cycle. Desperate, she looks up at the stoic strategist and asks if he happens to have any feminine hygiene products on hand. Zizan's jaw practically hits the floor, his cool exterior replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. Huiyin doesn't back down, insisting that if he doesn't find a solution, her condition will make continuing the journey impossible. Zizan is visibly flustered, demanding to know how she could be so reckless as to forget something so critical. Huiyin just offers a sheepish smile, blaming the potency of the drunken rouge liquor for clouding her memory. The logic or lack thereof leaves Zizan staring at her in stunned silence, his brain short-circuiting at the absurdity of the situation. Fed up with the logistical nightmare, Zizan turns on his heel, telling her to just stay put and wait for the crown prince to find her and provide the supplies himself. Huiyin watches him disappear into the tree line, wondering if the great Su Zizan is actually running away from a little medical reality. She can't help but chuckle. It turns out the poker-faced genius is much more expressive when he's annoyed. Deciding to make the best of a bad situation, she pops the seal on her liquor jar and takes a long, defiant swig. Suddenly, a hand bolts out of the darkness and grabs her arm. Zizan has returned, looking absolutely exasperated that she's drinking while they're being hunted. Huiyin is just relieved he didn't abandon her, though she's determined to finish the expensive wine before Yunqi catches up. Zizan watches her with an intense, unreadable gaze, asking if she truly loves the liquor that much. She confirms it with a nod, sitting amidst the wilderness. Zizan sighs, revealing there's a temple 10 miles away where she might find the help she needs. But Huiyin is at her limit. She can't ride any further, and she certainly can't walk 10 miles in her condition. Zizan stares at her, a silent battle raging behind his eyes. She tells him to just leave her behind, reminding him that Yunqi won't harm his future consort. Zizan is fuming he went through all the trouble of deploying decoys and secret guards just for her to give up now. After a long, weary sigh, he finally relents and begins to crouch down. He offers her a back ride, providing a strictly functional solution to their mobility problem. Huiyin is stunned by the gesture, but Zizan snaps at her to hurry up and stop wasting time. She carefully climbs onto his back, realizing this is the first time she's ever been carried this way. As they move through the moonlit forest, she watches his profile, noting that the cold and aloof Su Zizan is actually a man of many layers. He can get angry, he can get annoyed, and most importantly, he's human. Under the pale light of the moon, the only sound in the deep forest is the soft chirping of birds undisturbed by the shadows passing below. As the night deepens, the atmosphere grows heavy with the silence of the wilderness. A sharp crack of a twig breaks the stillness as Su Zizan navigates the treacherous mountain terrain. He carries Huiyin steadily, a jar of liquor hanging from his hand as she looks out into the darkness, noting how intimidating the mountains can be at night. Gazing at his profile, Huiyin realizes the sheer distance he's covered. She begins to wonder if he's reaching his limit after carrying her for so long. Reaching out a hand, she gently checks his forehead for any signs of physical strain. Startled by the sudden contact, Su Zizan pulls back, demanding to know what she's doing. She simply explains she was checking for sweat to see if he was tired. A small, rare smile touches his lips as he reassures her that he isn't tired at all. Huiyin's expression shifts to one of quiet calculation. She reveals her tactical move. She spilled half the liquor along their trail to mask their scent and lure the pursuing Yunqi away. Su Zizan is impressed by her foresight, noting that the aroma will make it nearly impossible for their pursuers to track them. When he asks if she enjoys the spirits that much, she gives a cheerful, enthusiastic nod. They finally arrive at the gates of Diojing Nunnery, a secluded sanctuary in the mountains. Seeing her excitement over the liquor, Su Zizan promises to get her more if she wishes. His gaze softens, showing a protective side to the usually stoic strategist. Huiyin knocks firmly on the wooden gate, seeking refuge from the night. When a voice from inside asks who they are, Huiyin quickly weaves a cover story, claiming they are a brother and sister who have lost their way. Su Zizan looks on with pure annoyance at being forced into the role of her elder brother. He remains silent, his expression a mix of disbelief and irritation at her quick-witted lie. The heavy doors creak open, revealing the entrance to the temple. While Su Zizan hesitates to enter the female-only sanctuary, Huiyin pulls him forward, insisting they need shelter from the mountain dew. To the nun who greets them, the pair looks like celestial beings, one as radiant as the stars, the other as cold and distant as the moon. They stand before her, two striking figures seeking a moment of peace. Huiyin keeps up the act, explaining her health condition and claiming her brother is also unwell. The nun, moved by their plight, offers them a single room to share since they are family. Despite Su Zizan's visible reluctance, Huiyin brightly thanks the nun and drags him along. They are led to a modest, clean room that has been prepared for guests. Huiyin remains perfectly composed, even when discussing her need for hygiene supplies, leaving the nun to go and fetch them. Su Zizan is stunned by her lack of embarrassment, noting that even a man as bold as Yunqi would be flustered by such a candid conversation. Once they are alone, Su Zizan presents her with a bowl of warm ginger soup. When he refuses to have any himself, Huiyin's expression turns serious. She insists he drink it, reminding him that this humble room is a luxury compared to a refugee camp. Surprised, Su Zizan asks if she has ever actually seen one. Her eyes cloud over as she recounts a grim memory from 5 years ago, the flooding of the river Chuan. She describes the horrors of the camps, where desperation drove people to the absolute brink of humanity. Su Zizan questions how she could have been there when her family was hundreds of miles away. She sets the bowl down, explaining that she had sneaked out of her home to visit her sister and was caught in the disaster. It was a stroke of terrible luck that shaped her perspective on survival. Su Zizan quips that his own luck took a turn for the worse the moment he met her. He urges her to finish the soup so she doesn't catch a chill, reminding her that he can't carry her if she gets sick. But Hua Yan notices something he's trying to hide. His face is deathly pale. Realizing he's pushed himself to the limit for her, she dips the spoon into the bowl. In a gesture of genuine gratitude for the 10 miles he carried her, she offers to feed him the soup herself, insisting he open his mouth. Under the cover of night, the hunt intensifies. A scout delivers a chilling report to the crown prince. 14 distinct wine scents have been scattered throughout the city to mask the target's trail, but one specific lead stretches all the way to Half-Wall Mountain. Yunqi narrows his eyes, the name Half-Wall Mountain echoing in his mind as he realizes the scale of the deception. He has to hand it to Su Zizan the strategist, went to extreme lengths, preparing 14 decoys just to throw his pursuers into a loop. Meanwhile, tucked away in the safety of the nunnery, Hua Yan prepares a simple spoon of ginger soup. She offers the warmth to Su Zizan, framing it as a small gesture of repayment for him carrying her over 300 li. The usually sharp-tongued Su Zizan is momentarily stunned into a chibified silence by the unexpected care. Quickly regaining his professional composure, he snatches the bowl away to drink it himself, refusing to be babied. Hua Yan can't resist a playful jab, asking if it wouldn't have been better if he'd been this cooperative from the start. Su Zizan counters that carrying someone is a significant physical toll. Does she really think a single bowl of soup settles a debt of that magnitude? Hua Yan looks at him, curious as to how a master strategist like him expects to be compensated. As the soup swirls in the bowl, the atmosphere turns serious. Su Zizan drops a heavy suggestion. Perhaps she should devote her entire life to him. Hua Yan recoils in genuine shock, pointing out the obvious flaw in his logic. She's technically the future crown princess, making it impossible to pledge her life to anyone else. Thinking practically, she offers an alternative: 2 million taels of silver as a professional thank you gift. Su Zizan is visibly offended. Does she really believe his personal effort and time can be reduced to a mere monetary value? Hua Yan doesn't blink, stating she has nothing else of value to offer besides her wealth. Su Zizan finds her perspective baffling. While countless women spend sleepless nights dreaming of the crown princess title, she doesn't give it a second glance. He demands to know why. Hua Yan looks out at the night, explaining that the towering walls of the imperial palace are nothing but a prison of etiquette and rules. She identifies as a commoner at heart and sees nothing strange about wanting to avoid a life of royal restriction. Su Zizan pushes the issue even if she hates the title. What about Yunqi as a person? Hua Yan admits the prince is undeniably handsome, but dryly notes that good looks aren't edible, so they aren't that high on her priority list. Su Zizan erupts into laughter, noting it's a good thing the prince isn't here to hear his charms dismissed so technically. Still, he wonders aloud, if even the crown prince doesn't make the cut, what kind of man could actually win her heart? Chibi Hua Yan ponders the question seriously. Her dream is to lead a luxurious life of freedom, boating on the blue sea and traveling wherever the wind blows without a single restriction. Su Zizan mocks this lofty ambition, pointing out that her fragile constitution wouldn't survive a single day of wandering the wilderness. Hua Yan is visibly annoyed by his blunt assessment of her physical limits. However, Su Zizan mentions there might be one person in the capital who actually shares her wild spirit. Hua Yan is instantly intrigued. The man in question is Lu Xiling, the heir of Lord Guo. Despite his noble birth, he's a man who finds joy in the simplest commoner activities. While his peers were buried in books, Lu was busy mastering the art of cricket fighting. He's the type to sleep through his formal training, a free spirit who would fly away like a bird if he ever left the city. A perfect, chaotic match for someone like her. Hua Yan finds the description fascinating, noting that so far she's only ever crossed paths with serious types like Su Zizan and Yunqi. She then shifts the conversation to a more personal note, asking if it's true that Su Zizan and the prince are actually brothers. The question causes the strategist's face to go completely blank as he falls into a heavy silence. In a brief moment of levity, we see a small drama from the past: Hua Yan and Yunqi building a snowman together. The scene turns chaotic as the prince takes a snowball directly to the face. Su Zizan is seen in the background, laughing hysterically at the royal's expense. He's having the time of his life watching the stoic prince get humbled until karma strikes and a snowball hits Su Zizan right in the mouth. As the two men get swept up in a petty winter brawl, Hua Yan simply smiles and walks away, leaving the boys to fight it out. Hua Yan cuts straight to the chase, asking if he and the crown prince share a deeper connection than they let on. Su Zizan remains stoic, his expression unreadable as the question hangs in the air. He finally scoffs, admitting that they are relatives at least, in a sense. Sensing the tension, Hua Yan notes that his tone suggests some serious past grievances between the two. He explains the complex bloodline. His grandmother is the current emperor's aunt, making him Yunqi's cousin through his mother's sister. Hua Yan realizes that with his status, he could easily have whatever he desires in this world. Su Zizan doesn't sugarcoat it, He knows she's using him as a tool to dismantle her impending marriage to Yun-chi. He flashes a sharp smile, admitting that nothing would please him more than to ruin the crown prince's plans. Hua-yen is momentarily stunned by just how deep the resentment between the cousins runs. To shift the mood, Su Zizhen produces a jar of drunken ridge liquor, asking if she's ready to indulge. Hua-yen's eyes spark with excitement. She's more than ready. She wastes no time, splashing the premium liquor into plain ceramic bowls, catching him completely off guard. With a bold grin, she raises her bowl and challenges him to bottoms up. Su Zizhen is momentarily horrified. His finest vintage is being served in such crude, common pottery. Hu-yen reflects on how she once sipped this from elegant glass, but tonight feels different. She wants the raw experience of drinking from a large bowl, unburdened by etiquette. She argues that different people require different lifestyles, and there's no reason to be shackled by rigid rules. She looks at him, waiting to see if he'll join her rebellion. Her unconventional spirit wins him over, and a genuine smile breaks across his face. They clink their bowls together with a resounding splash. Both of them gulp down the liquor, Hua-yen letting out a satisfied shout as the heat hits her chest. Su Zizhen drinks steadily, watching her with newfound respect. He admits that even though he brewed this himself, he never imagined it could be enjoyed with such intensity. He starts to understand why Yun-chi is so obsessed with keeping her. Her spirit is impossible to ignore. Already feeling the effects, Hua-yen calls for another round, slamming her bowl down. They clink once more, the night air filled with the scent of fermented root. As the candle burns low, a heavy silence falls over the room. Hua-yen finally slumps onto the table, slurring a reminder that he promised she could drink with him whenever she pleased. Su Zizhen looks at the empty jars in disbelief. At this rate, she'll drain his entire cellar in a matter of days. She's completely passed out, a dazed, happy expression on her face. Su Zizhen sighs, rubbing his temples and wondering if he's made a massive mistake by teaming up with her. Hu-yen mumbles in her sleep, warning him that Yun-chi will arrive soon and he needs to leave to avoid a fight. His pride flares. He isn't the type to run away from a confrontation with his cousin. She groggily admits he isn't afraid, but she doesn't want to bring trouble to the kind nun who gave them shelter. She reminds him that he carried her 10 miles, a debt she plans to repay one day. He looks down at her, accepting the promise and telling her he'll be waiting for that day. Before he goes, Hua-yen tells him to take his robe to ward off the freezing night dew. He grabs his dark cloak, preparing to vanish into the shadows. He gives her one final piece of advice: take care of herself until the crown prince arrives. Hua-yen watches his retreating figure, her vision swimming from the alcohol. She finally gives in to the exhaustion, collapsing into a heavy sleep. The candle eventually flickers out, leaving the room in darkness. Morning light eventually breaks through the windows, accompanied by the chirping of birds and the scent of flowers. Hua-yen wakes up with a massive headache, disoriented and wondering how long she's been out. Her eyes suddenly snap wide open as she senses a presence in the room. Standing over her is Yun-chi himself, his face like stone as he asks if her little liquor-fueled runaway attempt was worth the trouble. Waking up to the faint, sweet scent of phoenix flowers, Hua-yen's eyes flutter open as she wonders just how long she's been out. Her grogginess instantly vanishes when she finds a pair of sharp, judging eyes staring right back at her. The crown prince, Yun-chi, towers over her, his voice cold as he notes the immense effort she put into draining an entire jar of wine. He demands to know if she's satisfied with her drunken antics. Hua-yen doesn't miss a beat. She stretches casually and tells him she's delighted, even suggesting that if he's so offended by her behavior, he should just call off their engagement right now. Yun-chi is left speechless, stunned by her blatant attempt to use her rebellion as an escape hatch. His frustration simmers as he clenches his fist, realizing she's still looking for any excuse to run. Swaying slightly as she stands, Hua-yen ignores the tension and muses about the wine she drank, asking about the origins of the legendary Drunken Beauty brew. She looks at him expectantly, her mind clearly more focused on the vintage than his anger. Yun-chi stares at her, his expression unreadable as he prepares to drop a truth bomb. This specific wine wasn't just a drink. It was a personal creation of Su Zizhen himself. It was once the most sought-after liquor in the land, but Su Zizhen only ever brewed 10 jars a year exclusively for his mother and his childhood sweetheart. 5 years ago, following his mother's passing, he brewed a final 100 jars in a single burst of grief and sealed the recipe away forever. Since that day, the scent of Drunken Beauty has vanished from the world. Hua-yen realizes the weight of what she consumed, a drink born from deep, tragic history. Breaking the heavy silence, Yun-chi orders her to tidy up so they can depart. Hua-yen shifts focus, asking if he has any silver on him so she can leave a donation for the nunnery that sheltered her. To her surprise, the high and mighty prince produces a heavy pouch of coins without hesitation. She stares at him, her eyes wide with mock disbelief. She admits she never expected a man of his prestige to actually carry something as common as money. Yun-chi catches her gaze, a small, knowing smirk playing on his lips. He asks if she truly viewed him as someone who places himself above the rest of the world. Hu-yen gives him a blunt more or less as they head out. Outside, Hu-yen approaches the young nun to offer her thanks and the donation. The nun is hesitant to accept, claiming that helping others is simply the way of her faith, but Hu-yen insists, framing the gift as incense money from her and her brother, to avoid any scandals. The nun is visibly confused, glancing between the two. She whispers that this lord seems very different from the one she saw last night. Hu-yen laughs it off, curious about the nun's observation. The nun explains that last night's visitor Su Zizhen looked pale and rushed, whereas the man standing before her now is healthy, honorable, and carries an aura of undeniable authority. Yunqi stands tall, his regal presence so intimidating that the nun barely dares to look at him. Hu Yan realizes that even in a nun's eyes, the wild Su Zizhan and the disciplined Yunqi are worlds apart. With the formalities finished, she bids the nunnery farewell, ready to face the journey back. As they reach the carriage, Yunqi checks in with his guard, asking if Su Zizhan has returned to the capital. The guard reports that Su Zizhan has headed to the hot springs instead. Knowing his cousin's reckless nature, Yunqi coldly orders his men to bring him back immediately. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere is thick with unspoken words. Yunqi settles in across from Hua Yan. Noticing her distant expression, he asks what's weighing on her mind. She complains about the bumpy mountain roads, but her thoughts are actually elsewhere. She casually mentions that Su Zizhan carried her on his back for 30 lei last night, a comment that hits Yunqi like a physical blow. His eyes widen in shock and jealousy, unable to believe she let another man get that close. Sensing his rising temper, Hua Yan quickly clarifies that the experience was miserable. Su Zizhan's body was so cold from the mountain air that it wasn't enjoyable in the least. She asks him what he was expecting, her tone playful yet sharp. Yunqi's mind drifts to Su Zizhan's dark past. 5 years ago, driven by the grief of losing his mother, Su Zizhan unleashed a terrifying fury, single-handedly destroying a corrupt water village. Despite being riddled with heavy wounds, he fought through the exhaustion and pain, clearing out a nest of bandits who preyed on the weak. Standing amidst the fallen, covered in blood but unyielding, Su Zizhan proved that his drunken beauty wasn't just a wine, it was the spirit of a man who would burn the world down for those he loved. The air is thick with the scent of blood and iron as Su Zizhan stands alone against a horde of bandits. They plead for mercy, claiming they have no grudge against him, but he isn't buying their lies. Not drenched in the gore of his enemies, Su Zizhan's eyes are cold as he delivers a chilling ultimatum. They had this coming, and now they will die beneath his blade. The bandits are stunned by his sheer audacity, unable to believe one man would challenge them all. They prepare to swarm him, swearing that he won't leave their mountain alive. Unfazed, Su Zizhan dares them to try, ready to settle the score once and for all. Back in the present, the carriage rumbles as Hu Yan listens to the tale, her face pale with shock. She asks if it's true, did he really dismantle an entire fortress while he was depressed? Yunqi confirms the grim reality. He explains that the tragedy began after the death of Su Zizhan's mother. The mourning period hadn't even ended before his father, the Marquis of Valor, committed the ultimate betrayal. He married another woman immediately, and that woman was Su Zizhan's own childhood friend. Hua Yan realizes that even a man built like iron would crumble under that kind of emotional devastation. She wonders Su Zizhan's reckless assault on the bandits was actually a hidden desire to die alongside his mother. Yunqi notes that for the 5 years since that incident, Su Zizhan has lived a much more cautious life, recently seeking refuge at Tangquan Mountain. The mountain is home to legendary secluded peaks. Hua Yan lets out a small laugh, realizing the warrior truly does cherish his life now. She shifts the conversation to the mountain's famous hot springs, known for their healing properties, and wonders aloud when she might be able to visit. Yunqi informs her the mountain is only 7 miles away from the nunnery. However, there's a catch. The springs are strictly for the royal family, but since she is his future wife, the restriction doesn't apply to her. Hua Yan is visibly drained by his constant reminders of their engagement. She begs him to just let her go and end this charade. Yunqi's smile remains as sharp as ever. He spent an entire year pursuing her, and he has no intention of giving up now. Hua Yan fumes in silence, frustrated that he's using his charm and status to keep her trapped in his orbit. Suddenly, the carriage comes to a halt at the gates of King Shui Temple. Hua Yan pulls back the curtain, her confusion growing as she looks at the ancient structure. Yunqi explains they'll stop for a meal before continuing their journey to the capital. He steps out with a composed, regal air. As they walk, he casually mentions another reason for the stop. They are going to draw a marriage foreseeing card to glimpse their future together. Hua Yan is left completely stunned by his boldness. They are met by a monk who reveals that Master Daewon actually predicted their arrival. Much to the prince's intrigue, Yunqi is impressed by the master's accuracy, despite the stop being an improvised plan. The monk leads them toward the Pure Heart Pavilion where a meal is waiting. Yunqi guides a reluctant Hua Yan into the temple's inner sanctum. As they enter the quiet halls, the atmosphere shifts. A presence lingers just out of sight. A knowing, subtle smile appears on a stranger's face. Standing in the light is a man with flowing golden hair, looking more like a celestial being than a monk. He greets the prince warmly, revealing he knew someone from his past would arrive today, setting the stage for a reunion no one expected. The mysterious golden-haired man finally speaks, his voice smooth and welcoming as he greets the crown prince with a refined smile, expressing his genuine pleasure at their unexpected meeting. Master Daewon explains the coincidence. The man, and Shuli, arrived 2 days prior and only delayed his departure because he sensed honored guests were on their way. The monk stands by, confirming that the timing of this reunion was truly written in the stars. Even Yunqi is impressed, noting that Anshuli is usually such a recluse that even he finds it difficult to catch a glimpse of the man. But for Hua Yan, this is a moment of pure panic. This is Anshuli, the very man whose name she's been using as a shield to dodge her marriage to the prince. This is her first time actually seeing the face behind the legend. She remembers the 100-year-old ginseng she sent to his family as a silent apology for dragging his reputation through the mud. To her surprise, he doesn't look like a man holding a grudge. He is every bit as gentle and elegant as the rumors suggested, and Shuli turns his gaze toward her, offering a polite greeting to the future princess consort, his demeanor perfectly poised. Hua Yan freezes for a heartbeat, processing the situation. Then she flips the switch. She ignites her acting mode, eyes widening with artificial recognition as she asks him if he truly doesn't remember her. And Shuli is caught completely off guard, a look of pure confusion washing over his face. Hua Yan leans in, spinning a web of lies about a romantic encounter they allegedly had the previous year, one on a wall, one on a horse. She paints a cinematic picture of them appreciating the moon together, discussing the deeper meanings of life in a scene straight out of a tragedy. She doubles down on the drama, sighing that she can never forget him, and that looking at the moon only brings her sorrow now that she's bound to the royal family. And Shuli is utterly bewildered, his mind racing to find a memory that simply doesn't exist. Hua Yan lets a fake tear fall, lamenting how he's forgotten everything they shared, her heart seemingly breaking right there in the temple. Internally, she's a little devil, hoping this fabricated scandal will be the get-out-of-marriage-free card she's been praying for. Even Master Daewon can only sigh at the sheer chaos unfolding before him. The prince, however, has zero patience for her theatrics. He shuts her down with a sharp knock to the head, calling her naughty and warning her not to involve Anshuli in her nonsense, or he'll have to answer to Anshuli's mother, Princess Anyang. Hu Yin bristles, rubbing the growing bump on her head and fuming at his audacity to strike her. Yunqi doesn't back down, his expression turning cold and serious as he mentions his aunt. Hua Yan snarls back, wondering aloud how a woman like Princess Anyang could raise a cheater like Yunqi. The prince's hand shoots out, grabbing her wrist with firm authority to stop her from digging a deeper hole. And Shuli can only watch the bickering couple with a strained, awkward smile, realizing he's walked into a domestic hurricane. He thinks to himself that while he appreciated her earlier gifts, he never expected the future princess consort to be such a peculiar woman. Still, he keeps his composure, gracefully stating that it's an honor to be the subject of her jokes. Sensing the need for a topic change, Master Daewon brings up a genuine mystery, a fortune-telling card that appeared out of thin air before the prince arrived. The monk confirms the strange phenomenon with a solemn prayer. He reveals that the miracle is directly tied to Hua Yan, leaving her momentarily stunned. Master Daewon explains that while his nephew witnessed her drawing a card from the container, he noticed something impossible. No physical card was actually missing from the vessel. The room falls silent as the monk asks the billion-dollar question. What exactly did she draw? Yunqi shifts his gaze toward her, his eyes filled with a new, piercing curiosity. Hu Yan regains her composure, a mysterious glint in her eyes. She admits she drew a marriage-foreseeing card and handed it to the crown prince, and if anyone wants to know the prophecy, they'll have to ask him. Hu Yan maintains a sharp, focused gaze, her mind already 3 steps ahead in this high-stakes game of fate. Opposite her, Prince Yunqi remains stoic, his eyes narrowing as he searches for any crack in her composure. With a graceful flourish, Hu Yan reveals her hand, claiming she drew a marriage card so rare it was unforeseen, and she's already handed it over to the prince for safekeeping. Master Daewon, sensing the gravity of the moment, turns to the prince to request a look at this mysterious prophecy. Without a word, Yunqi produces the wooden slip, admitting he's been carrying it specifically to seek the master's professional insight. The moment the master sees the markings, his face pales, his eyes widening in genuine shock. The card is undeniably ominous. Its text describes a marriage destined to be as fruitless as a withered blossom, a prophecy the master confirms originates from his very own temple. Seizing the opening, Hua Yan argues that since even the master is unfamiliar with such a grim message, it's a clear sign that her union with the prince is doomed and should never be forced. Yunqi stares at her, his silence heavy with unspoken suspicion. Hu Yan pushes her luck, asking if there's any way to reverse such a dark prediction. But when the master admits he is powerless to change fate, she accuses him of trying to deceive the imperial family. The poor monk begins to break under the pressure, cold sweat beating on his brow as he realizes the impossible position he's in. He can only mutter in disbelief, his composure completely shattered by the weight of the situation. Stepping in to break the deadlock, and Shuli suggests a fair compromise. Both the prince and the future consort should draw new cards under strict supervision to ensure no mistakes were made. Hua Yan clicks her tongue in annoyance, but Yunqi agrees, claiming he only wants to put her mind at ease despite his own skepticism regarding divination. He towers over her, declaring that their lives are already tied together, so she had better pray for a better result this time. Hua Yan doesn't flinch, warning him that defying fate is a dangerous game and he shouldn't be so stubborn when the heavens speak. As they prepare for the redraw, Master Daewon offers to facilitate a proper exchange of cards to be taken outside the temple. Yunqi leans in, his voice a low threat as he warns Hua Yan that he knows she's a master of sleight of hand, and any tricks today will have dire consequences for her family. Hua Yan just offers a serene, innocent smile, reminding him that she wouldn't dare disrespect the sanctity of a Buddhist temple. They reach into the container together, their focus entirely on the wooden slips within. Yunqi maintains a strictly professional proximity, ensuring a fair and transparent draw as they both select a card. Despite the pressure, a flash of mischief glimmers in Hua Yan's eyes. They shake the vessel with measured precision. A single card clatters out, the sound echoing in the silent hall. Master Diwan quickly picks it up, his hands trembling. His jaw drops as he reads the result, his face contorting in pure bewilderment. Yunqi demands to know what's wrong, his patience finally wearing thin. Hua Yan looks on, her expression a mask of smug satisfaction. The prince snatches the card from the monk's shaking hands, refusing to wait a second longer. He stares at the wood in total disbelief. It's the exact same ominous message as before. Hua Yan leans in, declaring this a final warning from heaven that they are simply not a match. She asks him with a mocking tilt of her head if he finally trusts God's will, since she couldn't have possibly cheated under his watchful eye. Yunqi demands to know if there are duplicate cards in the set, but the master is just as lost as he is. Internally, Hua Yan celebrates her victory, knowing she successfully smuggled her own bad luck card into the ceremony. She smirks, confident that the prince cannot publicly deny a divine sign that has appeared twice. The stress becomes too much for the master to bear. His eyes roll back and he collapses, the weight of the miracle or the scandal finally knocking him unconscious. Hua Yan feels a brief flicker of guilt, but decides it's actually better for the monk to stay out of it, while she makes her move to end this engagement once and for all. The fallout of Hua Yan's clever deception is immediate and chaotic. Master Daewon stares at the identical withered blossom card in pure disbelief, his mind unable to process the impossible odds. The shock is too much for the elderly monk, and his eyes roll back as he collapses to the floor. The temple erupts into a panic as everyone rushes toward the fallen master, desperate to see if he's still breathing. Thankfully, a physician is quickly summoned to the scene. He examines the master and offers a simple explanation. The intense heat of the day was simply too much for the old man. Yunqi watches closely, a wave of visible relief washing over him when he hears the master will recover with some rest and medicine. And Shuli steps forward to take charge of the situation, explaining that the master likely fainted due to exhaustion after staying up late playing chess the night before. He suggests that while the master rests, as the party prepares to depart, and Shuli sees them off at the gate, wishing them a safe return. But as the carriage pulls away, the atmosphere inside is heavy with unspoken tension. Huan knows the rumors are already spreading. Everyone believes the princess consort is destined to bring ruin. Meanwhile, and Shuli remains behind, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. He knows something isn't right. That card must have been tampered with, though he can't fathom how she pulled it off. Inside the carriage, Huyan is struggling, but not with guilt. She is doubled over in sudden, agonizing physical distress, clutching her stomach as cold sweat beads on her forehead. She looks up at Yunqi, her face pale and drawn, wondering if his cold silence means he's truly furious about the prophecy. The physical toll of her secret health struggle is becoming unbearable, leaving her weak and trembling. She decides to push him away, testing his resolve. She accuses him of losing his gentle touch just because he thinks she's an unsuitable wife now. With a defiant, pained smile, she suggests they should just sever their ties here, and now, never to meet again. But Yunqi isn't playing games. He lunges forward, firmly grabbing her arm and declaring that she's dreaming if she thinks he'll ever let her go. The sudden movement causes Huayan to wince in genuine pain, a soft groan escaping her lips. Yunqi's anger instantly melts into concern. He notices how ghost-white she's become and demands to know what's wrong. Huayan tries to maintain her mask of defiance, mocking him for suddenly caring about her well-being. She tries to bring up the bad omen again, but the world begins to spin. Her vision blurs, and she can no longer hold herself upright. Before she can hit the floor, Yunqi catches her in a protective embrace, shouting her name in a moment of pure panic. Back at the East Palace, the 7th princess is pacing back and forth, growing more impatient by the second. She demands to know why her brother hasn't returned yet, her frustration bubbling over. The palace attendant tries to calm her down, bowing low and suggesting she return to her own quarters since the prince's arrival time is uncertain. The princess refuses to budge, insisting she must wait right there. She's desperate to explain that she wasn't the one who let the prisoner, Lu Xiling, escape. It was the incompetence of the guards. The attendant awkwardly mentions that Lu Xiling has already been spotted back at the Jingle mansion. This only makes the princess more anxious. She can't even enter that mansion without her brother's authority. Just as she's about to lose hope, the prince's carriage finally rolls into the courtyard. She rushes forward, ready to launch into her explanation and demand his help. The carriage door begins to open, and the princess waits with bated breath. But the sight that greets her stops her dead in her tracks. Yunqi steps out of the carriage, but he isn't alone. He is tenderly carrying the unconscious Huayan in his arms, his focus entirely on her safety. The 7th princess stands frozen, her mouth agape as she watches her notoriously cold and distant brother act with such protective care. She can't believe what she's seeing. Her mind races to make sense of the scene, shocked, because this level of tenderness is completely out of character for the prince she thought she knew. Yunqi has no time for pleasantries as he strides through the palace gates, cradling the unconscious Huayan in his arms. The 7th princess is left standing in a daze, her mind reeling at the sight. Her 4th brother has always been famously distant, never allowing a woman to get close, let alone carrying one so openly. "You're actually carrying a girl?" she cries out, unable to contain her shock as she follows them. Yunqi's voice is cold and final. She is my crown princess consort, and she is indisposed. No one is to disturb her. The prince immediately commands his attendant to fetch the imperial physician. The princess's eyes go wide, so this is the legendary Hua Yan of Lin and her grandmother spoke of. She's heard of the long-standing marriage arrangement, but has never actually seen the girl. Driven by curiosity, she tries to follow, but Yunqi blocks her path, telling her to come back another day if she wants a meeting. When she persists, Yunqi drops a sharp ultimatum. If she keeps being noisy, he'll stop helping her with the search for the escaped prisoner, Lu Xiling. The threat works instantly, leaving the princess stunned. As he carries Huyan deeper into the palace, his sister can only grumble to herself, calling him a total miser. Inside the quiet chambers, Yunqi sits by the bed, his gaze fixed on the pale girl. A servant hurries out to check on the physician's progress. Just then, Huyan's personal maid enters, her expression filled with worry. She asks the prince for permission to check her lady's pulse herself. Yunqi watches her with a piercing, silent intensity. The maid nervously settles in to begin the examination. You must examine her carefully, the prince warns, his voice heavy with authority. As the maid takes the pulse, she notices Huyan's hand stir ever so slightly. Her eyes widen as she realizes the truth: the pulse is perfectly steady. Huyan isn't sick. She's faking sleep to avoid facing the crown prince. How is she? Yunqi demands, thinking quickly to protect her mistress's secret. The maid claims Huyan is simply exhausted and lacking vital energy, promising she'll wake up soon. Yunqi isn't taking any risks and orders a dose of medicine to be prepared. The maid panics, knowing Huyan despises bitter medicine, and tries to suggest a simple chicken soup instead. But the prince is unyielding. She needs a proper tonic to recover her health. Under the covers, Huyan's brows knit together in silent frustration. Yunqi catches the maid's hesitation. Are you listening? He asks sharply. The maid bows low, forced to obey the prince's command. An hour later, the steaming tonic arrives. Yunqi takes the bowl and dismisses the maid, choosing to handle this personally. He carefully fills the spoon and brings the medicine to her lips. Even in her sleep, Huyan winces at the overwhelming bitterness. He continues the task with surprising patience, gently wiping a stray drop from her chin. He sighs at her stubbornness, noting that she brought this on herself by drinking alcohol while already unwell. He persists, feeding her spoon by spoon. Cradling her head, the prince looks down at his future consort, a silent battle of wills playing out in the quiet room. Meanwhile, outside the drama, the palace staff are busy with their own tasks. They're looking for more help to keep the palace running smoothly. More hands on deck means everything gets done faster and more efficiently. If you're interested in joining the team, check the official channels for more info. Yunqi isn't playing around. He carefully brings a spoon of the foul-smelling, bitter tonic to Huyan's lips, determined to nurse her back to health. Supporting her head with one hand, he continues the forced feeding, his expression unreadable as he tends to his ailing consort-to-be. The room is silent, save for the soft clink of the spoon against the bowl. Suddenly, the ruse breaks. Huyan's eyes snap open in pure shock as the bitterness hits her tongue. She bolts upright, gasping for air and pointing an accusing finger at the prince, unable to believe he actually went through with it. Yunqi doesn't look surprised at all. Instead, a small, knowing smirk plays on his lips as he notes that she's finally decided to wake up. Fuming, Huyan demands to know what he's playing at. Yunqi maintains a cool, professional composure, stating that he simply wanted to take proper care of her, while she still holds the title of princess consort. Huyan grinds her teeth, secretly hoping her plan to escape his reach is still on track so she never has to see his face again. The tension in the room spikes as Yunqi leans in close, his presence looming over her as he scrutinizes her reaction. The proximity is suffocating, a silent battle of wills between the prince and the woman trying to outsmart him. Huyan finally snaps, pushing him away with a violent cough and calling him a total psycho for his medicinal torture. Yun sets the bowl aside, his voice dropping to a low, commanding tone. He warns her that while anyone else might be able to run, she is bound to him by fate. Huyan sinks back, wondering what kind of karmic debt she's paying off to deserve this treatment. She huffs in frustration, silently praying that the tables turn so she can get a revenge. Yunqi isn't finished asserting his authority, tilting her chin up to remind her who holds the power in this palace. But the standoff is cut short when a hand reaches out to grab his attention. An urgent messenger bursts in, announcing that the Emperor and Empress Dowager have summoned the prince to the palace immediately. The messenger is trembling, explaining that the Empress Dowager is so distraught over recent events that she's threatening extreme measures. Huayan's eyes go wide. She didn't expect the fallout from her ominous temple visit to reach the high court this quickly. She realizes the gravity of the situation. The bad omen she manufactured is now a massive political scandal. Yunqi glances back at her, asking if she's enjoying seeing him in hot water. He offers one last calm look, before turning on his heel and exiting the room to face the imperial wrath. As soon as the coast is clear, a small head pops through the doorway. It's Huayan's maid, rushing to her side to check on her mistress' well-being. Huayan looks completely drained, her illness now replaced by genuine exhaustion. The maid begins rambling about Su Zizhan and the prince's sudden arrival, but Huayan cuts her off. She's focused on the bitter taste still in her mouth. She sternly warns her maid to keep her mouth shut and never reveal her secrets to the prince again. The maid is baffled, wondering why the prince would be so insistent on the medicine if he knew she hated it. The realization hits Huyan like a ton of bricks. He knew. He knew she went to the temple with Su Zizan to drink. This wasn't medical care, it was cold, calculated revenge. Meanwhile, at the Emperor's hall, the atmosphere is freezing. Yunqi enters to find the Emperor bedridden and the Empress Dowager in a state of fury. She wastes no time, demanding to know if the rumors are true. Did he really draw two identical ominous fortune cards at the temple? The Emperor watches his son with a stern, judgmental gaze. Without flinching, Yunqi confirms the truth of the dark omen. The response is instantaneous. A porcelain cup is smashed against the floor in a fit of imperial rage as the Emperor bellows at his son. Standing before his father, Yunqi remains unflinching, coolly asking why the Emperor is so consumed by rage. The Empress Dowager doesn't mince words, reminding him of the chaos Huayan caused by staging a fake omen after a scandalous trip to a casino. But Yunqi isn't backing down. He stands his ground in the imperial chambers, dismissing the entire omen as nothing more than a harmless prank played by his future consort. The Empress Dowager is appalled, accusing the girl of blatant dishonesty and direct defiance of the Buddha himself. The Emperor's patience snaps, his hand slamming down as he bellows that the situation is utterly ridiculous. Yet, Yunqi counters with a chilling logic. Their family never truly relied on fate, noting that the founding emperor built this empire on a foundation of lost lives, not prayers. He declares that while others must show respect, his family possesses the divine right to be indifferent to temple traditions. The emperor is left gasping for air, his hand trembling with fury at his son's audacity. He hacks and cuffs, shouting that Yunqi is speaking absolute nonsense. For a brief moment, the crown prince's stoic mask slips, showing a flicker of genuine worry for his father's failing health. Taking a formal stance, Yunqi reminds them both that he hasn't asked for a single thing since his mother passed away years ago. The Empress Dowager listens intently as the prince makes his final stand. He looks them dead in the eye and declares he will not budge on his choice of a princess consort. To him, Huayan isn't just a choice, she is the only one he must have. The emperor is stunned, accusing his son of being ungrateful and losing his mind over a woman. Yunqi simply turns away, his silence speaking louder than any argument. Seeing his unwavering resolve, the Empress Dowager realizes that the boy's legendary stubbornness has reached a new peak. She finally relents, but with a strict condition. Huyan must be sent to the palace immediately so she can personally teach the girl proper decorum. Yunqi agrees to the terms, promising to send her over the very next day. Internally, he can't help but smirk, wondering if his grandmother is truly prepared for the challenge of disciplining someone like Huayan. As the Empress Dowager departs to rest, the tension in the room shifts. Yunqi remains at his father's bedside, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken words. The emperor narrows his eyes, warning his son that he isn't as easily fooled as the matriarch. Yunqi drops a bombshell. While the emperor views the royal house as the center of the universe, to Huayan, the entire monarchy is less important than a simple jar of rouge. The emperor is visibly shocked by the insult to his lineage. He seethes with irritation, unable to believe that a girl would dare look down on the honor of being chosen by the crown prince. Yunqi brings up the casino incident again, forcing his father to face a harsh reality. With a sharp, knowing look, he reveals that he has been the one pursuing her against her will, and that if she had her way, her first choice wouldn't be the prince, but a man named Su Zizan. Far away, a haunting memory of a woman calling out for Zizan flickers through the air. At the serene Tanquan Mountain, a man with flowing white hair jolts awake in a natural spring, startled by the vivid dream of a woman in purple. He catches his breath, realizing it was just a vision. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps breaks the silence. He looks back as a servant approaches the water's edge. The messenger bows low, announcing that servants from the Marquess of Valor have arrived, signaling that the quiet peace of the mountain is about to end. Peace is a luxury Su Zizan cannot afford. His quiet reflection is shattered as he realizes he's being watched, his gaze hardening with immediate suspicion. A nervous servant delivers the news. Representatives from the Marquess of Valor have arrived and are demanding an audience. Su Zizan's patience is non-existent, and he barks a command to send them packing immediately. But the messenger persists, claiming the matter is urgent and requires a face-to-face meeting. With a heavy sigh, Su Zizan steps away from the mist-covered waters of Tanquan Mountain to address the intrusion. A matronly servant from the Marquess approaches, her presence a clear violation of his privacy. She wastes no time delivering a proposal, explaining that her master has hand-selected several girls for him to consider as a potential wife. Su Zizan's eyes narrow, a cold fire beginning to burn behind them. The matron continues, weaponizing the Marquess's long-standing friendship with him to justify this meddling. She wears a confident smile, oblivious to the fact that she is walking on thin ice. Nearby, Su Zizan's own servant breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the matron is practically begging for a death sentence. The situation turns lethal when the matron mentions his recent secret meetings with the future princess consort, even noting that he spent the night in the mountains with her. She claims the Marquess is merely worried about his health and reputation. That's the final straw. Su Zizan's hand blurs as he draws his blade. In a flash of steel, the sword is at the matron's throat, Su Zizan's voice is a deadly whisper as he asks since when anyone has had the right to interfere in his private affairs. The woman's confidence evaporates instantly, replaced by a paralyzing terror as she trembles beneath his gaze. He demands to know when a mere servant gained the liberty to judge his actions. His eyes go cold, devoid of any mercy. With a swift, decisive strike, he silences the messenger, blood splattering across the clearing. He looks down at the stained blade, ordering his men to send what's left of her back to her master. However, the outburst of violence triggers a physical collapse. Su Zizan clutches his chest, clearly suffering from a sudden, agonizing attack. Word of the incident reaches the palace instantly. A frantic report is brought to Yunqi. Su Zizan has fallen ill, and royal physicians are rushing to the mountain. Yunqi listens intently, knowing that Su Zizan doesn't lash out without a significant provocation. Acting with clinical precision, Yunqi orders a supply of rare herbs to be sent to Tangquan Mountain immediately to stabilize his friend. But there is a catch. Su Zizan must never know where the help came from. The servant bows, acknowledging the gravity of the secret mission. Yes, sir, he replies, prepared to move at once. Yunqi's resolve is absolute. He will hunt down the legendary ghost doctor and turn the world upside down if that's what it takes to save Su Zizan. Walking through the grounds of the East Palace, Hua Yan finds her mind drifting toward the crown prince. She immediately catches herself, blushing as she wonders why on earth she's thinking about him in broad daylight. She shakes off the intrusive thoughts, blaming Yunqi's recent overbearing behavior for her lack of focus. Her internal monologue is cut short when her maid, Qiyu, pulls at her sleeve, pointing out a sudden commotion nearby. They watch as a group of attendants hurried past, carrying various supplies. They find the steward, Mr. Fu, strictly overseeing the delivery of medicinal herbs. Hua Yan steps forward to ask what's happening, and Mr. Fu explains that Sir Zizan is suffering from a severe cold illness. He reveals that the prince is deeply concerned and has ordered the finest herbs to be sent to him immediately. The attendants whisper that Zizan has been plagued by this mysterious ailment since birth. Despite the prince's best efforts, a permanent cure remains elusive. Mr. Fu sighs, noting that the only person capable of truly healing him is the legendary ghost doctor, Tianbuju. Qiyu listens intently as Mr. Fu explains the difficulty of the situation. The ghost doctor hasn't been seen in over a decade, leaving them with no leads and a dying nobleman. Hua Yan thanks the steward for the information, allowing him to return to his duties. Alone with her thoughts, Hua Yan realizes the truth. Zizan's body isn't just cold, he is suffering from a bone-deep frost. She turns to Qiyu with a sharp, determined look. As a secret disciple of the ghost doctor's lineage, she knows she might be the only one who can help. Though she's only mastered a fraction of her teacher's medical arts, she refuses to let Zizan suffer. She instructs Qiyu to send a secret message to her master, preparing to intervene where the royal physicians fail. Suddenly, word reaches them that the crown prince has returned from the palace. Hua Yan wonders if he finally managed to convince the royal family to cancel their unwanted engagement. She tells Qiyu to finish the errand while she heads back to her quarters. Entering her room, she finds Yunqi waiting for her, looking entirely too comfortable. He informs her that he was sent by the Empress Dowager to escort her to the palace the following day. Hua Yan's heart lifts for a moment, hoping this means a decree of withdrawal is coming. But as Yunqi calmly sips his tea, he shatters her hopes. He reveals that both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager have dropped their opposition. The marriage is officially moving forward. Hua Yan is stunned into a daze, her dreams of freedom evaporating. She forces a sarcastic smile, praising the prince for his incredible capability in securing the match. Yunqi ignores the jab, warning her that if she refuses to show up tomorrow, his grandmother will personally come to fetch her. Hua Yan tries to keep her composure, taking a sip of tea to hide her frustration. Then, Yunqi drops a bombshell. To ensure she doesn't pull a vanishing act in the middle of the night, he plans on staying right there to keep watch. The news hits Hua Yan like a physical blow, causing her to lose all ladylike grace as she accidentally spits out her tea. She frantically tries to push him toward the door, insisting she isn't the type to run away. Yunqi just laughs at her flustered state, knowing exactly how much she wants to escape. He finally agrees to leave, but not before reminding her that no matter where she runs, he will always find her. The door slams shut as he exits, leaving a fuming Hua Yan behind. She stands alone, her resolve hardening. Even if the Emperor and the Empress Dowager are on his side, she won't be a submissive pawn. If she makes herself enough of a headache, they'll have no choice but to annul the marriage themselves. Inside the palace, the air is thick with tension as the Empress Dowager waits with growing impatience. She lets out a heavy sigh, her frustration visible, setting her tea down with a sharp clack. She demands to know why the prince is still at court and where his bride-to-be has vanished to. A frantic messenger rushes in to deliver the news. He trembles as he reports that the future princess consort is supposedly throwing a tantrum, refusing to show her face because she's angry with the prince. This is the final straw for the Empress. She stands tall, eyes flashing with cold authority, and declares that if Hua Yan won't come to her, she'll go to the East Palace to teach the girl some discipline personally. Meanwhile, far from the royal drama, Hua Yan is perfectly calm. She admits to her maid, Qiyu, that she has no intention of going to the palace. Her goal is to provoke the royals until they call off the wedding. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto a towering structure in the distance, the observation deck. A mischievous light glints in her eyes as she realizes how high it is. Ignoring the risks, she decides to ascend the deck to get a better view of her surroundings. Kilyu desperately pulls at her sleeve, warning her that the winds at that height are dangerous. But Huayan is undeterred, brushing off the concerns with a confident smile. She begins the long trek up. By the time she nears the top, her breath is shallow and her legs are heavy with exhaustion. With one final burst of energy, she reaches the summit and throws her arms wide in triumph. The view is breathtaking, a vast expanse of the kingdom stretching out before her. For a moment, she forgets her schemes and simply enjoys the breeze. But the peace is short-lived as she realizes the Empress Dowager has officially arrived on the grounds. The Empress marches through the palace gates, dragging a curious young princess along with her. The young girl is buzzing with excitement, eager to meet her new sister-in-law. The Empress, however, is in no mood for pleasantries, snapping that she hasn't even admitted the girl into the family yet. She warns the princess to stay focused and behave. The Empress' voice booms as she demands to know Huayan's location. A terrified servant points upward, explaining that the lady is currently on the observation deck. The Empress's face contorts. With rage, she has been waiting for half a day while Huyan is casually sightseeing. She orders the guards to lead the way to the tower immediately. They arrive at the base of the massive structure. The Empress looks up, her eyes narrowing as she spots a figure high above. As they begin the steep climb, the sheer height of the deck becomes apparent. High above, Huayan stands at the edge of the balcony, looking down at the approaching party with an ethereal, detached gaze. Her hair caught in the wind, she looks less like a rebel and more like a celestial being. The young princess is completely starstruck, whispering that it's no wonder her brother fell for someone so beautiful. Even the stern Empress is momentarily stunned into silence, forced to admit that Huayan's grace is unparalleled. She stares up at the girl who seems so out of reach. Recovering her composure, the Empress screams up at the balcony, ordering Huayan to come down and kneel before her. Huayan looks down, a hauntingly calm smile playing on her lips. She leans over the railing and asks a chilling question. If she were to jump from this height right now, would she still be forced to be Yun Qi's consort in death? Tuolem is a 1. A frantic maid peeks out from behind the curtains, her eyes wide with terror as she witnesses the chaos unfolding on the balcony. Tuolem Vever 2. She can't believe her eyes, shouting in a panic as she watches Huayan's reckless stunt from the heights of the tower. Tuan 23. Below, the Empress Dowager's patience has reached its limit, dismissing the girl's desperate pleas as nothing more than manipulative nonsense. Tuan Hum 4. But Huayan stands firm on the ledge, claiming she is a poor match for the prince and refuses to be the cause of South Chu's misfortune. Tuan Tuao Phi. Through a veil of tears, she makes her ultimate demand. She wants to leave the East Palace forever and never set foot in the capital again. Tuan Ho 6. The young princess looks on in sheer disbelief, questioning if Huayan is actually serious about this extreme rebellion. Tuan Ho 7. Even the court officials can only sigh in resignation at the impossible, high-stakes situation. Tuan 8. The Empress Dowager cold-heartedly reminds her that being chosen by Yun Qi is a blessing, and begging for an annulment is utterly pointless. 9. Realizing that even the matriarch is powerless to break the engagement, Huayan's grip tightens on the railing as she prepares for the unthinkable. 10. She steps toward the very edge, resolved to show that death is preferable to a life of forced royal duty. 11. High above the ground, her robes flutter violently in the wind as she prepares to take the final, terrifying plunge. 12. The crowd below erupts in a chorus of screams, pleading for the princess consort to be careful and step back from the brink. 13. The young maid can only stare in stunned silence as the scene reaches its breaking point. 14. Huayan crouches on the narrow ledge, the sheer height enough to make anyone's stomach turn. 15. She looks out at the horizon one last time, her expression a mixture of sorrow and ironclad determination. 16. Staring down at the hard stone floor far below, she knows there is no turning back from this leap of fate. 17. With a final desperate thought, she decides to gamble everything on this one chance at freedom. 18. She pushes off, her body becoming weightless as she hurtles toward the ground in a freefall. 19. The young princess screams in horror, unable to look away as she watches the fall. 20. The Empress Dowager is frozen, her face pale with shock as the gravity of the situation finally hits her. 21. Panic turns to a medical emergency as the Empress collapses under the stress, her attendants rushing to catch her as the courtyard descends into madness. 22. Huayan continues her rapid descent, the wind rushing past her as she falls through the air like a broken doll. 23. She braces for the impact, her eyes shut tight as she prepares for what she thinks is the end. 24. Just as she is about to hit the pavement, a blur of movement cuts through the air with incredible speed. 25. A set of heavy boots slams into the ground with professional precision, perfectly absorbing the force of the landing. 26. A mysterious masked man has caught her midair, sweeping her into his arms with effortless grace before she could touch the stone. 27. He reveals his professional duty, stating that he is strictly tasked with keeping an eye on the princess consort's movements at all times. 28. We flash back to the crown prince himself, Yunqi giving the secret order to his most trusted shadow guard. 2029. Yunqi's gaze is cold and calculating as he makes it clear. Her safety is the guard's only priority, and he expects no failures. 2030. The guard accepts the mission, knowing full well how volatile and unpredictable the prince's bride-to-be can be. 2031. Back on solid ground, a frustrated Huayan dusts herself off, annoyed that even a leap from a tower can't grant her an escape from this palace. 2032. She looks up with a sharp gaze, realizing that the crown prince's reach and his protection extend much further than she ever imagined. The palace erupts into total chaos as officials scramble, screaming for royal physicians to attend to the collapsed Empress Dowager. Amidst the panic, Huayan remains remarkably composed, comforting her terrified maid, Yu, by revealing she knew exactly what she was doing. She gambled on the fact that Yunqi had eyes on her at all times. Despite her calculated stunt, Huayan isn't heartless. She immediately orders Yu to check on the Empress Dowager, fearing the elderly matriarch might actually be ill from the shock. Nearby, the situation is dire as Princess Yunqi weeps over the unconscious dowager, though the attendants quickly realize the matriarch has simply blacked out from a fit of pure rage. Qiayu arrives on the scene, her face etched with worry as she surveys the damage her mistress has caused. Taking charge of the situation, she insists that the royal physicians perform a secondary check just to be certain. The palace staff wastes no time, lifting the Empress Dowager and rushing her toward the nearest winter pavilion for emergency treatment. An official watches them go, sweating bullets as he realizes his head is on the line if anything happens to the imperial family. As the dust settles, Princess Yunqi gazes at Huayan from a distance, acknowledging her beauty but feeling a genuine chill at how scary the woman is for jumping off a tower. She humorously wonders if her brother, the crown prince, is simply obsessed with a challenge, but ultimately decides she must accept the woman her brother has chosen. Huayan catches the princess staring, and the two lock eyes in a tense moment of mutual observation. Breaking the silence, the pink-haired princess introduces herself as Yunqi, the seventh sister of the crown prince. Huayan maintains her poise, offering a respectful greeting to the high-ranking royal. Yunqi can't help but ask the burning question, wasn't Huayan terrified of jumping from such a height? Huayan's response is bone-chillingly blunt. She was terrified, but she'd rather face death than a marriage to the prince. The princess is floored, unable to comprehend why any woman would reject her brother, the most sought-after man in the capital. Huayan paints a picture of a vast social divide, calling the prince a bright moon, while labeling herself as mere dust that doesn't belong by his side. Moved by this perceived humility, Yunqi grabs Huayan's hands, insisting that her brother's affection proves there is something uniquely special about her. The princess goes as far as to offer a comforting embrace, a gesture of sisterly support that surprises Huayan, who realizes this royal is nothing like the typical cold noble ladies she's used to. The two stand together in the courtyard, seemingly forming an unlikely bond. But Huayan is always 3 steps ahead. She casually mentions her deep fondness for Lu Jialing, the son of the Marquis of Reverence. The revelation hits Yunqi like a physical blow, leaving her completely stunned. The princess demands to know if she truly admires another man, and Huayan confirms it with a sharp, calculated exactly. Poor Yunqi is driven into a panicked frenzy, realizing she accidentally let slip her own feelings for Lu Jialing, while Huayan doubles down, praising the Marquis' son to further agitate the girl. Outraged that her brother's future consort is openly pining for another man, the princess reaches her breaking point. She storms off in a fit of tears, vowing to tell the crown prince everything so that Huayan and Lu Jialing are never allowed to meet. Qiyu is baffled, asking why her mistress would lie about liking a man she's never even met, but Huayan reveals the master plan. She wants the princess to complain so the Empress Dowager will finally kick. It's all a move to secure her freedom. Meanwhile, at the council hall, officials discuss the delicate mediation of unrest in the southwest states. As the meeting adjourns, the halls fall quiet for only a moment. Suddenly, a shadow guard flickers into existence with a whoosh, carrying urgent intel. He kneels before Crown Prince Yunqi, who is busy studying state texts. The guard leans in, whispering the report of Huayan's latest antics and her confession to the princess. Yunqi's eyes sharpen as the words sink in. He is incredulous, questioning if she really had the audacity to pull such a stunt. Slamming his desk in a mix of frustration and begrudging respect, he realizes she used his own protection as a safety net for her leap, calling her a scheming monarch. But instead of being deterred, a dark, determined look crosses his face. The more trouble Huayan makes, the more he intends to keep her. The night air is thick with anticipation at a bustling inn, where the local patrons and elite guards stand watch under the glow of red lanterns. Inside, the atmosphere is just as lively as Huayan takes a seat, casually browsing through the menu. She turns the pages with a practiced, calm hand, a serene smile playing on her lips as if she hasn't a care in the world. Her maid, Qiyu, is visibly on edge, worried that they've stayed out far too late in such a public place. But Huayan is undeterred. After her dramatic stunt, the palace, she's simply here to enjoy a quiet meal. Her presence doesn't go unnoticed, however. Outside, the young noble Lu Xiling spots the East Palace guards and realizes the crown prince's consort must be nearby. Driven by curiosity, he steps inside, wondering if the legendary beauty is truly as captivating as the rumors suggest. The entire room is already in a hush, the patrons mesmerized by the girl sitting at the center table. Hua Yan remains perfectly composed, radiating an aura of effortless elegance as she eats. The moment Lu Xiling lays eyes on her, he is completely struck by her beauty. He finally understands exactly why the crown prince is so determined to keep her by his side. With a steady step, he approaches her table, his presence drawing her attention. Hua Yan, still playing the part of the refined lady, invites her maid to sit and join her. She then looks up, meeting the gaze of the newcomer with a look of mild surprise. Lu Xiling offers a formal bow, introducing himself and offering a poetic compliment about her famous smile. Yan recognizes the name immediately. This is the man Su Zizan warned her about, and the perfect pawn for her next move. Lu Xiling politely offers to help her select the finest dishes from the menu, and she responds with a smile so radiant it leaves him momentarily dazed. Seeking common ground, Lu Xiling brings up her renowned reputation for gambling, sliding a set of dominoes across the table as an invitation. Hua Yan calmly pushes the tiles aside, dismissing the game for the moment. She tells him with a serious tone that she has something far more important to discuss tonight. Lu Xiling leans in, his curiosity piqued, completely unaware of the bombshell she's about to drop. With a look of fine sincerity, Hua Yan looks him in the eye and confesses that she has admired him for a very long time. The shock is instantaneous. Lu Xiling hides behind his book, his face flushing as he tries to process the scandal. The weight of her confession sends him into a total panic. He can't believe the princess consort would say such a thing. Hua Yan maintains her performance, keeping her expression soft and longing. Within seconds, the surrounding patrons begin to whisper frantically the news that the consort is interested in Lu Xiling is going to spread like wildfire. This is exactly what Hua Yan wanted. She knows this rumor will turn the royal court upside down. Even Qiu looks on in horror, realizing her lady is playing a very dangerous game. Lu Xiling stammers, desperately trying to backpedal and insisting he only wanted to discuss gambling, terrified of the prince's wrath. Seeing him so flustered, Hua Yan can barely suppress a laugh at how perfectly her plan is unfolding. Having accomplished her mission, she announces she's finished and prepares to leave. As they make their way out, a messenger passes her a hidden note. Qiu notices the genuine spark of joy in Hua Yan's eyes and realizes the letter is from home. Hua Yan simply smiles, asking if her happiness is really that obvious to everyone. But back at the table, Lu Xiling is left trembling in fear, wondering if he'll even survive the night now that he's become the center of a royal scandal. Back at the palace, the air is thick with tension as the crown prince, Yunqi, demands to know where his future consort has disappeared to this time. He barely looks up from his scrolls, already knowing the answer. Hua Yan simply cannot stay idle for a single second. A breathless guard arrives with an urgent update on the princess consort's latest public stunt. Yunqi's gaze remains cold and focused as he commands the man to speak. The guard hesitates before delivering the bombshell. Hua Yan has been publicly declaring her longtime admiration for Sir Lu. Yunqi slams his hand down, a dark sarcasm dripping from his voice as he realizes she'll resort to any scandal just to force an annulment. The atmosphere turns icy as the prince processes this blatant defiance of his authority. Unaware of the storm brewing, Hua Yan strolls back with her maid, actually hoping the prince will lose his temper and end their engagement. Suddenly, she stops dead in her tracks, her eyes locking onto a figure waiting in the shadows. There stands Yunqi, looking every bit the powerful ruler, framed by the moonlight and the weight of his royal status. His eyes snap open, pinning her with a look that promises a reckoning for her afternoon antics. With a biting wit, Yunqi mocks her feelings for the Marx's son, even offering to invite the man over so she doesn't have to sneak out. He rattles off a list of every man she's used in her schemes, his patience finally hitting its breaking point. Hua Yan doesn't flinch, instead offering a polite, mocking thanks for his generosity in managing her social life. She flashes a brilliant smile, completely ignoring the fact that the servants behind her are shaking in their boots, expecting an explosion. The guards can only watch in silence, terrified of the crown prince's impending wrath. Yunqi stares her down, his expression unreadable and dangerously sharp. Then, the mask shifts. He lets out a light chuckle, claiming he was only joking and calling her his wife with an unsettling calm. The sudden shift in his demeanor leaves everyone present completely bewildered by the prince's unpredictable tactics. Hua Yan fires back, warning him that a future emperor who plays such games will lose the trust of his people and ruin his reputation. Enraged by her lecture, Yunqi seizes her, pulling her into a firm grip to remind her that as long as he wears the crown, she is technically his princess consort, and that will never change. She struggles against his hold, protesting the sudden and forceful display of his royal authority. Ignoring her shouts, Yunqi pulls her toward the inner chambers, determined to settle this dispute over her conduct once and for all. The servants are left in a state of pure shock as the royal couple disappears behind closed doors. He pushes her toward the seating area, the gravity of the situation finally sinking in for the defiant consort. Looming over her, Yunqi's presence is suffocating as Hua Yan frantically questions what he thinks he's doing. He leans in, his voice a low growl as he reminds her of her official status and the futility of her escape. Hua Yan looks up, her usual confidence wavering as she realizes she may have finally pushed the prince too far. Cornered and out of moves, she can only plead for him to stop his aggressive enforcement of their political union. Yunqi towers over Hua Yan, keeping her pinned as he asserts his dominance in their psychological tug-of-war. He leans in dangerously close, his gaze piercing through her defenses as he continues to push her buttons. Hua Yan is left breathless, her heart racing as she tries to maintain her composure under the weight of his intense presence. Suddenly, the tension breaks as Yunqi lets out a laugh and pulls away, ending the intimidation tactic as abruptly as it began. He stands up with a smug smirk, leaving Hua Yan fuming on the bed. Realizing she's been played, Hua Yan glares at him, demanding to know how he dare fool her like that. Yunqi is unfazed, leaning back in to mockingly ask if his future consort was actually expecting something more to happen. Frustrated by his games, Hua Yan shoves him away, shouting for him to leave her alone. But Yunqi isn't finished, leaning in one last time to remind her with cold certainty that she belongs to him. He prepares to depart for official business, smugly suggesting she visit his study if she finds herself feeling lonely. Hua Yan snaps back at his retreating figure, reminding him they aren't married yet and to get out of her sight. The next morning, the palace is bathed in sunlight, but Hua Yan's mood is anything but bright. Exhausted from the night's mental warfare, she snaps at her maid Qiu to stop asking if she slept well. The peace is short-lived as news arrives. The emperor himself has arrived for an unexpected visit. Hua Yan realizes this high-stakes meeting is happening much sooner than she anticipated. Thinking fast, she orders Qiu to apply her makeup as vulgarly as possible, hoping to ruin her reputation and the marriage prospects in one go. She arrives at the garden pavilion, where the ruler of the empire awaits her. The emperor watches her approach with a keen, judging eye. Hua Yan offers a respectful greeting, hoping her garish appearance will make her look entirely unsuitable for the royal family. The emperor commands her to lift her head, scrutinizing every detail of her face. While he notes her makeup is excessive, he's sharp enough to see the street-smart beauty and potential hidden underneath. To her horror, he officially addresses her as the princess consort, signaling his total approval of the match. Hua Yan realizes her plan to look unworthy has completely backfired. The emperor then challenges her to a game of chess to test her intellect and character. He gestures for her to sit, beginning a psychological duel across the board. As the game begins, the stakes for her freedom have never been higher. He shifts the conversation to the recent scandals, asking if she truly likes the noble Lu Xiling. Hua Yan leans into the rumor, claiming she admires Lu Xiling immensely to prove her heart lies elsewhere. The emperor makes a calculated move on the board, acknowledging Lu Xiling's popularity among the capital's youth. He continues the game, his tone calm, but his words heavy with hidden meaning. Hua Yan focuses on the stones, trying to navigate both the complex game and the emperor's interrogation. He finally asks the million-dollar question. Why is she so determined to annul the marriage? She plays the commoner card, claiming her family's legacy is one of ordinary life and she isn't built for the palace. She explains that she prefers the taverns and theaters of the common folk over royal prosperity. The emperor sees right through her act, suggesting she only dislikes his son because he's too prestigious for her tastes. Hua Yan tries to soften the blow, stating it's not a matter of dislike, but rather a lack of compatibility. The final stone is placed with a definitive click. The emperor looks up with a sharp gaze. Hua Yan has lost the game. She concedes gracefully, admitting his superior skill in a moment of genuine defeat. The emperor notes that while she knows how to play, her distracted mind led to her downfall. As evening falls, he prepares to return to the palace, leaving Hua Yan standing alone in the pavilion. He stops in his tracks for one final, devastating word. He reveals that he actually approves of his son's taste and isn't fooled by her vulgar makeup or her tricks. His eyes narrow as he gives her an ultimatum. If she wants to break the marriage, she has to be the one to make the crown prince give up. Watching him leave, Hua Yan realizes she's up against a master manipulator. This old fox just made her mission nearly impossible. Under the fading glow of the sunset, Hua Yan finds herself lost in thought, the weight of her predicament finally sinking in. She can't help but recall the overwhelming presence of the crown prince, a man who seems to hold her entire future in his hands. Seeking a moment of peace, she retreats to the rooftop with her loyal maid Qiu, looking out over the sprawling palace grounds. When Qiu attempts to offer some gentle advice, Hua Yan's frustration bubbles to the surface, her expression tightening with annoyance. She turns to her maid with a sharp warning. If Qiu keeps trying to persuade her accept this life, she'll be trapped within these walls forever. Her resolve is hardening. She must escape the royal family's grasp, no matter what it takes. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the air. The crown prince, Yunqi, stands below, looking up at her with a knowing smirk. Both Hua Yan and Qiu are stunned to see him appearing out of nowhere. In a move of playful defiance, Yunqi casually kicks away the ladder, effectively stranding Hua Yan on the roof. The sheer audacity of the move sends a spark of fury through Yan. She stands her ground at the edge of the roof, shouting down that she doesn't need his help to get down. Yunqi simply smiles, confident that he has the upper hand in this little game of wits. Refusing to be intimidated, Hua Yan prepares to jump, convinced that the height is no match for her. She leaps into the air, her robes billowing as she descends with surprising grace. Below, Yunche's eyes lock onto her, his focus narrowing as he times his next move. He reaches out with lightning-fast reflexes. He catches her mid-air, pulling her into a secure hold before she can hit the ground. Hua Yan is momentarily speechless, caught off guard by his sudden proximity and the look of triumph in his eyes. To ensure she isn't jarred by the impact, Yunchi rolls as they land, taking the force of the fall against the soft grass. Hua Yan immediately leans over him, her anger replaced by a flash of genuine concern for his well-being. Yunchi looks back at her, completely unfazed by the tumble. He explains that since birth, he was trained in the most rigorous martial arts to strengthen his body for moments exactly like this. Realizing she's being toyed with, Hua Yan quickly pulls herself away. She storms off with an indignant huff, leaving the prince lying on the lawn. But Yunchi isn't finished. He calls out a new decree. From this day forward, they will eat every meal together. Later that evening, Hua Yan is baffled as a line of servants begins marching into her private quarters with an array of dishes. She enters to find Yunchi already making himself at home, waiting for her to join him. Hua Yan is visibly exhausted by his persistence, her patience wearing thin. However, Yunchi offers a surprising olive branch. He promises to maintain a strictly professional distance and won't flirt without her express permission. Hua Yan eyes him with deep suspicion, questioning if he actually means what he says. He meets her gaze steadily, vowing that he will never go back on his word. Hua Yan leans in, challenging him what will he do if he breaks that promise. Yunchi pauses, resting a finger on his chin as he considers the stakes. A confident smile spreads across his face. He delivers the ultimate wager. If he fails to keep his word, he will personally annul their marriage. Hua Yan doesn't hesitate for a second, it's a deal. The scene is set at the prestigious Zhao Manor, where the air hums with anticipation for the day's festivities. The announcement rings out. The crown prince has arrived, but behind the royal entrance, a silent tug-of-war is brewing. Hua Yan bristles as Yunchi maintains a firm, ironclad grip on her hand, challenging her to try and break free if she can. She glares at him, fuming at his audacity to force this public display of unity, when her only goal is to escape this marriage. Meanwhile, those caught in the fallout of the recent scandals can only watch from the sidelines, feeling utterly powerless against the prince's whims. Side by side, the royal couple makes their grand entrance, the weight of their combined presence silencing the room as they move toward the host. Mr. Zhao, the host of the hour, immediately drops into a deep bow to show his respect to the future ruler. Hua Yan observes the formality with a sharp, calculating gaze, playing her part as the dutiful consort to perfection. Yunchi, ever the diplomat, urges the old man to rise, reminding everyone that today is about celebrating Mr. Zhao's birthday, not rigid royal protocol. The host looks up, visibly relieved and honored by the prince's uncharacteristic grace. But the real focus of the crowd quickly shifts to the woman at the prince's side, whose reputation precedes her. With a protective hand on her shoulder, Yunchi officially introduces her as his princess consort, Hua Yan, ensuring every guest knows exactly where she stands in his hierarchy. Mr. Zhao bows again, overwhelmed by the prestige of having the future ruler and his bride grace his home. Hua Yan offers a polite, practiced smile, maintaining a strictly professional image as the center of attention. Internally, however, she's already plotting her exit, wondering how long she'll have to endure this title before she can finally secure her annulment. Her cool, detached demeanor leaves the host slightly unnerved, sensing a hidden depth to her character. Sensing her wandering thoughts, Yunchi delivers a sharp, playful knock to her head to snap her back to the present. He leans in with a look of absolute resolve, declaring that as long as he is in power, she will remain his princess consort. Nothing will change that. Hua Yan is left fuming at the public display of pampering, her inner thoughts screaming at his annoying habit of treating her like a child. Mr. Zhao is stunned. He's never seen the cold, calculating crown prince show such a gentle, focused side to anyone before. Without missing a beat, Yunchi guides her forward, his hand never leaving her arm as they navigate the crowd. They approach the highest authority in the room, offering a formal greeting to the emperor himself. The emperor surveys the pair with a critical eye, noting that Hua Yan looks much healthier than their last encounter. As the formal greetings conclude, a new presence approaches, her steps light and elegant as she joins the royal circle. It's Miss Zhao Qingxi, a vision of grace who bows respectfully before the emperor, acknowledging her place. Hua Yan takes the initiative, reaching out to build a bridge with the young lady in a display of social tact. She showers the girl with compliments, calling her a beauty that wins hearts at first sight, a clever move to de-escalate any potential rivalry. Miss Zhao remains humble, insisting that true beauty lies within, and that she is nothing compared to the legendary first beauty of South Chu. Flattered but maintaining her composure, Miss Zhao offers to lead the princess consort to the ladies' seating area. Before they leave, Yunchi interjects with a stern warning, stay away from the chilly breeze of the lake, as Hua Yan's health is still his top priority. He doubles down on his protection, ordering Matron Fang to guard the consort with her life, making it clear that any mishap will be met with severe consequences. Miss Zhao promises to take the utmost care of her guest, though the prince's intense focus on Hua Yan clearly leaves an impression on everyone watching. As they stroll through the willow-lined paths, Hua Yan tries to keep things casual, asking Miss Zhao to drop the formal titles. Then, she drops a bombshell, She casually mentions that her marriage might be annulled soon, and she could be sent home any day. Miss Zhao is floored. The idea of anyone wanting to leave the crown prince is unthinkable to a lady of her standing. She can't help but wonder if the prince only chose Hua Yan for her stunning looks, especially since he passed over so many other prestigious candidates. Suddenly, Hua Yan's sharp instincts kick in. She senses a hostile gaze coming from the shadows. Looming in the distance is a new, haughty figure, watching the scene with a look of pure disdain. The peaceful afternoon is about to be shattered. The banquet at Zhao Manor is in full swing, with noble guests lining the lush courtyard for a feast that's about to turn into a social battlefield. Among the observers is the eldest princess, her eyes fixed on the unfolding drama with a look of quiet concern. Nearby, Mrs. Zhao, the matriarch of the manor, maintains a stern and watchful presence over the gathering. Feeling a sharp gaze, Hu Yan leans in to ask Zhao Qingxi about a certain woman watching them. Zhao Qingxi whispers back that the woman is Lady Liu, the second wife of the Marquis of Valor. It turns out Lady Liu has a history. She was the childhood sweetheart of Su Zizhan, but ended up marrying his father instead, a bitter pill that has clearly left her resentful. Hu Yan doesn't flinch, coolly remarking that while Lady Liu might have a pretty face, she can't compare to the genuine inner beauty of someone like Zhao Qingxi. As Mrs. Zhao continues to observe the subtle power play, Lady Liu finally snaps, mockingly laughing at Hu Yan's supposed self-awareness. Inwardly, Lady Liu is seething. She hasn't forgotten how Su Zizhan once went to great lengths for Hua Yan, and she's determined to make the princess consort pay for it today. She begins loudly gossiping to the other ladies, bringing up rumors of Hua Yan's wild behavior at the gambling dens. With a venomous smirk, she claims that Hua Yan is only adored by the lowlives of the city. The surrounding nobles are stunned by such a direct public insult, with the elders whispering that Lady Liu has gone far too order. The eldest princess remains silent, letting the tension simmer, but Hua Yan isn't one to take a hit lying down. She laughs off the title of Marchioness of Valor and fires back, stating she never claimed to be a paragon of elegance, nor does she judge others by their surface. Her gaze turns ice-cold as she reminds Lady Liu that regardless of status, every person is a citizen of South Chu, pointedly telling the lady that she has learned a lot from her behavior today. Lady Liu is momentarily paralyzed by the sharp rebuttal. She tries to regain her footing by complimenting Hua Yan's eloquence, but Hua Yan just smiles, promising they'll have many more dealings in the future. Hua Yan leans in close, her expression turning dark and predatory as she whispers a warning that leaves Lady Liu visibly trembling. Shaken to her core, Lady Liu can only stare in shock, her hand white-knuckled as she grips the table for support. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps breaks the silence. The seventh princess storms onto the scene, her face flushed with indignation as she demands to know if Hua Yan truly loves Lu Jialing. She confronts Hua Yan directly, desperate for the truth, while Lady Liu watches from the sidelines, a devious grin returning to her face as she senses a new opening to ruin her rival. This is exactly what Hua Yan wanted. She knew the seventh princess wouldn't be able to resist such a scandal. In her mind, Hu Yan is already celebrating. If this confession leads to the emperor annulling her marriage to Yun Qi, she finally gets her freedom. Without a hint of hesitation, she admits it all, claiming she even jumped into the water and nearly died to prove her affection for Lu Jialing. The seventh princess is horrified that Hua Yan would admit to such a scandal in front of the entire court. Lady Liu seizes the moment, laughing hysterically as she lists off Hua Yan's supposed string of affairs, from Sir Shuli to Zizhan, and now Lu Jialing. She maliciously accuses the princess consort of having an insatiable appetite for the company of different men, leaving the crowd in absolute shock. While the eldest princess and Mrs. Zhao watch the reputation of the crown prince's betrothed crumble, Lady Liu addresses the entire banquet, sneering that everyone now knows exactly what kind of person Hu Yan is. But as the insults fly, a small, confident smile plays on Hu Yan's lips. She turns the tables with a single, devastating question. Lady Liu, are you being so harsh to me today because you're still secretly in love with Sir Zizhan? Hu Yan leans in, her voice a cold whisper as she asks the Marchioness if she's still harboring secret feelings for Sir Zizhan. Lady Liu is instantly paralyzed, her face draining of color as Hua Yan exposes the ugly truth. She was once engaged to Zizhan, only to abandon him and marry his own father, just to secure the title of Marchioness. With a mocking glint in her eyes, Hu Yan praises her such a calculated sacrifice, leaving the older woman speechless. The humiliation is too much. Lady Liu's eyes twitch with a murderous rage she can no longer hide. Her hands tremble, her composure shattering as she realizes her darkest secret has been dragged into the light. She can barely form words, stuttering in a pathetic display of shock and denial. Finally, she snaps, screaming at the top of her lungs as her dignity evaporates. Lady Liu lunges forward with a desperate strike, but Hu Yan is faster, catching her wrist in a vice-like grip before the blow can land. Looking down at the struggling woman, Hua Yan's expression is chillingly calm as she asks why the Marchioness is suddenly so excited. Lady Liu shrieks that she's being slandered, her face contorted in a mask of desperation. Hua Yan doesn't flinch, noting that the Marchioness seems to be burning with anger from the heat of the day. With a decisive shove, she breaks Lady Liu's balance. The Marchioness stumbles backward, her heels finding nothing but air at the edge of the pond. As Lady Liu begins to fall, Hua Yan reaches out a hand not to save her, but to bid her farewell, suggesting the cool water will finally cure her temper. The seventh princess watches in absolute horror, unable to believe what she's witnessing. Lady Leah's world turns upside down as she plunges toward the depths. She hits the water with a massive splash, instantly submerged and struggling, because she never learned how to swim. Below the surface, panic sets in as she gasps for air that isn't there. Nearby, the eldest princess calmly sips her tea, internally cheering that someone has finally put the arrogant Liu Fuxiang in her place. Lady Liu breaks the surface, flailing her arms and screaming for help as she begins to sink again. Huiyan watches from the bank with a detached, analytical gaze, showing no sign of remorse. Panic spreads through the onlookers as they realize the gravity of the situation. A frantic maid begins to scream for the guards to intervene. Huiyan immediately steps in, stopping the woman and telling her there's no need to involve others. Maintaining a professional sense of responsibility, she declares that since she caused the fall, she will be the one to resolve it. Without a second thought, she positions herself at the edge. Huiyan dives gracefully into the water, a move that sends shockwaves through the crowd. The maids are in an absolute frenzy now, terrified that the future princess consort is risking her life. The courtyard erupts in chaos as everyone screams for a rescue. Moments later, a hand reaches out from the water, gripping the grassy bank with strength. Huiyan hauls the unconscious Lady Liu onto the shore, her own maid Qiu rushing forward to help. As Lady Liu coughs up water, her first instinct is to mentally curse Huiyan, vowing revenge even after being saved. Qiu is more worried about her mistress, frantically noting that the cold water is dangerous for Huiyan's health. But Huiyan remains focused on the task at hand. Suddenly, a firm hand rests on Huiyan's shoulder. She turns, startled by the unexpected contact. It's Su Zixian. He stands there in his striking red robes, immediately wrapping his heavy cloak around Huiyan to shield her from the chill. His gaze then shifts to his stepmother on the ground, his voice dropping to a low, protective growl as he demands to know what she did to force Huiyan to risk her own well-being. Huiyan keeps her composure, looking up at Su Zixian with a playful smile as she thanks him for the cloak, treating the high-stakes confrontation like a mere coincidence. She maintains an air of serene innocence, even as the chaos she orchestrated unfolds around her. A drenched and humiliated Lady Liu shrieks in fury, accusing the pair of being adulterers in a desperate attempt to deflect blame. Huiyan doesn't flinch, coolly explaining that she only helped the Marchioness into the lake to help her cool down her burning rage. The atmosphere turns electric as the crown prince, Yun Qi, arrives on the scene, his presence instantly commanding the attention of everyone in the garden. A young girl rushes to his side, pleading with him to check on Huiyan's well-being after the accident. But the prince is calculated. He stops her, choosing to stand back and observe the drama to see exactly how these rivals handle themselves. He maintains a strictly professional focus on the situation, ordering Matron Fang to fetch a dry cloak for the princess to ensure the royal decorum is upheld. His gaze shifts to Huiyan standing with Su Zixian, and a flicker of sharp displeasure crosses his face as he takes in the sight of another man protecting his betrothed. Yun Qi then turns his freezing gaze toward Lady Liu, questioning if she has forgotten her status as a subject of the South Chu. His eyes narrow with royal authority, demanding an explanation for the public disturbance. Terrified by the prince's intensity, Lady Liu can only stammer, her confidence completely shattered. Yun Qi turns to Madame Zhao, demanding a professional assessment of how such a scandalous matter should be handled in her household. Madame Zhao is visibly shaken, struggling to find the right words to address the high-ranking nobles involved without causing further offense. Su Zixian watches the struggle with a knowing, confident smirk, ready to steer the narrative. He steps forward to clarify the ranks, firmly reminding everyone that Huiyan isn't just a candidate, she is the future princess consort. The two powerful men stand together, their combined aura creating a heavy silence that leaves no room for further argument. Realizing the shift in power, Madame Zhao bows in complete submission to the prince's authority. She acknowledges that she will follow whatever command the crown prince deems fit. Yun Qi continues his rebuke, accusing Lady Liu of reckless behavior and showing blatant disrespect toward the royal house by targeting the consort. The surrounding guests whisper in shock as they witness the Marchioness's social standing crumble. Lady Liu lets out a desperate cry of denial, but her pleas fall on deaf ears. Su Zixian mockingly adds that the consort only helped his stepmother into the water to settle her temper, and even personally pulled her out to form an acquaintance. He looks down at Lady Liu with total disdain, calling her a foolish woman who has brought this disgrace upon herself. Deep down, Lady Liu seethes with a silent, murderous rage, vowing that this isn't over. Yun Qi turns to Su Zixian, asking for his perspective on how to finalize the matter professionally. Su Zixian suggests that since it's a birthday celebration, they shouldn't make a scene, but his stepmother is no longer welcome and should be taken home immediately. In a surprising display of public affection, Yun Qi turns to Huiyan with a gentle, sparkling expression, asking for her final thoughts on the arrangement. The onlookers are stunned by how much the prince respects and values Huiyan's opinion. Huiyan offers a graceful smile, confirming she is perfectly satisfied with the decision to remove the Marchioness. Su Zixian's gaze turns sharp as he gives the final order. Take Lady Liu home and lock her up for 10 days of reflection. Lady Liu's eyes flash with pure venom as she realizes she has been completely outplayed. Refusing to let anyone touch her, she storms off the grounds on her own, her reputation in absolute tatters. Inside the quiet halls of the Zhao residence, the air is thick with unspoken tension as Crown Prince Yunqi draws back the curtain, waiting for the woman who holds his heart captive. Hua Yan finally steps out, her presence instantly commanding the room. The prince can't help but stare, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that speaks volumes. Dressed in a stunning nuance symbol, Hua Yan looks like a vision, but her words are sharp. She mocks him, asking if her beauty is the reason he's staring, or if he's finally ready to hand over the annulment letter, so she can leave the city for good. She teases him further, wondering if he's dreaming of another woman while she stands right there. But Yunqi isn't playing games. With a cold smirk, he tells her she's dreaming if she thinks this behavior will ever lead to a broken engagement. Hua Yan's expression hardens. She declares that whether she succeeds or not, she'll never stop fighting him. She's even willing to put her life on the line just to be free from him. Yunqi's eyes flash with a possessive fire. He leans in, making it crystal clear. In his entire lifetime, she is the only one he will ever want. Frustrated, Hua Yan clenches her fist, her resolve reaching a breaking point. She shouts that she'll go to extremes, even publicly claiming to love another man like Lu Xiaoling, just to force him to call off the wedding. Yunqi stands his ground, unfazed by her threats as he watches her spiral into anger. "What is so good about me that you're this resolute?" she cries out. Unable to comprehend his obsession, she threatens to humiliate him at the upcoming banquet, vowing to make his own followers demand her removal as the crown princess. Yunqi's response is a crushing blow to her plans. He declares that even then, he won't let go. He is willing to leave the Eastern Palace empty and keep the entire imperial harem vacant just for her. For a fleeting second, Hua Yan is stunned by the weight of his devotion, but she quickly regains her footing, screaming that she isn't worth it, and that she will never be willing to accept this life. The prince looks wounded, yet his determination doesn't waver. Hua Yan looks away, her voice dropping as she whispers that one day, he will finally understand why they can't be together. The heavy silence is broken by an announcement. The imperial physician has arrived. Yunqi immediately orders him to enter, ignoring Hua Yan's protests. She recoils, shouting that she absolutely refuses to be examined. Seeing her resistance, Yunqi takes decisive action, grabbing her sleeve to keep her from fleeing. He pulls her into a firm, protective hold, insisting that since she fell into the water earlier, a medical checkup is non-negotiable for her safety. Hua Yan gasps in shock as he expertly presses a specific acupuncture point to temporarily immobilize her. With a strictly professional focus on her well-being, he ensures she cannot struggle further. He lifts her into his arms, telling her to behave as he prepares to let the doctor do his work. He looks down at her with a mix of concern and authority, while Hua Yan can only glare back, trapped by his iron will. The prince settles her onto the bed as the physician begins his technical evaluation. Hua Yan lies still, looking pale and exhausted from their confrontation. The physician works in silence, his brow furrowing as he feels her pulse. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the doctor gestures for the prince to speak with him in private. In the shadows of the courtyard, the physician delivers a devastating diagnosis. Hua Yan is suffering from an extremely rare and complex blood deficiency, a condition so severe it threatens her very future. Yunqi's world shatters in an instant. The imperial physician delivers a devastating blow. Hua Yan won't live to see her 20th birthday. To make matters worse, her condition means she can never bear children, leaving the crown prince to process a future that is fading before it even begins. Yunqi stands in a stunned silence, the weight of the diagnosis crushing his heart. He refuses to accept this reality, suspecting a plot. He confronts the physician, demanding to know how a simple fall into the water could lead to such a dire prognosis. Enraged, he threatens the doctor's life, but the old man cowers on the floor, swearing that he would never joke about the life of a future consort. Seeing no other choice, Yunqi dismisses the physician with a cold command to leave. But before the man can vanish, the prince delivers a chilling ultimatum. If a single word of Hua Yan's condition spreads, the consequences will be lethal. The physician scurries away, terrified by the prince's intensity. Driven by a mix of desperation and grief, Yunqi slams his hand against the wall before pushing into Hua Yan's chambers. The sudden noise rouses Hua Yan, who is visibly exhausted from her ordeal. She immediately snaps at him, demanding to know why he continues to disregard her wishes and keep her confined. Yunqi's voice softens as he brings up her health, but Hua Yan doesn't flinch. She calmly confirms the truth. She knows she won't live past 20. Despite her looming fate, her desire for freedom hasn't changed. She pleads with him to break the engagement for the sake of the country. Yunqi's composure breaks. He grabs her, convinced this is just another cheap trick orchestrated between her and the physician to force an annulment. Hua Yan screams his name, frustrated that he won't listen to the truth. She insists that she has known about her terminal illness since she was a child in the Hua household. The prince remains stubborn, refusing to trust local doctors or anyone who would take her away from him. Hua Yan questions why he is behaving this way for someone so unworthy of the crown. She explains that even a legendary ghost doctor couldn't change her fate, but Yunqi is beyond reason, declaring that as the crown prince, he is the only one who decides who is worthy. He pulls her into a protective, desperate embrace, vowing that he will find a way to cure her no matter what. For a fleeting second, Hua Yan is moved by his dedication, silently thanking him for his efforts. However, she remains firm the wedding must be called off for the stability of South Chu and the honor of her family. Yunqi ignores her pleas for an annulment, his focus solely on her survival. He vows to search every inch of the territory until a cure is found. As he leaves her side, Hua Yan watches him, overwhelmed by the depth of a kindness she feels she can't repay. Stepping outside, the prince issues an immediate command to his subordinates. Find every traveling physician and the miraculous ghost doctor. He makes it clear that failure is not an option. In a rare moment of selflessness, he realizes that if it meant keeping her alive and well, he would even be willing to grant her the freedom she craves and break their engagement. His thoughts drift back to a simpler time the year he first encountered her at the Chuan River, when he was only 15 years old. Meanwhile, away from the heavy atmosphere of the palace, the 7th Princess Lu Xiaoling is losing her patience with the ongoing drama. But for Hua Yan, the center of the storm, the battle for her life and her freedom is only just beginning. 5 years ago, the Chuan River didn't just overflow, it exploded with a fury that crippled the entire region, leaving the capital in a state of absolute panic. Disguised and operating without official orders, Crown Prince Yunqi arrives at the front lines of Yongtang County. Determined to provide the relief the local magistrates refuse to give. His aide reports on the crumbling embankments and the desperate need for dredging. But Yunqi remains focused. He needs to see the devastation with his own eyes before he makes his move. Walking through the wreckage of a broken village, the gravity of the unauthorized mission weighs heavy on the prince's men. Amidst the sea of refugees and shattered homes, one figure immediately catches Yunqi's eye. It's a young girl, her face smeared with dirt, yet her eyes possess a clarity and resolve that seem out of place in this chaos. Who is that? Yunqi asks, his interest piqued by her calm demeanor. His subordinate admits he doesn't know her name, only her reputation. Despite her youth, she is incredibly capable, having already saved dozens of lives from the rising tides. Yunqi watches as she carries the elderly on her back, moving through the treacherous mud with a strength that defies her small frame. Intrigued by her selfless bravery, he orders his men to wait while he follows her deeper into the disaster zone. He watches as she gently reassures a terrified grandmother, her voice a beacon of hope. I'll put you in a safe place, she promises with a determined smile. Then I'm going back to the river to find your grandson. But the earth has other plans. The ground beneath them begins to groan and splinter with a sickening crack. With a deafening roar, the embankment finally gives way, sending a wall of debris and water toward the village. Yunqi's professional instincts kick in as he bellows for the crowds to disperse before they are swept away by the surge. Panic erupts as villagers scramble for higher ground. But in the middle of the torrent, a young child is caught in the current, screaming for help as she's dragged toward the deep. Without a second of hesitation, the girl Hua Yan charges toward the edge, shouting that she's coming to save her. Her face is a mask of pure, iron-willed determination. She hurls herself into the lethal, freezing current. She hits the water with a massive splash, vanishing beneath the white foam. Yunqi is stunned by her recklessness. He immediately begins rolling up his sleeves, unable to stand by and let a young girl face this nightmare alone. Hu Yan breaches the surface, coughing and gasping for air as the water tries to drag her under. Yunqi watches her every move, his gaze locked on her as she battles the elements. The water is a graveyard of jagged wood and heavy debris, crashing violently around her. She reaches out, her fingers straining against the crushing current to reach the drowning child. Their hands finally lock a desperate, life-saving grip. They are tossed like leaves in the crashing waves, fighting to stay afloat. Yunqi watches the struggle with bated breath, realizing the girl's strength is fading. Suddenly, a massive piece of heavy debris looms over them, falling from the sky like a guillotine. Hua Yan looks up, her eyes widening as she realizes they are about to be crushed. In a final, split-second act of selflessness, she uses every ounce of her remaining strength to shove the child toward the safety of the shore. She reaches out one last time as the debris crashes down, and the child can only watch in horror from the bank as her savior is swallowed by the violent, rising tide. The scene opens in the churning, freezing depths of the Chuan River, where Hua Yan is sinking into an abyss of darkness, her life force fading as blood clouds the water around her. Desperate to reach her, a young Yunqi dives headlong into the violent currents, his eyes locked on the girl disappearing below. As the light from the surface vanishes, Hua Yan's consciousness begins to slip, her final thoughts drifting to the child she just saved and the terrifying silence of the deep. Just as the water threatens to claim her forever, a hand shatters the surface tension, reaching through the bubbles to pull her back from the brink. With a powerful surge, Yunqi drags her into the air, screaming for a doctor as they breach the surface. Hu Yan is a ghost of herself, pale, battered, and barely breathing. Even in her semi-conscious state, she reaches out, her fingers weakly gripping Yunqi's sleeve as anchoring herself to the world of the living. Yunqi looks down at the fragile girl in his arms, his expression a mix of shock and intense focus. With her last bit of strength, Hua Yan doesn't beg for her own life. She whispers a plea for him to save the refugees. Moved by her selflessness, Yunqi carries her ashore through the wreckage, vowing that as long as he is there, no more lives will be lost. A flicker of peace crosses Huayan's face as she hears his words. Her hand slides down his arm as she finally lets go, trusting him completely. In that moment, Yunqi makes a silent, sacred promise to her, a soft smile appearing as he realizes he has found someone truly extraordinary. Years later, in the quiet halls of the Eastern Palace, the adult Qi reflects on that day, wondering if the terminal illness ravaging Hua Yan now was born from that freezing plunge 5 years ago. He gazes at a portrait of the young girl he spent a year searching for, revealing that from the moment he saved her, he had already decided she was the only one fit to be his princess. He grips the scroll tightly, his resolve hardening as he remembers how the Hua family risked everything for the people, achieving what even the imperial family could not. He stands tall, a man possessed by a single mission. He will find a cure, and he will not let her fade away again. Meanwhile, at the Phoenix West Court, the peace is shattered when the 7th princess, Lu Xiling, bursts into the room in a fit of tears. She confronts Hua Yan, accusing her of deception and demanding to know why she's playing with everyone's emotions. As the princess sobs about the supposed crush Hua Yan had on her brother, Hua Yan remains remarkably calm, gently wiping the girl's tears while teasing that her crying might drive her suitors away. The princess looks up, confused by Hua Yan's composure. With a tired but honest expression, Hua Yan finally drops the act. She confesses that she never actually liked Lu Xiling. It was all a calculated ruse to force the crown prince to break off their engagement. The princess is stunned into silence, her eyes wide with disbelief. Hua Yan confirms the truth with a heavy heart, explaining that she has no interest in the prince's affections. Lu Xiling can't wrap her head around it. How could anyone reject the perfect crown prince? But Hua Yan's frustration boils over. She wants a man who respects her wishes, not one who refuses to let go. She looks away, the weight of the future pressing down on her. She explains the harsh reality to the young princess. Yunqi is destined to be an emperor, a man who will belong to the state and a harem of concubines. With a sad, beautiful smile, Hua Yan admits that the prospect of fighting the entire world, just to stay by one man's side, is simply too exhausting for her to endure. The princess is left speechless by the depth of Hua Yan's wariness. To break the heavy tension, Hua Yan suddenly shifts gears, announcing her plan to visit a flower house for some professional business that evening. The princess's jaw drops in pure scandalized shock, and while the girls plot their next move, a chibi-sized Yunqi sleeps fitfully nearby, murmuring Yenner's name in his dreams. Hu Yan drops a bombshell that leaves Princess Lu Xiling completely floored. Tonight, she's heading straight for a brothel. Desperate to keep the young princess out of trouble, Hu Yan tries to shove her toward the palace, insisting she should be relieved they aren't friends. But Xiling isn't going anywhere. She digs her heels in, demanding to be part of the adventure. Hua Yan can hardly believe her ears. Is a royal princess really asking to visit a house of ill repute? Xiling admits her curiosity is piqued. She's heard stories and wants to see if the reality matches the rumors. Hua Yan tries one last warning. A place like this is no playground for a young girl, and the risk of being abducted is very real. Xiling just smiles and clings tighter, certain that with Hua Yan by her side, she's perfectly safe. Then comes the ultimate leverage. Xiling threatens to tell the crown prince everything, ensuring neither of them gets to leave the city. Hua Yan realizes she's been outplayed by her own excuse. With a heavy sigh, she relents, but with one strict condition. Xiling must follow every order and not breathe a word to ruin the plan. The princess is ecstatic, ready for the night of her life. Under the cover of darkness, they arrive at the imposing Spring Blossom House. The hostess greets them at the gate, curious if these two noble-looking ladies are looking for someone specific or just seeking a bit of entertainment. Without blinking, Hu Yan produces a massive banknote 50,000 taels of gold. She makes her intentions clear. She wants to know exactly which men she can book with a fortune like that. Xialing's eyes nearly pop out of her head at the sheer amount of wealth Hua Yan is throwing around. The hostess is stunned. A note like that is enough to reserve every single man in the Spring Blossom House for the entire night. Hu Yan doesn't hesitate. She demands the best room in the house and invites every gentleman willing to showcase their talents to join them. The hostess, smelling a massive profit, eagerly leads the way. They are escorted through the lavish corridors of the establishment, the hostess personally guiding them to their private quarters. When the doors open, they are met by a room full of professional male entertainers, leaving Xialing visibly overwhelmed by the sudden spectacle. One of the men approaches Hua Yan, boasting that the boys of Spring Blossom House are as refined as top-quality wine. He offers to let her personally verify their quality, leaning in close. But Hua Yan is a professional. She skillfully dodges his advance, maintaining a strict, business-like distance. She remains composed, reminding them that there's no rush. They have the entire night for the men to prove their skills through their performances. Beside her, Xialing is wide-eyed, finally realizing the magnitude of the situation they've stepped into. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the atmosphere is far more somber. Yunqi sits at his desk, focused on his duties, until a guard bursts in with an urgent report. The princess consort has sneaked off to the Spring Blossom House. Yunqi's gaze sharpens instantly. He questions if she's headed to Su Zijian's place. Without a second's delay, he stands, his expression icy as he commands his men to move out immediately. Inside the opulent halls of the Spring Blossom House, The atmosphere is thick with the scent of expensive incense and the sounds of professional entertainers. Hu Yan and Princess Xialing have taken over the main parlor. Seated with a cold, calculating elegance, Hu Yan looks up and demands the leader of the group introduce himself. The man, a refined entertainer named Dong Ji, bows respectfully, boasting he has mastered the nobleman's 6 arts from music to arithmetic, ensuring a sophisticated experience for any client. He leans in with a practiced, professional charm, promising to use his skills to help the older sisters forget all their worldly worries. Hu Yan isn't easily impressed, but she offers a sharp, challenging smile. She tells him that if he truly believes his technical talents can distract her, she's willing to let him try. She casually holds out her glass, signaling for a pour of their finest wine. As Dongji serves her, he remarks on her remarkable presence and asks for the name of the woman bold enough to hire the entire house. Without a flicker of hesitation, she drops a bombshell. Her name is Hu Yan. The color instantly drains from Dongji's face. The surrounding staff freeze in absolute terror as the realization hits them like a physical blow. This isn't just any noble woman. She is the future crown princess. While the men tremble at the potential political fallout, Hu Yan remains unfazed, telling them not to be so dazed and to keep the wine flowing. Dongjai, his voice shaking, points toward the young girl beside her, asking for her identity. Xialing is currently in high spirits, giggling and demanding more refreshments. Hu Yan coolly identifies her as the crown prince's 7th younger sister. Dongjai clutches his head, realizing they are hosting the 2 most dangerous women in the empire. However, seeing no way out, he resolves to provide the most impeccable service possible to ensure their satisfaction. Hu Yan leans back, commanding the young men to demonstrate their various artistic skills one by one. As the performance continues, Princess Xialing eventually succumbs to the refreshments and falls fast asleep on the table. Dongjai approaches Hu Yan again to refill her cup, maintaining a strictly professional focus on his hospitality. He leans forward to serve her, but the air in the room suddenly turns ice cold. A lethal swoosh cuts through the silence, and Hu Yan's eyes sharpen as she senses an incoming attack. With lightning-fast reflexes, she shoves Dongjai out of the way just as a projectile whistles past. The entertainer hits the floor with a heavy thump, paralyzed by fear. More blades streak through the air in a blur of silver. Dongjai cries out for mercy as a dagger embeds itself into the wood right next to his head. Then, the doors practically explode as a terrifying presence fills the room. Crown Prince Yunqi has arrived, looking like a god of vengeance amidst a storm of killing intent. Terrified and trembling, Dongji stammers that he never actually touched her. Yunqi stands tall, his aura suffocating. He remarks on the absurdity of the situation usually. It's women who have to track down their men at such establishments. Hu Yan looks up at him, her expression unreadable. She mockingly asks if His Highness has lost his sight, questioning why he's making such a scene. Dongji tries to plead his case, claiming they are merely law-abiding citizens providing a service. Suddenly, the tension is cut by a mocking voice. Su Zizhan appears, leaning against the screen with a smirk. He scolds the prince, noting that word has already spread about his arrival on that Yunqi doesn't care about the whispers. His reputation is already in the gutter, and this confrontation only sinks it further. Su Zizhan isn't backing down either, warning the prince that he won't tolerate such outbursts in his establishment. He threatens to retaliate for every drop of blood spilled, matching Yunqi's intensity with a cold glare. Yunqi remains unfazed, welcoming the challenge as the tension between the East Palace and the Marquis of Velour reaches a breaking point. Watching the 2 men square off, Hu Yan realizes this clash was inevitable the moment Su Zizhan stepped into the room. Su Zizhan sneers, mocking the crown prince for being so desperate to cling to a woman who clearly wants nothing to do with him. But Yunqi fires back, telling the Marquis that he carries burdens and responsibilities that a man like him could never comprehend. Hu Yan watches the exchange in silence, her expression unreadable as the power struggle unfolds. Su Zizhan's gaze lingers, his frustration mounting as he realizes the depth of the conflict. Turning his back on the prince, he delivers a final, chilling warning. If Yunqi fails to win her over, he shouldn't be surprised when someone else claims her heart. As he leaves, Hu Yan realizes her plans have been thwarted. The messenger she expected never arrived because Yunqi intercepted them. She confronts him directly, asking why he's so intent on pulling her into his orbit, and if he's truly the only one who can accompany him on his lonely path to the throne. Yunqi drops a bombshell. He's already investigated her every move. He knows she's been using him as a pawn in her scheme to annul their marriage. Hu Yan is momentarily stunned, her calculated mask slipping as he reveals his hand. He stares her down, showing no signs of backing away from the challenge. Seeing the game is up, she leans into her defiance, admitting she's a woman who uses others and asking if he's finally ready to end the engagement. But Yunqi's response is bone-chilling. It's far too late for him to let her go now. He reveals that he has completely blocked her communication with the palace, leaving her with no choice but to face him. Hu Yan's lips curl into a sharp, mocking smile. She mockingly praises his overwhelming capability, though her eyes remain cold and calculating. Meanwhile, back at the Spring Blossom House, Su Zizhan's fury turns toward his own subordinate, scolding Dongji for failing to defend himself after years of training. Dongji bows low in shame, admitting he was too slow and shouldn't have allowed Hua Yan to step in the way of an attack. Su Zizan's temper flares. The mere fact that the entertainer was in a position to let Hua Yan get involved is an unforgivable offense. With a look of absolute coldness, he orders the man to end his own life for his failure. As a torrential downpour begins to soak the capital, Yunqi prepares to depart, demanding a rain poncho for the journey ahead. He stands resolute against the storm, his mind focused on the chaos brewing within the palace walls. The East Palace looms in the distance, shrouded in gray mist and rain. An official rushes to him with dire news. The Kinchin Supervisory predicts the rain will cause a massive flood at River Chuan. Yunqi immediately demands the location of the storm's peak. When the official confirms the threat to the river, Yunqi's expression tightens with immediate concern. He knows the stakes for the kingdom have just been raised. Inside, Huyan watches the storm through the window, unaware of the prince's next move. Attendants rush to Yunqi's side, pleading with him to wear the poncho to avoid falling ill in the freezing rain. Instead, he takes the heavy garment and wraps it firmly around Huyan to protect her health. She tries to brush him off, insisting she doesn't need his protection. Ignoring her protests, Yunqi sweeps her off her feet, carrying her through the downpour. Huyan struggles in his arms, demanding to be set down, but Yunqi's grip is ironclad as he pushes forward through the storm. As they head toward the palace, a strange, haunting sense of familiarity washes over Hua Yan, leaving her confused by the prince's actions. They arrive at the Phoenix East Wing, where Yunqi immediately orders his servants to prepare hot water and ginger soup to ward off the cold. Hu Yan looks around in confusion, realizing she's been brought to an unfamiliar part of the palace. He explains that this is his private quarters, chosen specifically because it was the closest shelter to the gate to prevent them from getting soaked. As they prepare for a necessary bath to stay warm, Hua Yan is caught off guard by the prince's sudden lack of hesitation in his own chambers. Feeling the situation becoming too personal, she announces her intention to leave immediately. The night ends with Hua Yan looking completely overwhelmed by the prince's unexpected intensity. The rain lashes against the rooftop as the storm rages outside. Inside the prince's quarters, the atmosphere is just as turbulent. Yunqi hovers over Hua Yan, his presence overwhelming as he pins her to the bed. Panicked and cornered, Hua Yan bites back, threatening that if he forces his hand now, she will ensure their marriage is annulled immediately. Yunqi's gaze is like ice, unwavering and intense as he stares her down. Hu Yan continues to struggle, demanding he let go of her this instant. Leaning in dangerously close, Yunqi mocks her bravado, asking if she's finally learned the meaning of fear. Hua Yan's mind races. She realizes her mistake in not trusting him, acknowledging that she was reckless to visit such a dangerous place alone. Yunqi's expression softens slightly, but his resolve remains firm. He sits up, lecturing her on the sheer stupidity of a girl with no martial arts skills wandering into a den of trouble. He asks her point blank, what would she have done if things had gone south? His eyes reflect a rare flash of genuine concern as he waits for her answer. The heavy tension is broken when a servant tentatively enters, announcing that the ginger soup is ready. Yunqi takes the tray, dismissing the servant with a sharp look. He carefully stirs the steaming broth, then holds a spoonful to her lips, commanding her to open up. Hu Yan's stubborn streak flares up, and she insists she's perfectly capable of drinking it herself. Yunqi doesn't argue. He simply tells her to be good and finish it all while he goes to bathe. As the sound of splashing water echoes from the screen, Hu Yan fumes in silence. She curses Yunqi under her breath, accusing him of using the seventh princess as a false pretext to control her. She downs the soup with a grimace, grumbling that she hopes he stays in that bath forever. From the other room, Yunqi's voice drifts through, telling her that if she's sleepy, she should just go to bed first. Hu Yan resolves that she has to keep living, if only to spite him, puffing in annoyance as she turns away. Outside, the rain continues to pour as she sits alone, processing the night's chaos. Yunqi eventually returns, dressed in clean white robes. Finding Hu Yan resting, he leans over to tuck her in. His voice is a low whisper as he promises to protect her and find a legendary healer who can finally cure her ailments. He places a gentle kiss on her forehead, warning her that starting tomorrow, the disaster relief at River Chuan will demand all his time, so she must take care of herself while he's gone. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Marcus Suzanne sits in cold, brooding silence. His subordinate looks at him in sheer disbelief, asking if he's actually gone mad. Su Zizhen coldly explains his philosophy. He has no use for a failure. Since Dongji was useless in his mission, he's better off dead. On the floor, a battered Dongji trembles, awaiting his fate. The subordinate pleads for mercy, arguing that killing him now would be a massive waste of the resources and years spent training him. Relenting, Su Zizhen changes his tune, ordering Dongji to receive 100 slaps and spend a month in isolation reflecting on his failure. A terrified but grateful Dongji bows low, thanking the Marquis for sparing his life. When the subordinate continues to stare, Su Zizhen snaps, threatening to gouge his eyes out if he doesn't look away. The guard wonders why the Marquis is being so lenient compared to the Crown Prince's usual wrath. He boldly asks if Su Zizhen has actually fallen for the future princess consort, Hua Yan. Su Zizhen dismisses the idea as total nonsense, standing up to leave as the guard continues to tease him for his obvious change in behavior. But as he walks into the night, Su Zizan's cold facade cracks. He looks up at the rain, the image of Hua Yan burned into his mind, as he wonders if he really has developed feelings for the one woman he shouldn't want. Morning light filters through the tranquil East Phoenix court, where Hua Yan remains tucked away in her private chambers. Stirring from her sleep, she's surprised to find a heavy quilt draped carefully over her. Who covered me with this? She wonders, the unexpected warmth of the gesture lingering. She takes a moment to gather her thoughts, sitting at the edge of the bed as she prepares to face the day. Crossing the room, her eyes land on a small desk where a handwritten note has been left for her. The message is from Yun Qi. He explains that the recent rainstorms have caused severe flooding at River Chuan and that he is personally handling the crisis. He also mentions an invitation from his grandmother. Deciding to honor the family request, Hu Yan calls for her attendant, Chuayu, ready to depart for the manor immediately. Qiuyu is visibly stunned, noting how unusually cooperative and well-behaved her mistress is being today. However, the note ends with a final, protective command from the prince. Go home early. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the imperial court is suffocating. Dire reports of a brutal ambush in the southwest have reached the capital. The king of Anyang's son has been intercepted, and Sir Shuli is missing after a fall from a cliff. Panic erupts among the gathered officials, but Yun Qi remains a pillar of stoic silence amidst the growing commotion. Seeking a solution, the Marquis of Valor suggests that Su Zizan be the one to lead the troops and restore order to the region. The suggestion is met with immediate resistance. Another official counters that the journey is too long and the danger too great, fearing the mission would be a death sentence for the Marquis' son. The two men begin to clash openly, their bickering filling the hall while the border crisis remains unresolved. Yun Qi's gaze sharpens, his patience with the political infighting reaching its absolute limit. Cutting through the noise with authority, the crown prince stands and makes a shocking declaration. He will lead the troops to the southwest himself. The court erupts in a desperate protest. The officials beg him to reconsider, insisting that the fate of the kingdom hinges on his safety, and that he must not risk himself in a war zone. With a sharp, silencing gesture, Yun Qi shuts down the debate. He delegates the ongoing flood relief duties to Mr. Li and announces his final decision: he leaves for the front lines tonight. The weight of his command leaves the officials in a stunned, heavy silence. Across the city, Hu Yan arrives at the elegant gates of Mei's Manor to fulfill her social obligation. She is formally introduced to the First Madam, a meeting thick with the weight of familial expectations. The Madam is immediately captivated, praising Hua Yan as a fair lady and comparing her grace to that of a goddess. Hu Yan remains perfectly humble, skillfully deflecting the praise by claiming she is merely a dim star and expressing a desire for self-reflection. The younger members of the family look on, completely dazzled by her composed presence. Suddenly, the formal atmosphere is broken as a flamboyant young man makes a grand entrance, boldly claiming he has everything a woman could want and demanding her attention. Hua Yan stands in the serene gardens of Mei Manor, but the peaceful atmosphere is quickly shattered by a flamboyant arrival. A young man with disheveled hair and a loose robe wanders in, ignoring his sister-in-law's sharp rebukes to mind his manners. This is Mei Shuyu, the house's notorious younger brother, who radiates a carefree, almost reckless energy. Hu Yan maintains her composure, offering a polite bow to the eccentric host. With a theatrical flourish, Shuyu gestures for her to follow him, eager to lead the future consort away from the stiff formalities of the main hall. As they walk through the lush, sun-drenched estate, Shuyu drops a sudden, probing question. Why exactly does she like Lu Jialing? Hua Yan doesn't miss a beat. She closes her eyes, seeing right through his provocations, and calmly informs him that it would be better to stop spinning such transparent lies. Shuyu is momentarily stunned, his jaw dropping, as he wonders how she could possibly read him so easily. Hua Yan simply explains that she recognizes the tactic. It's the exact same feeling she gets when she uses Lu Jialing as a shield to block a metaphorical sword. Finding a kindred spirit in her bluntness, Shuyu admits he's in a similar bind. He's currently pining for Zhao Qingxi, who is in the process of selecting a husband, but his family thinks he's a poor match. Hua Yan is surprised, questioning if anyone would actually consider the prestigious Mei family unworthy. Shuyu clarifies with a sigh the family is fine, but his grandfather thinks is far too foppish and unreliable for someone like Qingxi. He quickly tries to pivot back to his gossip, demanding the truth about her feelings for Lu Jialing. Hu Yan offers a strategic trade. If he provides proper hospitality, she might just share what she knows about Qingxi's husband search. Excited by the prospect, Shuyu offers a rare privilege: he will take her to the private courtyard that belonged to Yun Qi's late mother. Hua Yan warns him that his grandparents might be furious if they find out, but she doesn't turn down the chance to see the crown prince's hidden history. The duo sets off, leaving the main festivities behind. Shuyu practically drags her along with childish enthusiasm, much to the silent concern of the household staff watching from the corridors. They venture deep into the Mei family's rear courtyard, a place of quiet reflection and hidden secrets. They finally arrive at a secluded, elegant building. As they step inside, the atmosphere shifts from playful to somber. Hua Yan looks around the room, feeling the weight of the past in every corner. Shuyu's voice turns serious as he explains that after his aunt passed away, all that remained of the once warm Yun Qi was his current, chilly temperament. Hua Yan mentions the rumors of the Mei family's tragic health, But Shiyu quickly corrects the record with a haunting revelation. These weren't slow deaths from illness. They were sudden and unexpected. This revelation hits Huyen like a physical blow as she realizes that Yunqi has been carrying an unimaginable amount of pressure and grief alone since he was a child. She stares into the distance, realizing that the crown prince's shoulders are burdened by far more than she ever imagined. Memories of their time together flicker through her mind, the quiet moments in his study, and the rare, genuine smiles he only seemed to show her. She begins to wonder if his desire to marry her isn't just about the Hua family's political influence, but something far more personal. As evening falls, the carriage wheels rumble on the path back home. Her maid yawns, exhausted by the day's events, but Huyen remains lost in thought, her mind racing. However, her introspection is cut short by a shocking report that reaches her ears. Yunqi, the crown prince, is heading to the dangerous southern border entirely on his own. Shocked by the news of Yunqi's sudden departure, Huayan peeks through the curtains, her heart racing as she seeks confirmation. Is he really heading to the dangerous Southland? The palace staff confirms the grim reality. War is brewing, and the crown prince has decided to personally suppress the unrest. Wasting no time, Huyan's footsteps echo through the corridors as she rushes toward the East Palace. Determined to see him off, she declares she will wait for him in the front hall, no matter how late it gets. Night falls over the grand estate, the heavy silence only adding to the mounting tension. The East Palace main hall stands imposing under the moonlight, the stage for a final meeting before the campaign begins. Finally, Yunqi emerges from his chambers, his presence commanding even in the late hours of the night. He finds Huyan waiting, though the long hours have forced her into a light doze at the table. He approaches silently, his gaze softening as he reaches his future consort. Taking a seat beside her, he waits for her to realize he's arrived. A rare, gentle smile crosses the prince's face, showing a side of his character few ever witness. Huyan stirs, blinking away sleep as she realizes she's no longer alone. For a moment, the two simply lock eyes, the weight of the upcoming separation hanging heavily between them. Yunqi leans in with a focused intensity, questioning why she was so desperate to see him before his departure. She cuts straight to the point, demanding to know if the rumors about his mission to the Southland are true. He confirms the mission but offers a reassuring promise. He will return safely before she knows it. True to her nature, Huayan snaps back, masking her deep-seated worry with a sharp denial of any concern for him. Looking out at the pale moon, Yunqi explains the necessity of the trip and why he must leave her behind for her own safety. He advises her to take better care of herself in the capital, but she dismisses his care with a cold, "None of your business." However, his trip isn't just about war. He vows to scour the Southland for legendary doctors and ancient medical texts to find a cure for her condition. He leaves her with one final, firm command: stay here and wait for his return. Huayan throws out a final, biting threat: if he takes too long, she'll annul the marriage herself. Watching from the shadows, her maid Qiyu is stunned, realizing her mistress has never acted this way before. Yunqi offers a final, professional parting gesture, steadying her as he prepares for the long road ahead. The interaction leaves Huayan visibly flustered, her usual composure momentarily shattered. Desperate to regain her footing, she abruptly calls for her maid to leave the hall. She beats a hasty retreat, unable to look back at the man who is about to walk into a war zone. Yunqi watches her go, a small smile playing on his lips despite the gravity of the situation. Standing alone in the courtyard, he prepares to finalize his departure. He summons his elite secret guard, issuing a high-priority order: stay behind and protect the princess consort with everything he has. The guard acknowledges the weight of the task, swearing to defend Huyan's life with his own. With his mind at ease, Yunqi looks toward the future, resolving that they will finally wed the moment he steps back into the capital. Meanwhile, the palace walkways remain still, but beneath the surface, new plans are forming. Knowing the prince's primary guards have left, Huyan immediately shifts into strategist mode, preparing to mobilize her own forces. She orders Qiyu to contact their secret agents in the southwest. She needs eyes on every move Yunqi makes. The directive is clear: keep the prince safe at any cost, even if it means sacrificing her own agents in several states. She justifies the move as a necessity for the state, though her actions speak of a much more personal devotion. Qiyu pledges her absolute loyalty to Huayan's cause, ready to exile if it means supporting her lady's secret mission. But while Huayan plans to protect him, a shadow looms over the Palace of Peace. Inside the secluded hall, a secret meeting is taking place that could change everything. A mysterious informant delivers a piece of news with a chilling, triumphant smile. The revelation sends shockwaves through the room as the elder's eyes widen in horror. The informant has just claimed that Huayan is infertile. The stakes have never been higher as a single rumor threatens to shatter the imperial lineage. Within the shadowed halls of the palace, the Empress Dowager's face contorts with a mix of shock and fury as she demands Her informant doesn't flinch, swearing on their very life that a medical professional has confirmed the diagnosis, and they have a witness to prove it. Seeing the gravity of the situation, the elder dismisses the messenger, her eyes narrowing with a cold, calculating resolve to uncover the absolute truth. Across the grounds, a peaceful afternoon is shattered when Huayan's maid, Qiyu, bursts into the room, her composure completely gone. Huayan looks up, her voice steady as she asks what could possibly cause such a panic. The maid can barely catch her breath, leaving Hu Yan to wonder if this news concerns the departing Prince Yunqi. Frustrated by the silence, Hu Yan demands the truth, her patience wearing thin. The news is a bombshell. 5 days ago, the Empress Dowager dispatched a royal edict to Linen. The decree is final. The marriage between Hu Yan and the Crown Prince has been officially annulled. Qiyu reveals a daring tactical victory. While Yunqi's guards tried to intercept the decree, Hu Yan's secret agents were faster, seizing the document before the prince's men could interfere. Within 3 days, copies of this annulment will be plastered across every city in the land, making the split irreversible. As the weight of the moment hits, the physical edict slips from Hu Yan's fingers, drifting to the floor like a fallen leaf. Soon, the common folk gather in the streets, whispering as they read the public notices that confirm the Crown Prince is once again a free man. The wind rustles through the trees, signaling a change in the political seasons. Qiyu watches her mistress closely, searching for a sign of heartbreak, but Hu Yan simply looks away, claiming with a hollow tone that this is a good thing and exactly what was needed. Tears well in the maid's eyes as she realizes they have finally avoided the royal fate the head of the Hua family dreaded most. Hu Yan stares into the distance, acknowledging that her long, complex battle with Yunqi has reached its end. Their ties are officially severed. She clutches her sleeve, the silent gesture betraying the heavy emotion she refuses to voice. Turning back to the room, she gives the final order. Pack everything. It's time to return home to Linen. Her mind drifts back to a year ago at the Hua Manor. Her grandfather had issued a stern warning. If she chose the royal family, she would be expelled from their clan forever. Back then, a younger, more spirited Hua Yan had laughed off the idea, promising she had no desire for a throne, and would instead stay to lead the family and care for her hundreds of clansmen. Her grandfather had beamed with pride, calling her the best granddaughter in the world. Back in the present, the carriage is ready. Hu Yan's expression is a mask of stoic determination as she prepares to leave her royal life behind. Behind her, the discarded edict lies on the floor of the empty room, a forgotten relic of a life that almost was. Qiyu takes one last look at the chambers, her heart heavy with the finality of their departure. As they step out, Hu Yan stops to retrieve a small token, perhaps a final reminder of her time here. Her silk slippers click against the stone as she walks toward the exit. Rows of palace servants and guards drop to their knees, offering a silent, respectful farewell to the woman who was nearly their future empress. With Qiyu at her side, Hu Yan doesn't look back. She gives the command to move out, her gaze fixed firmly on the horizon. They reach the massive palace gates, the towering wood and iron representing the final barrier to her freedom. Hu Yan pauses, reflecting on her journey. She had first entered these walls through a secret, unconventional path, but today, she chooses to exit through the main gates with her dignity intact. Suddenly, she senses a presence waiting for her in the shadows. The heavy gates creak open, revealing a tall silhouette standing in the light. Hu Yan's breath hitches as she recognizes the figure. It is the mysterious, white-haired man, his presence as commanding as it is unexpected. Neither speaks a word. They maintain a strictly professional distance as they pass each other in the gateway, a silent acknowledgement of their shifting roles. As Hu Yan walks away, the man watches her go, his piercing eyes reflecting a future that remains unwritten. As Hu Yan steps out of the palace shadows, she finds she isn't as alone as she thought. The mysterious white-haired man, Sir Zizan, lingers just a step behind her. Growing tired of the unwanted shadow, Hu Yan stops in her tracks, demanding to know why he's tailing her. Zizan's intentions seem pure. He's determined to personally see her safely back to her clan. But Hu Yan isn't looking for a bodyguard. She rejects his offer with a cold, sharp dismissal. There's no need. Turning to her maid Qiyu, she asks if Linen sent an official escort. The answer is a quiet no. It seems the family wants them to navigate the return journey on their own. Accepting this, Hu Yan decides to embrace her new freedom, choosing a slow, relaxing pace for their trek. That's when Qiyu notices a stray letter that had been dropped in the commotion. She asks if the Missy wants to read the contents now, sensing it might be important. Dismissing her past life, Hu Yan tells her to just throw it away. She's finished with palace business, but Zizan isn't so quick to discard it. He snatches the letter as Qiyu reveals a terrifying detail. The message is about the Crown Prince. Zizan's gaze hardens instantly. A letter concerning Yunqi. The weight of the situation shifts the air between them. He quickly unfolds the paper, his eyes scanning the lines with desperate speed. The contents are a tactical nightmare. Zizan realizes with horror that Yunqi is walking straight into a deadly ambush. The news strikes Hu Yan like a physical blow, her composure shattering as the reality of the danger sinks in. Without a second thought, her plans for a relaxing journey are incinerated. She spins around, her focus narrowing with lethal intent. A confused Qiyu asks where she could possibly be headed now. The answer is spoken with absolute conviction. The Southland. She's heading straight into the heart of the war zone. Zizan refuses to let her face the chaos alone, vowing to accompany her to the front lines. Hu Yan hesitates, reminding him of his cold illness and the brutal toll such a journey will take on his body. But Zizan is resolute. He was the one meant to lead those troops. He feels he owes Yunqi his life and refuses to let him fall. Seeing his iron determination, Hu Yan agrees, but with a strict condition. If his health fails, she will leave him behind to recover properly. Qiyu watches the intense exchange, realizing their quiet life in Linen has been traded for the fires of battle. Zizan offers a reassuring look, promising to maintain his health specifically so he can fulfill his duty to protect her. Looking at his sincerity, the icy walls around Hu Yan's heart finally begin to crack. In a rare moment of vulnerability and warmth, she whispers a genuine, "Thank you." Efficiency takes over as Hu Yan hires Kuyu to secure the finest horses and a carriage reinforced with cushions to keep Zizan warm during the trek. As they set off, her mind is already miles away on the battlefield. Yunqi, just hold on. I'm coming to save you. A thick, suffocating mist swallows the world as a haunting vision begins to take shape. A silk hair ribbon drifts aimlessly through the gray void, a lingering remnant of a memory lost to the fog. Through the haze, the silhouette of a woman appears, standing alone against the encroaching cold. Su Zixian watches as the dream fractures, seeing Hu Yan and Yunqi together, yet feeling a world apart. He tries to close the distance, but his footsteps feel heavy, anchored to a reality that is rapidly dissolving. The figures begin to blur and fade into the blinding white light of the subconscious. Reaching out with a desperate cry, he begs for the vision to stop, but the dream has already claimed its prize. Su Zizan bolts upright, his breath hitching as he claws his way back to consciousness. Sweat beads on his forehead, the terror of the nightmare still clinging to his skin like a shroud. Beside him, Hua Yan remains in a deep, peaceful sleep as their carriage continues its relentless journey toward the southern border. He exhales, pressing a hand to his head, still stunned that they actually managed to escape the suffocating grip of the capital. He looks at the sleeping Hua Yan, his mind racing with the bitter truth that Yunqi's royal status will never allow her to find true peace. He berates himself for his own hesitation, wondering when he became so timid when her future is on the line. He remembers his silent vow beneath the starlight, that as long as he is by her side, no one will ever hurt her again. Watching her rest, his resolve hardens into steel. The carriage suddenly lurches over a rough patch of road, snapping Hua Yan awake as she demands to know their progress. Her attendant, Qiu Yu, leans out the window and confirms that their destination is finally within sight. The carriage rolls to a stop, and the group steps out into the crisp, open air of the wilderness. Hu Yan wastes no time. She has a specific objective to complete before they can proceed. She reaches for a slender jade flute, its surface gleaming in the daylight. Bringing the instrument to her lips, she plays a sharp, melodic sequence that echoes through the mountain pass. The atmosphere shifts instantly, the wind picking up as leaves begin to dance in a rhythmic swirl. Su Zizan watches in awe as the hidden mechanisms of the forest react to the music, demanding to know what she's done to trigger such a reaction. With a final note, the powerful enchantment dissipates, revealing a hidden path that was invisible to the naked eye. Su Zizan is floored. He hadn't even realized they were standing in the middle of a high-level magical formation. Before them lies the breathtaking Peach Blossom Valley, a sanctuary hidden from the chaos of the warring world. Hua Yan shoots him a sharp look, unimpressed that he failed to notice the dropping of the veil. High above, birds scatter into the sky, signaling their arrival to the master of the valley. They discuss the legendary immortal Luo Jin, though Qiu Yu seems to view the powerful figure as nothing more than a stubborn old man. In the distance, a serene figure begins to materialize through the falling petals. This is the immortal celestial being, a legendary figure Su Zizan has been tracking for years. Hu Yan notes that the spies tailing them will likely find a way inside as well, but her focus remains on the path ahead. She turns to Su Zizan with a serious command. From here on, she must travel to the southern border alone. Su Zizan immediately pushes back, insisting that this journey is too dangerous for her to handle without his protection. But Hua Yan challenges him, telling him to stop relying on others and to finally take fate into his own hands to protect those he cares about. He stares at her, silenced by the weight of her words. Realizing the conversation isn't over, they decide to move further into the valley to finish their discussion in private. As they pass through the final grove of blossoming trees, Hu Yan stops dead in her tracks, her eyes widening in pure shock. Standing there, framed by the falling pink petals, is a face she knows all too well, her older brother, Huizhuo, who has been waiting for her arrival this entire time. Hu Yan stands frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stares at the figure waiting for her in the mist. Emerging like a vision from the petals of Peach Blossom Valley is her brother, Huizhuo, who calmly admits he knew her journey would lead her right to him. Nearby, Qiu Yu watches the reunion with a mix of surprise and relief. Overwhelmed with emotion, Hua Yan can only whisper the words, "older brother," her voice trembling. Huizhuo reaches out, resting a hand gently on her head in a gesture of pure sibling comfort. He speaks with a soft but firm resolve, telling her he wants her to live a life free of grievances and to follow her heart without hesitation. His expression shifts, his gaze turning razor-sharp as he makes a chilling vow. If anyone, even the imperial family, dares to bully his sister, they will pay the price. Touched by his unwavering protection, a genuine smile finally breaks through Hu Yan's shock. Huizhuo returns the smile, his presence radiating a sense of calm authority. Curious, Hu Yan asks how he managed to be here of all places. He simply notes that he knew she would need his support at this exact moment. Shifting his focus, he looks toward their loyal attendant, causing a flustered Qiu Yu to blush under his gaze. He kindly asks how she has been lately, and she shyly confirms she is doing well while clutching the blossoms. Hu Yan can't help but tease the two of them with a playful, lighthearted look. While the others are caught up in the reunion, Zizan stands back, noting the undeniable family resemblance. Always the pragmatist, he tells the group to stop blocking the valley entrance with their riddles and get moving inside. The scene shifts drastically to the harsh, war-torn Southland. Crown Prince Yun-chi sits tall on his horse, surveying the treacherous cliffs of Shuli, where an ambush likely awaits. He remains the picture of a cool-headed commander, ordering his troops to restructure and take a brief rest as they pass through the gorge. Behind him, a massive army stands at the ready, awaiting his signal. For Yun-chi, this is the final stand. Win or lose, the war for the southern border ends today. In the quiet moment before the storm, he allows himself a small smile, his heart set on returning to the capital. He envisions Huiyan waiting for him, her memory serving as his greatest motivation. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by a messenger arriving with an urgent letter. Yun-chi takes the scroll, his expression hardening as he senses the weight of the news. As he reads the contents, the color drains from his face. The message is a total betrayal of his efforts. The Empress Dowager has officially decreed a full retreat. Stunned and reeling from the political sabotage, Yun-chi can only gasp in horror as his entire strategy crumbles in his hands. Deep within the serene, pink-hued sanctuary of Peach Blossom Valley, the tranquility of the architecture masks a high-stakes medical gamble. An old man with a flowing white beard, the legendary physician Tian Buju, stares down his pupil with a stern gaze, demanding to know where her manners have gone. Despite her status, Huiyan bows deeply, offering a respectful greeting to her master. Tian Buju doesn't hold back, lecturing her that her medical skills have dulled over the years. He asks point blank, does she regret the path she's chosen? Huiyan looks away, reflecting on her journey, before whispering a quiet, determined "I don't." Her defiance sparks the old man's temper as he erupts in a fit of frustration. He rants at the heavens, wondering what he did to be punished, with two such difficult students, shouting hateful at the top of his lungs. But Huiyan has no time for theatrics. She cuts to the chase, urging her master and brother to work together to reconnect her meridians and restore her kung fu. The revelation catches her brother, who is Zhuo. Completely off guard, he never even knew she possessed such power. Huiyan explains that she deliberately sealed her own kung fu long ago as a desperate measure to retire from her marriage. Zhuo's expression darkens with concern. Unsealing one's power is a notoriously dangerous and excruciating process. He wonders if she can truly survive the ordeal. A heavy silence hangs between the siblings. Tian Buju continues to grumble about her lack of respect, but his irritation can't hide his underlying concern. Finally, he commands them to follow him into the inner chambers. They enter a room filled with ancient medical jars and the scent of bitter herbs, the atmosphere thick with tension. Lie down, the master orders. He prepares his needles, turning to Zhuo with a sharp warning. During this delicate meridian operation, there is zero room for error. Zhuo nods, his face a mask of absolute focus. Even in the face of agonizing pain, Huiyan's spirit remains unbroken as she teases her brother not to pass out on her. As the needles are prepped, she settles in, reminding herself that she survived the pain of sealing her power, so she can certainly handle the restoration. Outside the pavilion, the valley remains still as the grueling procedure takes place. Once finished, Zhuo steps out, dismissing the attendants with strict final instructions. Huiyan emerges shortly after, looking revitalized as she thanks her companions for their care. She jokingly reveals the motivation she gave her master. If he failed to save her, she'd personally cut down every peach tree and pluck every herb in his precious valley. However, the levity fades quickly. Zhuo is visibly upset, begging her to let him accompany her on her next journey. With a sudden, swift motion, Huiyan tests her restored strength. A massive shockwave of energy ripples through the valley, rustling the trees and proving her power has returned. She assures him she is faster alone, and has already recovered 80% of her peak strength in a matter of minutes. Zhuo watches her, his heart heavy with a mix of pride and worry. He promises to remain right there, waiting for her return. He watches her departure with a lingering, sorrowful gaze. Huiyan offers one last, gentle smile before disappearing into the distance. The scene shifts violently to the chaos of the front lines. Arrows whistle through the air as Yun-chi fights for his life. Covered in the grime of battle, his face is etched with exhaustion and the weight of a losing war. Miles away, Huiyan pushes her white horse to its absolute limit, the sound of galloping hooves echoing across the desolate plains. Her face is a mask of desperation as she prays she isn't too late, screaming into the wind for Yun-chi to hold on and stay alive. The horizon is choked with the soot of 1,000 fires as we open on a landscape scarred by brutal warfare. The sun struggles to pierce through the thick, suffocating haze of a battlefield in ruin. Tattered flags flutter over a land soaked in the aftermath of a desperate struggle. Huiyan gallops through the wasteland, her eyes scanning the carnage for any sign of life amidst the devastation. Bodies litter the parched earth, a grim testament to the intensity of the recent clash. Her heart sinks as she recognizes the uniforms. These are the soldiers of South Chu. A terrifying thought grips her. Is it possible that Yun-chi has already been defeated? Suddenly, she intercepts a group of soldiers fleeing the front lines in a blind panic. Without hesitation, she draws her blade with clinical precision, blocking their path. The Crown Prince personally led his troops into battle. For what reason are you willingly deserting? She demands, her voice cutting through the chaos like a whip. She keeps her weapon ready as the soldier stumbles back, his mind clearly shattered. He descends into a fit of manic, hollow laughter, screaming that everything is crazy and that everyone is already dead. The sheer horror of his psychological break leaves Hua Yen momentarily paralyzed with shock. Snapping back to reality, she halts another retreating man. Is the Crown Prince still alive? She shouts, desperate for any shred of tactical information. The soldier trembles, reporting that they are hopelessly outnumbered and trapped in a losing position. They likely won't hold out until the evening. Hearing the dire clock ticking, Huyen spurs her horse into a dead sprint, praying Yunqi can survive long enough for her to reach him. Meanwhile, back at the tranquil Peach Blossom Valley, the atmosphere is equally tense. Hua Zhuo seizes a subordinate by the collar, demanding to know where Su Zizan has disappeared to. The man freezes, completely overwhelmed by Hua Zhuo's intense interrogation. Physician Tian Buju enters the frame, calmly noting that there is no need for such force. The boy undoubtedly left to secretly follow and protect Hua Yan. Hua Zhuo's expression darkens as he realizes the tactical nightmare of having an amateur in a war zone. Breaking under the pressure, the subordinate finally speaks up. He begs the elder to help save his master before it's too late. The truth finally comes out. Su Zizan is suffering a severe flare-up of his cold sickness. Yet he still ordered his horses to be readied so he could look after Huiyan's safety. Hua Zhuo looks at his hands, processing the weight of his information. To drag a failing, dying body into a combat zone for the sake of his sister shows a level of dedication that changes everything. I will go personally, Hua Zhuo declares, his resolve hardening into steel. Miles away, the sound of galloping hooves echoes across the terrain. A rider grips the reins with white-knuckled intensity. Su Zizan is visible on horseback, his face deathly pale as he clutches his chest, fighting through the agonizing physical toll of his condition to keep moving. And further ahead, Huiyan continues her frantic ride toward the front lines, the fate of the Crown Prince and the Empire hanging in the balance. Huiyan's boots hit the blood-soaked earth as she finally reaches the front lines, the stench of war filling the air. Her heart sinks as she scans the carnage, desperately calling out for the Crown Prince through the haze of battle. There, amidst a sea of enemies, Yunqi stands alone on his horse, facing down a massive rebel force with unshakable dignity. Huiyan watches in horror, realizing the sheer scale of the trap he's walked into. He is completely outnumbered. Yunqi grips his weapon, his knuckles white with resolve as he prepares for the end. He stares down the rebel leader, Jing Jian, demanding to know why a man whose life he once spared is now leading an insurrection against the throne. Jing Jian remains unmoved, declaring that the southwestern tribes will no longer be mere appendages to South Chu. They seek total independence, fueled by a century of resentment. Drawing his bow, the rebel leader offers a final, hollow mercy. Retreat now and leave the tribes alone, and he might let the prince live. Jing Jian's eyes are cold, hardened by his singular focus on liberation through blood. He issues a final ultimatum: take one more step forward, and there will be no going back for anyone. Yunqi doesn't flinch. With a defiant smirk, he asks the traitor if he truly believes he has the power to kill the Crown Prince of the East Palace. Without another word, he spurs his horse into a desperate, final charge against the entire line. Steel flashes and blood sprays as Yunqi cuts through the first wave of opposition with lethal grace. A desperate soldier tries to drag the prince down with him, but the prince's focus remains unbreakable as he fights for every inch of ground. Yunqi's eyes sharpen, calculating every move in the surrounding chaos. As his horse is targeted, he leaps into the air with superhuman agility, abandoning his mount to continue the assault on foot. He strikes with technical precision, his palm connecting with a resounding thud against his next opponent. The force of the blow sends an enemy flying, clearing a momentary path through the thick of the horde. He lands amidst the dust, his gaze momentarily snapping toward the horizon as he senses a presence. In the distance, he spots a familiar figure. Huiyan has arrived, but she has run straight into the kill zone. Huiyan freezes, the sight of Yunqi surrounded by hundreds of blades stealing the breath from her lungs. Seeing her, a soft, tragic smile touches Yunqi's lips, a silent, final goodbye to the woman he loves. Jing Jian sees his opening and screams the order for his men to ready their bows. A wall of archers steps forward in terrifying unison, their movements mechanical and deadly. They draw back their strings, the sound of tension filling the valley like a death knell. The wood of the bows creaks under the strain of 1,000 arrows aimed at a single man. Yin Chai. Huiyan screams, her voice cracking as she sprints toward him, desperate to reach him before the volley. Yunqi closes his eyes for a fraction of a second, accepting the inevitable weight of his duty. But he isn't alone. His shadow, the secret guard Yun Ying, moves with blinding speed to intercept the coming storm. Jing Jian drops his hand, shouting the command that seals their fate. Fire! The sky turns black as a literal cloud of arrows descends upon the prince. Yunqi stands his ground, refusing to show fear even as death rains down from above. Yun Ying prepares himself, his mask hiding the face of a man about to fulfill his ultimate purpose. He remembers his solemn vow. He is the prince's best secret guard, and he will protect the princess consort with his very life. As the arrows strike, Yun Ying throws his body in front of Yunqi, becoming a human shield against the onslaught. The impact is a deafening roar of wood and iron piercing flesh. Hua Yan reaches the center of the storm, pleading for Yun Qi to run, oblivious to the carnage already unfolding. Yun Ying collapses into Hua Yan's arms, his back bristling with arrows as he uses his final moments to shield her from the stray shots. Fresh blood drips onto Hua Yan's robes, the warmth of it a sickening contrast to the cold reality of the battlefield. She stares blankly, her mind refusing to process the sacrifice occurring right in front of her. She catches the dying guard, watching as the light leaves his eyes. Nearby, Yun Qi struggles to breathe, blood welling up in his throat from his own internal wounds. Tears stream down Hua Yan's face as she looks from the fallen guard to the dying prince. Yun Qi stands trembling, his body riddled with the enemy's spite, yet he refuses to fall while she is watching. He tries to speak, his voice a ragged, bloody whisper as he looks at Huyan one last time. With blood staining his chin, he offers her a smile of pure, heartbreaking peace, telling her to stay alive. His strength finally fails, and the crown prince of South Chu begins to fall backward. He hits the ground with a heavy thud, his regal headpiece falling away into the dirt. The battlefield falls into a haunting silence as the leader of the empire lies motionless in the dust. Hua Yan collapses beside him, her world completely shattered as she sinks into a depth of despair from which there may be no return. Hua Yan slowly opens her eyes to find her brother, Hua Zhuo, standing over her with a heavy, judgmental silence. Still reeling from the chaos of the battlefield, she struggles to process her surroundings or how she even got here. Hua Zhuo reveals the staggering toll of her actions. She pushed her body past its breaking point, unsealing her kung fu just to save those caught in the ambush. She lowers her head, the weight of her choices and the physical exhaustion pressing down on her. But despite her condition, there is only one question burning in her mind. Where is Yun Qi? The answer is a cold blade to the heart. Hua Zhuo bluntly declares the crown prince is dead and commands her to forget him. Horror washes over her face as she gasps out the word in pure disbelief. Her brother doesn't flinch, confirming the brutal reality. Yun Qi was shot to death by a relentless volley of arrows. Stunned into a hollow silence, Huyan can't comprehend why she was spared while he fell. Hua Zhuo explains that Su Zizan was the one who managed to pull her and the guard from the heat of the slaughter, ensuring their survival. She sinks into a deep, agonizing grief, the image of the fallen prince haunting her. Her brother remains firm, reminding her that while Yun Qi is gone, she is still needed by her clan and must move forward. He tells her to reflect on her future before turning his back on her. The heavy thud of the closing door leaves her completely alone with her ghost. Her hands tremble as she grips the sheets, her mind racing with agonizing what-ifs. She tortures herself with the thought that if she had only been strong enough to block those arrows, Yun Qi might still be alive. She can't reconcile the man she knew with such a sudden, violent, and how could a legend die so easily? A single tear escapes as she questions the source of her agony. Is it just guilt for being weak, or has she truly fallen for him? Finally, the dam breaks, and she collapses into a fit of sobbing, the answers remaining just out of reach. Outside, Hua Zhuo stands firm, justifying his lie as a necessary cruelty to sever her connection to the prince forever. He vows to himself that he will allow nothing to happen to her again, no matter the cost. However, the peace is short-lived as a messenger arrives with a game-changing report. The crown prince was actually rescued by the son of Anyang. Hua Zhuo realizes he's been outplayed. The entire death was a clever scheme, and Yun Qi is being used as bait in a much larger political play. He stares into the distance, realizing the Hua family is now walking a razor's edge. Meanwhile, in a distant and opulent palace, the air is thick with secrets. Inside a lavishly draped chamber, a mysterious woman maintains a silent, professional watch over a recovery bed. There lies Yun Qi pale and heavily bandaged but breathing. The woman prepares a cup of medicine, her movements calm and calculated. She stares down at the unconscious prince with a dark, satisfied smile, whispering that she has waited a very long time for him to finally be in her reach. Under a sky filled with drifting petals, Huayan stands alone in a quiet garden, her heart heavy with a loss she believes is final. The vibrant cherry blossoms offer no solace to her grieving soul as she gazes into the distance. For a fleeting moment, a vision of the man she lost seems to haunt the very air around her. With a sharp, decisive crack, she snaps a flowering branch from the tree, her expression hardening into one of cold resolve. She carefully gathers the delicate blossoms, holding them close for one last second. In a symbolic gesture of finality, she digs into the earth, burying the flowers as if entering the fragments of her own shattered heart. Stepping away from the makeshift grave, Huyan leaves her grief behind. She has no more room for tears, only for the mission ahead. The scene shifts to a tense infirmary where Huyan and Su Zizhan await word on a critical patient. She looks to the elderly physician, demanding a status update with professional urgency. The news is grim. The cold illness ravaging the patient's body is only getting worse. With a heavy sigh, the doctor reveals the devastating truth. He has only 3 months left to live. Huyan's eyes widen with desperate intensity, refusing to accept a death sentence. The physician mentions one legendary cure, the bug of almighty poison from the Southland, but his voice trails off, signaling a catch that could cost everything. He warns her that pursuing this bug is a path of no return, one that will bring Southland's deadliest assassins straight to her door. Despite the danger, Hu Yan doesn't hesitate for a single second. She declares her intent to claim the poison, her gaze burning with an unbreakable will. Su Zizan watches her, visibly moved by her fearless dedication. The doctor reminds her that the prize is locked within the most heavily guarded sector of the Southland Royal Palace. But to Hu Yan, the risk is irrelevant. The Hua family always returns a favor, and she will save this life at any cost. Su Zizan stands stunned by her courage, realizing that her resolve is nothing less than legendary. Hu Yan quickly outlines her strategy, planning to track the King of Southland through his upcoming visit to the Golden Buddha Temple. She prepares to depart for the enemy territory the very next morning. As she turns to leave, Su Zizan reaches out, catching her arm to stop her. Their eyes meet in a moment of shared purpose. He isn't going to let her walk into the lion's den alone. He's going with her. Together, they commit to the perilous journey to Southland. Miles away, the sun sets over the imposing and sun-drenched spires of the Southland Royal Palace. Deep within the palace's private chambers, a lone figure sits up in bed, his body wrapped in thick bandages. It's Yun Qi. He opens a small, ornate box, his fingers trembling as he looks at a precious keepsake. Though battered and recovering from his near-fatal wounds, his mind is clear. Thinking of Hua Yan, he makes a silent, ironclad vow. Once the chaos in Southland is settled, he will find her. 3 days into their journey, Hu Yan and Su Zizan stop at a remote inn near Wolong Gorge, just 200 miles from the Southland border. Hu Yan sits in quiet contemplation, her mind likely on the dangerous mission ahead. Su Zizan stands before her, the silence between them heavy with unspoken words. Suddenly, the peace is shattered as a projectile whistles through the air, but Hua Yan's reflexes are lightning fast as she leans back to dodge the surprise strike. Her eyes sharpen instantly, shifting from a mourning traveler to a lethal warrior in a heartbeat. Su Zizan draws his blade with a determined look, admitting he's impressed and challenging her to a formal spar. Hua Yan gives him a look of pure disbelief, but she doesn't hesitate to draw her sword and leap into the fray with a powerful surge of energy. The two warriors clash outside the inn, their blades creating a storm of steel and sparks against the backdrop of the forest. Hu Yan parries a strike with fluid precision, her movements far more refined than a typical fighter. Su Zizan presses his advantage, but he's finding it nearly impossible to break through her ironclad defense. With a final, swift maneuver, Hua Yan catches him off balance, signaling the end of the match. She stands victoriously, lecturing him that his crooked moves are no match for her disciplined martial arts. Su Zizan offers a gentle smile, admitting that he has no desire to actually hurt her during their training. Hu Yan isn't buying the excuse, questioning his odd techniques with a playful but skeptical glance. Su Zizan's expression turns serious as he confesses that even if she is the stronger fighter, his only goal is to be there to protect her. The sincerity in his voice catches Hu Yan off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. She quickly brushes off the sentiment, turning away and signaling that it's time to continue their journey. Watching her walk away, Su Zizan feels a sense of relief, glad to see the spark of life returning to her eyes. Meanwhile, within the opulent walls of the Southland Royal Palace, the recovery of the Crown Prince is well underway. Yun Qi sits with his advisors, carefully reviewing the latest progress reports on a high-stakes investigation. The heavy doors to his chamber swing open, interrupting the briefing. The Princess of Southland enters, her presence commanding attention, as she asks about the prince's physical state. Yun Qi remains professionally distant, coolly stating that he feels much better. The princess approaches him, expressing concern that he might catch a cold while he is still in a weakened state. She insists on helping him adjust his formal robes, acting as diligent hostess to the recovering prince. Her fingers deftly work the intricate tassels of his garment, ensuring the royal attire is properly secured. She leans in to check the fit, asking if the adjustments meet his satisfaction. Yun Qi's expression remains stoic, his focus entirely on the political documents in his hand rather than the prince's care. As she continues to meticulously straighten his robes, the atmosphere in the room becomes increasingly tense. Suddenly, Yun Qi's hand flashes out, firmly gripping her wrist to halt her movements. He meets her gaze with an unwavering and sharp intensity, preparing to address the princess directly. In the heart of the Southland Palace, the air is thick with unspoken tension. The princess looks on with a hopeful gaze, promising to grant any request the crown prince might have, but Yun Qi remains cold and distant. He turns his back on her, his voice low and commanding as he requests that his arrival in Southland be kept a total secret. His mind is elsewhere, weighed down by the turmoil of the Southwest tribes. He claims he's only here to oversee government affairs, masking his true condition with a stoic expression. The princess isn't easily fooled. She eyes him suspiciously, questioning if his sudden injury and need for recuperation were all part of a calculated plan to infiltrate her borders. Yun Qi's gaze sharpens, his eyes flashing with a hint of steel as he bluntly retorts that the injury was nothing more than an accident. Before the interrogation can continue, Xiao Zhongzi steps in, professionally reminding the princess that His Royal Highness is still recovering and desperately needs his rest. Realizing she's overstayed her welcome, the princess offers a respectful bow and departs, leaving the prince to his thoughts. Alone at last, Yun Qi sits in the dim light, the weight of the world on his shoulders as he stares at an official document. His silence is heavy, his brow furrowed with a conflict that has nothing to do with politics. Xiao Zhongzi breaks the quiet, mentioning that the marriage decree from the Empress Dowager is already in motion. Yunqi doesn't offer a word, his eyes fixed on the paper as if searching for a way out. Thinking he's helping, the attendant suggests that Yunqi could simply ask the emperor to grant a different marriage after all. The title of princess consort would remain the same regardless of the bride. This strikes a nerve. Yunqi glares at him, his voice icy as he warns the boy that he's crossed a line. Undeterred, Xiao Zhongzi pleads his case, noting that he's never seen the prince treat anyone with as much care as he treats Huayan. He's worried, seeing the prince hasn't eaten or smiled in days. Yunqi turns away, refusing to acknowledge the truth in the boy's words. Xiao Zhongzi keeps pushing, quoting a folk saying that, "What has been done cannot be undone," implying the prince should stop fighting his feelings. "Shut up! You're going too far." Yunqi snaps, finally losing his cool. Startled, the attendant covers his mouth, but he has one final card to play. He's gathered some critical intel regarding the princess consort. Immediately, Yunqi's demeanor shifts. The anger vanishes, replaced by an intense focus as he demands to hear the news. Xiao Zhongzi delivers the bombshell. Huayan has officially arrived in Southland. The news hits Yunqi like a physical blow, his eyes widening as he realizes the woman he's trying to protect is now right in the middle of the danger zone. Miles away, the massive stone gates of the Southland capital loom under a bright sky. Two riders approach on horseback, their journey finally reaching its destination. It's Huayan and Su Zizan. Huayan, her face partially hidden behind a veil, observes the scene with a keen eye. Something is wrong, the capital is sealed tight, even though the Buddha gathering is supposed to be starting soon. Su Zizan pulls up beside her, noting that it's not even noon and the city is already on lockdown. Without a passport, getting inside through normal means will be impossible. Huayan nods, her mind already racing through potential solutions. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoes through the air. Huayan's eyes narrow as she spots a group of travelers approaching the gate at high speed. A spark of brilliance lights up her eyes. "Thank God," she whispers. No need for a complex plan when luck provides a ticket straight through the front door. Without warning, a projectile whistles through the air, aimed directly at the approaching group. One of the riders reacts instantly, drawing his sword with a sharp clang to deflect the incoming threat. In the ensuing chaos, Huayan and Zizan move with lightning speed, intercepting the group right at the threshold. As the dust settles, the travelers are stunned to find themselves face to face with the very people they were looking for. The princess consort and Su Zizan. Huayan and Su Zizan approach the Southland gate, their tension rising as they prepare to confront the guards. Huayan's breath hitches when she sees the man in charge. It's Anshuli, a man who was supposed to be dead. To maintain their cover, young Master Lu steps forward with a grin, acting as though they are all just out for a bit of harmless fun. Despite the strict lockdown, Anshuli falls for the ruse and orders the gate to be opened for the group. As they cross the threshold, Su Zizan is left completely mind-boggled by how easily they bypass the capital's legendary security. Lu can't help but poke fun at the situation, his nosy side coming out as he questions the odd dynamic between Huayan and Zizan. Safe within the Hua family's Southland HQ, the atmosphere turns deadly serious as Huayan explains that Zizan has only 3 months to live unless they obtain the bug of almighty poison. Lu hesitates, knowing that losing such a powerful artifact could plunge the entire Southwest into chaos. He is caught in a brutal dilemma: follow the Crown Prince's grand strategy, or save the life of his dear friend. Huayan makes a firm vow, promising to use all her resources to eradicate the undead in Southland and ensure Lu's safety if he assists them. Moved by her resolve and his long history with Zizan, Lu agrees to help, admitting he'd be bored to death without his favorite drinking buddy. Her white-haired ally watches the negotiation silently, his expression unreadable as the alliance is solidified. Huayan offers her sincere thanks, relieved that the first major hurdle is behind them. Later, as she sits with her white-haired companion, she notes that the path forward is finally starting to clear. She immediately calls for her agent, Hishe, to begin the next phase of the operation. The subordinate appears instantly, ready to carry out her commands. With a sharp strike to the table, Huayan orders an immediate investigation into who is actually controlling Anshuli's actions. Her ally remains a quiet, stoic presence, absorbing every detail of her command. After receiving his instructions, the agent bows and disappears into the shadows to begin the search. Sensing her lingering agitation, the white-haired man asks what is truly weighing on her mind. Huayan explains her tactical deduction. The royal family would never put someone like Anshuli in charge of capital defense, unless a greater power was involved. A sharp realization flashes in her eyes as the pieces of the puzzle click together. Her companion waits for her to voice the conclusion he can already see forming. She finally says it out loud. Yunqi must still be alive, and he is likely hiding right here in the capital. The air grows cold between them as they realize the tactical landscape has completely shifted. The thought of Yunqi faking his death and deceiving her sends a surge of silent fury through Huayan. Sensing her distress, her ally reaches out, offering a steady hand to keep her grounded in the mission. He stands tall beside her, a pillar of of support in the middle of this brewing political storm. Hua Yan looks up at him, her mind racing with the implications of Yunqi's potential return. Her ally then drops a heavy question, forcing her to consider her loyalties. If Yunqi is indeed alive, which of them will she ultimately choose to stand with? Inside the quiet room, Su Zizhen reaches out, his voice desperate as he calls to her. The tension is palpable as he looks into her eyes, searching for an answer. He puts it all on the line, asking the one question he needs to know. Will she choose him, or will she choose the crown prince, Yunqi? Without a moment's hesitation, Huiyan pulls her hand away, drawing a firm line between them. She stares back at him, her expression unreadable and cold. She delivers the crushing blow. She won't be choosing either of them. Zizan can only offer a bittersweet smile, realizing he already knew the answer. Huiyan explains that while he is worthy of love, her duty as the heir to the Hua family comes first. She has no room for the distractions of the heart. When Zizhen presses her on her feelings for Yunqi, her gaze hardens. She shuts the conversation down instantly, pivoting the focus back to the urgent mission at hand. Realizing her mind is made up, Zizhen relents, asking what the next move is. They stand together, the emotional weight of their talk lingering in the air. Hua Yan reveals her plan. Tomorrow, she heads to the Golden Buddha Temple to retrieve the Book of the Poison King. This ancient text is her only map to the Poison King, the only thing that can save Zishan's life. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, the supposedly recuperating Yunqi is buried in paperwork. An attendant interrupts his focus to announce the arrival of Lord Lu and Lord Mei. As they step into the room, Lu Xiaoling tries to play it cool. He puts on a bright face, questioning why the prince is working so hard instead of resting. Yunqi doesn't play games. He cuts right to the chase, demanding to know where Su Zizhan is. Lu flinches, his composure cracking under the prince's intense scrutiny. He tries to spin a lie, claiming Zizhan is simply resting, because his body couldn't handle the journey. Yunqi offers a chilling, knowing smile. He slams reports onto the desk, exposing the deception. He knows Zizhen left the capital days ago and entered South Jiang under Lu's protection yesterday. His eyes burn with a cold fury as he catches them in the lie. Lu panics, realizing they were being tracked by Anshuli the entire time. Beside him, Mei trembles in fear, realizing the crown prince is far too shrewd to be fooled by their amateur schemes. Yunqi demands the absolute truth. What is their real purpose for being here? Cornered, Lu finally confesses. They are here for one reason, to capture South Jiang's Poison King. Yunqi's mind races as he connects the dots. Lu explains the grim reality. The celestial doctor says Zizhan won't survive another 3 months without that cure. A heavy silence falls over the prince. His fist clenches tight against the desk. Standing up, he reminds Lu of the political stakes. The Poison King is the cornerstone of the imperial family's stability. Lu bows his head, acknowledging the prince's duty to the state. Yunqi dismisses them, stating he will need their help with South Jiang's affairs from now on. As they hurry out, Lu tells Mei they need to find Hua Yan and warn her. But Yunqi watches them go with a look of pure steel. As a prince, his priority is his country, and he won't let anyone, not even Zizhan or Hua Yan, stand in his way. He immediately summons his subordinate, Xiao Zhangzi. He asks if the Book of the Poison King is still secured at the Golden Buddha Temple. The servant confirms that there have been no reports of the book leaving the temple. Yunqi issues a high-priority command. Send 500 elite troops to lock down the temple immediately. Tomorrow, he's going there himself. The mission just reached a breaking point. Hua Yan receives a frantic report. The battle between the crown prince and Jing Jian was a mere distraction. Her eyes narrow as she processes the intelligence. She recalls Yunqi's promise return soon, but the reality is far more dangerous. The scout confirms the worst. Yunqi has mobilized a massive force to surround the Golden Buddha Temple. Realizing her window of opportunity is slamming shut, Huyan grips the table in a silent fury. She doesn't hesitate, summoning her elite shadows, Anshiliu and Anshiki. In a blur of motion, the two guards appear, ready for a command. Hua Yan's order is clear. They're heading to the temple to put on a show. The guards acknowledge their roles with professional precision. The Golden Buddha Temple stands as a formidable fortress, its gates heavily guarded by the prince's men. To breach the perimeter, the two shadows don disguises. Shiliu and Shiki play the part of a bickering couple, using a sharp slap to keep the husband in line. They bring the drama directly to the temple entrance, and Shiliu prepares to launch the diversion. She goes full method, bashing a basket over Shiki's head and sending him sprawling into the guards. The soldiers are completely blindsided by the domestic chaos, rushing in to stop the fight, with the guards distracted by the shouting match. Hua Yan slips past the perimeter like a phantom. She reaches the main hall and begins a desperate search through the ancient scrolls. Her eyes scan the text with lightning speed, her focus absolute. But her heart sinks as she looks through the door's lattice. Yunqi has arrived, and he's moving faster than she ever anticipated. She realizes she's trapped. Huyan freezes as the doors swing wide. Yunqi enters the hall with his personal guard, his presence commanding and cold. He stops, sniffing the air, his sharp senses detecting a familiar presence. He sternly orders his men to secure the area and protect the artifact at all costs. Thinking the soldiers have moved on, Hua Yan emerges from her hiding spot, leaping toward the window in a desperate bid for freedom. But just as she reaches for the exit, a hand clamps onto her wrist with iron strength. She turns to find Yunqi's piercing gaze locked onto hers. He knew she was here all along. Caught in the crosshairs of the crown prince, Huyan doesn't flinch. She coldly pushes Yunqi's hand away, warning him to watch his behavior. With a sharp gaze, she makes it clear that the title of crown princess is a thing of the past, and she no longer answers to him. Yunqi stands frozen, the weight of her rejection hanging heavy in the air. He shifts the focus to business, demanding the Book of the Poison King, but Huaiyan plays it cool, feigning total ignorance of what he's talking about. Yunqi isn't buying it, arguing that this isn't a game, it's a matter of national security for South Jiang. Huaiyan counters with a biting critique of his true motives. She questions if he's actually seeking peace or if this is just a calculated move to annex the Southwest territories. She lays out his entire strategy, using the imperial family as pawns to consolidate power until the whole region falls under his control. The prince can only stare, realizing just how deeply she understands the Game of Thrones. Huaiyan's resolve is absolute. She tells him to enjoy his lonely throne and turns her back on him for good. As she brushes past him, the air is thick with unspoken tension. Yunqi watches her silhouette disappear through the temple doors, the distance between them growing far beyond just physical space. He calls out her name one last time, but she doesn't look back. Safe at her hideout, Huaiyan bursts through the doors, her mind already racing. Her attendant, He is stunned to see her return so soon. There's no time for pleasantries. Huaiyan is in a state of hyperfocus. She demands paper and ink immediately, her pace frantic. He scrambles to keep up, confused by her sudden urgency. As she begins writing with lightning speed, Huaiyan explains the situation. She couldn't physically take the book. However, her genius-level intellect saved the day. She skimmed the pages and memorized nearly the entire text on the spot. He can only watch in awe as his mistress performs a feat of mental brilliance. By the next day, the room is littered with scrolls as she continues her transcription. Su Zizhan arrives, hoping for a moment of her time, but Huaiyan is buried in work. Her attendant hushes him, explaining that the young mistress cannot be disturbed while she's in this zone. Su Zizhan lingers, his expression filled with a quiet, somber longing as he watches her work herself to the bone. Realizing he won't get his goodbye, Su Zizhan prepares for a journey of his own. He hands a final letter to the attendant, asking him to deliver it once she's finished. Later, Huaiyan finally looks up from her desk and summons She presents the finished manuscript, but admits she hit a snag. The text is in Sanskrit. She needs him to translate the technical details. He is nearly speechless. She actually recreated the legendary Book of the Poison King from memory alone. She urges him to hurry as his translation is the final piece of the puzzle. As he reads, the dark truth of the manual is revealed. To draw out the Poison King, one requires the blood of South Jiang's imperial family. Huaiyan's eyes narrow as the implications sink in. Without a second's hesitation, she orders a full intelligence report on the emperor and princess, his schedules. She's already planning her next move. As she leaves to gather intel, he remembers the letter from Su Zizhan. Huaiyan opens it, her expression softening for the first time. The letter reveals that Su Zizhan has already left the capital, heading for South Jiang to handle his own burdens, so he won't be a distraction to her. Huaiyan gazes out the window, realizing he left without even a final farewell. Even a genius needs a break, though. Exhausted from her marathon writing session, Huaiyan eventually slumps over her desk. When her attendant checks on her progress, he finds that even a master strategist has her limits. Her final notes have devolved into adorable, tired scribbles. The atmosphere at the Imperial outpost is heavy with calculation as Prince Yunqi stands watch, his mind racing. He knows Huaiyan all too well. She never makes a move without a flawless strategy, especially when it comes to the dangerous secrets of the almighty poison book. Suddenly, an attendant rushes in, presenting the prince with the freshly translated manuscript. As Yunqi scans the complex text, his eyes lock onto a chilling requirement. To unlock the book's power, one needs the blood of the Southland royal family. The pieces of the puzzle begin to click into place, and he immediately questions his aide about the security surrounding the king and princess of Southland. The aide confirms the current guard status, prompting Yunqi to issue a swift command. Bolster the princess's security immediately, while he prepares to return to the capital. He knows Huaiyan is already moving, and his gaze hardens with the realization of the storm that's about to break. Meanwhile, at the Hua family restaurant, Lu Xiling is keeping a low profile over drinks with an ally. His companion is confused by the sudden invitation, but Xiling's mind is elsewhere, looking visibly agitated. He can practically hear Huaiyan's voice in his head, berating him for any potential slip-ups in their clandestine plan. Xiling snaps back to reality, defensive and alert. He masks his true intentions by claiming he simply wants to see if the legendary beauty of the Southland princess can truly rival Huaiyan. Just then, the rhythmic rattle of a carriage echoes through the street. The royal fleet arrives in a grand procession, forcing the commoners to scatter as the princess makes her entrance. In a blur of motion, a liquor cup is hurled through the air with pinpoint accuracy. It strikes the royal carriage with a sharp crack, tearing through the curtain and startling Princess Yi inside. Her guards instantly draw their blades, shouting for the hidden assailant to show themselves. Xiling steps forward with a cocky smirk, identifying himself with ease. He holds up a fresh pot of liquor, boldly asking if he can buy the princess a drink. The offer is met with a splash of liquid and total chaos as the princess looks on in shock. She is livid, stepping out of the carriage to demand how he dares to act so recklessly. Xialing remains unfazed, mockingly suggesting that a simple glass shouldn't be enough to harm someone of her legendary stature. The princess's fury reaches a boiling point at his blatant lack of respect. Xialing doubles down, loudly calling for the bartender to bring more spirits to fuel the fire. On cue, the bartender accidentally trips in the middle of the crowded street. A table is appended right next to the princess in the ensuing commotion, and glass shards explode in every direction. One jagged piece slices through the air, grazing the princess's arm. She winces in pain as her guards swarm around her, desperate to protect their wounded royal. They frantically call for medical assistance as the situation spirals out of control. Pushing through the panicked crowd, an elderly man in a physician's robes demands a path. He identifies himself as a doctor from the Vitality Pharmacy, offering his professional services to treat the wound. The guards, desperate for help, allow him to approach the princess. With a steady, technical focus, the doctor begins to examine the cut on her arm. He reassures the princess that the injury is minor and that he can treat it quickly to prevent any scarring. As he carefully uses a cloth to dab at the wound, discreetly collecting the royal blood needed for the poison book, his hands move with practiced precision. But before he can finish his task, a hand clamps down on his wrist like a vice. Prince Yunqi has arrived, his eyes narrowing as he intercepts the doctor mid-treatment. The prince's presence is suffocating as he demands to know exactly why a doctor from the Vitality Pharmacy just happened to be on the scene at the perfect moment. Yunqi's grip is like iron as he seizes the old doctor's wrist, his gaze piercing through the man's eccentric facade. He doesn't let go, examining the hand with a suspicious, predatory intensity. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a blade as the doctor and his mysterious assistant stand frozen before the crown prince. Yunqi smirks, noting that for a simple doctor, these hands are far too smooth and delicate, not at all the calloused fingers of a working man. The doctor can only offer a sharp, indignant huff in response to the scrutiny. He fires back with a biting retort, mocking the prince for being so accustomed to the company of beautiful ladies that he's lost his sense of reality. Behind him, his assistant watches with wide, fearful eyes, clearly terrified that the situation is about to boil over. A guard immediately steps forward, barking a warning against such blatant disrespect toward the royal bloodline. But Yunqi remains unfazed, his regal composure shielding any hint of true irritation. The doctor continues his bold assessment, claiming that even a brief touch reveals the prince is suffering from a severe lack of rest. Surprisingly, Yunqi concedes, admitting that sleep has indeed been a rare luxury for him lately. The doctor's diagnosis grows darker. He claims the prince's pulse is rigid and his heart is being consumed by a bug poison born of coldness. Nearby, the princess listens intently, her expression unreadable as the doctor's cryptic words sink in. The old man insists that if the prince truly wishes to be cured, only he has the power to cast that poison away. Intrigued by the sheer audacity, Yunqi extends an invitation for the doctor to accompany him back to the palace. His eyes gleam with a hidden motive, clearly seeing through the doctor's disguise. With a final grunt of defiance, the doctor turns his back on the royal, choosing to walk away rather than submit. As they depart, the princess catches a lingering scent of fragrance that definitely doesn't belong to an old man, sparking her suspicion. The guard is ready to throw the doctor in a cell for his lese majesty, but Yunqi holds him back with a gesture. He watches the retreating figure with a knowing look, dismissing the guard's anger as entirely unnecessary. A soft, genuine smile finally touches his lips as he whispers a name to himself. Yan. Reverting to his professional duty, he orders his attendant to escort the princess back to the palace while he handles some unfinished business. Nearby, the troublemakers who started this mess realize they've been spotted by the one man they fear most. Lu Xiling is practically vibrating with fear, desperately wishing she could vanish on the spot. Yunqi's gaze turns cold and calculating as he turns his full attention to those who defied his orders. They scramble for excuses, pathetically blaming the liquor for their poor judgment and lack of restraint. He shuts them down instantly, commanding them to deliver a formal apology and gifts to the king of Southland by morning. Turning to his trusted subordinate, Mei Shu, Yunqi's focus shifts back to the political chessboard. He tasks her with compiling every official file on the Southland royal family, preparing for his next move. Outside, the royal carriage stands ready, a symbol of the rigid power and expectations placed upon his shoulders. Inside the carriage, the princess pulls back the curtain, her mind racing with jealousy and curiosity. She demands to know the truth about the woman whose shadow looms over the court, Hua Yan. The attendant chooses his words carefully, admitting he knows the history of the former consort. The princess's gaze narrows, sensing the secrets hidden behind the attendant's neutral expression. He explains that the Empress Dowager despised Hua Yan for her improper and defiant manners, leading to the cancellation of the marriage. He tries to convince the princess that the prince couldn't possibly love someone so unruly, as he always weighs the country's needs above his own heart. But internally, the attendant is sweating. He can't possibly tell her that the prince misses Hua Yan every single day. Unaware of the lie, The princess convinces herself that she and the prince are a perfect match, destined for one another. Inside the quiet halls of the palace, Crown Prince Yun-Chi stands alone, his silhouette heavy with the weight of 1,000 secrets. His hand drifts to his waist, fingers brushing against a small sachet as he lost in thought. He pulls out a small medicinal pill, the name Yan echoing in the silence of his mind. He can't shake the memory of the ghost doctor, and that mysterious assistant who diagnosed his bug poison with such chilling accuracy. A bitter question haunts him. Is he really no better than Suzy Han in her eyes? The arrival of an attendant with a meal breaks his trance, but Yun-Chi barely acknowledges him, coldly gesturing for the tray to be set aside. Sensing the tension, the attendant asks if the prince consort is the one causing his highness such distress. Yun-Chi remains silent, his gaze fixed on nothingness as he grapples with his internal demons. The attendant reveals that young master Suzy Han has already fled the capital, heading straight for Peach Blossom Valley. Yun-Chi's eyes snap sharp with sudden alarm. Why would he head there of all places? The news is grim. Zihan's chronic cold illness has flared up again, and he's desperately seeking the ghost doctor's legendary intervention. A flash of realization crosses Yun-Chi's face. When the attendant suggests sending more imperial doctors to assist, Yun-Chi shuts it down immediately. If the ghost doctor can't save him, no one in the world can. The attendant is left stunned by the prince's absolute certainty. Staring out at the horizon, Yun-Chi knows the stability of Southland is balanced on a knife's edge. But as the attendant turns to leave, Yun-Chi barks out a final, unexpected command. He orders every single medical text concerning cold illness to be brought to his chambers immediately. As night falls over the sprawling estate, the prince's desk becomes a battlefield of ink and paper. He meticulously scours every scroll, his eyes darting across the ancient characters. Hours bleed into one another, but his focus never wavers. Surrounded by mountains of medical knowledge, he searches for a miracle he can perform himself. A rare, soft look crosses his face as he pauses. He is pulled back to a memory of a peaceful moment with Hua Yan, a time when he wondered what it would take to keep her by his side forever. Shaking off the nostalgia, he closes a heavy wooden box, his resolve hardening. The morning sun rises to find a room in total disarray. Books are strewn across the floor like fallen soldiers, marking a night of frantic research. A single candle is burned down to a stub, a silent witness to his obsession. The attendant returns, saddened to see the prince hasn't slept a wink, assuming he's been up all night worrying about his rival Zihan. Yun-Chi slams a book shut with a resounding thud, masking his exhaustion with a lie. He claims he was simply curious about the nature of cold illnesses. The attendant doesn't buy it for a second, offering a knowing, pitying look. He mentions how the princess consort would surely give him a piece of her mind for neglecting his health like this. Yun-Chi's voice turns hollow. He reminds the attendant that he no longer has a princess consort. He's accepted that she is free to love whoever she chooses, and he can't bring himself to destroy their happiness, even if it breaks him. The attendant can only lower his head in respectful silence at the prince's sacrifice. Suddenly, the doors burst open. An urgent messenger arrives, breathless, carrying a letter from the Empress Dowager herself. Yun-Chi snatches the envelope, his heart sinking. His eyes narrow as he reads the dire words. The emperor is gravely ill, unable to even swallow food. The Empress warns him that the pacification of the Southwest is at risk and there is absolutely no room for error. As the pressure of a kingdom falls onto his shoulders, Yun-Chi thinks of the one person whose fiery spirit and brilliant mind could solve any crisis. In this moment of darkness, she is the only one he can turn to. The imperial palace stands as a silent witness to the growing tension within its walls. Hu Yan, disguised in the robes of a male physician, navigates the courtyard with a sharp focus. She's still fuming over Yun-Chi seizing her blood primer, and she's determined to reclaim it under the guise of delivering fresh medicine. As she nears the inner sanctum, she's intercepted by a stern guard. Keeping her composure, she introduces herself as a doctor from the Vitality Pharmacy, requesting immediate entry. However, the guard blocks her path, explaining that the crown prince and the king are currently occupied with a high-profile guest. Intrigued by the mention of an important someone, Hua Yan's curiosity takes hold. She moves stealthily around the perimeter, searching for a vantage point. Peeking through a gap in the architecture, she confirms her target, the exhausted crown prince, Yun-Chi. Across from him, the king of Southland maintains a heavy, formal presence. Beside the king, Princess Yi watches Yun-Chi with an intensity that reveals her true intentions. The king gets straight to the point, proposing a marriage alliance to ensure the long-term stability of the Southwest. He suggests that marrying his daughter into the imperial family is the only way to keep the local tribes in line. Yun-Chi, ever the diplomat, asks which imperial member the king has in mind, but the king doesn't hesitate. He makes it clear that he isn't looking for just any royal, he wants Yun-Chi himself. Princess Yi reaches out to her father, signaling her readiness to speak. She rises, her gaze fixed firmly on the prince. Shedding her royal modesty, she decides to cut to the chase. She confesses that her feelings have only grown stronger since they met, and she boldly asks Yun-chi if he will marry her. Outside, a stunned Huiyan listens in, caught completely off guard by the proposal. Inside the hall, the atmosphere turns ice cold as everyone awaits the prince's verdict. Yun-chi calmly takes a sip of tea, his expression a mask of royal indifference. Then, he delivers a crushing blow. I'll pass. Princess Yi is horrified, demanding to know if he considers her unworthy of his hand. Yun-chi remains unshakable, stating he has already made a solemn promise to marry only one woman. When the princess desperately asks who could possibly be his lucky girl, he speaks the name clearly, Huiyan from Linen. The princess erupts in anger, reminding him that the Empress Dowager already ordered the cancellation of that marriage. Yun-chi doesn't waver, declaring he would rather remain unmarried for the rest of his life than be with anyone other than Huiyan. Hiding in the shadows, Huiyan remains skeptical, convinced he's merely using her as a convenient shield to avoid the alliance. The king of Southland looks on, his face a map of disappointment and brewing resentment. Devastated by the public rejection, Princess Yi is told to put the idea of marriage out of her mind. Yun-chi stands, signaling an abrupt end to the meeting as he prepares to leave. As the heavy doors clatter shut, Huiyan realizes she's in danger of being spotted. She ducks into the thick greenery just as the prince emerges. But as he walks, Yun-chi falters, clutching his chest in visible distress. He stumbles toward the very bushes where Huiyan is hiding. Despite his obvious pain, a weary, genuine smile crosses his face as he thinks of the woman he just defended. He dismisses his guards, insisting on being left alone in his weakened state. His breath hitches as his physical exhaustion finally catches up to him. Suddenly, his strength fails, and he collapses, tumbling down the stone steps. Huiyan pops her head out of the brush, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. She watches him lie still, wondering if this is another elaborate ruse to draw her out. However, as the seconds tick by and he remains motionless, her clinical instincts kick in. Realizing he truly has lost consciousness, she rushes to his side, giving him a firm push to assess the damage. Hovering over the unconscious crown prince, Huiyan still hidden behind her medical disguise can't help but wonder if this injury is even real. Yun-chi remains motionless, the wound on his forehead a stark reminder of his recent exhaustion. Taking a deep breath, she produces a clean cloth to tend to him. She leans in close, carefully dabbing away the blood with a steady, professional hand. But the moment of quiet is shattered when Yun-chi's eyes suddenly snap open. Startled, Huiyan gasps in shock, her heart nearly jumping out of her chest. She instinctively recoils, stepping back to put distance between them. Panicked that her cover might be blown, she quickly raises her oversized sleeve to shield her face. Did he recognize me? She wonders, her mind racing for a way out. Yun-chi sits up, his gaze fixing on the doctor. He offers his sincere thanks for the life-saving help and promises that such a deed will be well repaid. Relieved, Huiyan maintains her charade, coolly stating that it is simply her duty to prescribe medicine and save lives. She tries to make a quiet exit before things get complicated, but she doesn't get far. Yun-chi suddenly clutches his chest in pain, forcing Huiyan to stop in her tracks. He claims his heart is no longer beating smoothly, a pained expression crossing his face. He asks the doctor to perform a checkup, and Huiyan, despite her suspicions, can't ignore a patient in need. She sets down her medical kit, preparing for a standard examination. She reaches out, placing her fingers on his wrist to check his pulse. While his heart is racing significantly faster than a normal person's, she finds no other medical abnormalities. Frustrated, she internally laments that she should have studied more medical theory under Kuliyu to catch whatever hidden ailment this is. Yun-chi watches her, mentioning that he once read about a very specific disorder that matches these symptoms. What is it? She asks, genuinely curious. Yun-chi leans in dangerously close, warning her that they shouldn't speak too loudly about such a private matter. He moves right to her ear, the atmosphere thick with tension. He finally whispers the diagnosis. This disease is actually called lovesickness. Huiyan's eyes widen as the realization hits her. Outraged, she pushes him away, calling him absolutely shameless. She realizes he saw through her disguise from the very beginning and demands to know why he's teasing her. Yun-chi's expression softens, telling her she is the only person in the world he can truly turn to. Huiyan isn't swayed by sweet words. She remains down to earth, stating she only believes in cold, hard facts. She puts him to the test, asking if he would truly give up the bug of almighty poison, just for her sake. Yun-chi listens intently as she lays out her terms. She makes it clear she is no ordinary woman. She will never be confined to a harem or used as an expendable pawn in a political game. She delivers a final ultimatum. He cannot have both the country and her. He needs to let go of one. Before she can turn away, Yun-chi firmly grabs her hand. With absolute confidence, he declares that while others might fail, he can and will have both. Huiyan is left stunned by his sheer conviction. Meanwhile, far away in Peach Blossom Valley, a medical session is coming to an end. Suzihan, his long white hair flowing, thanks his caretakers for their diligent work. His recovery is progressing, and when asked about his next move, he reveals he's heading back to Southland immediately to fulfill a promise to Huiyan. His companions warn him to be careful, noting that even the best treatment won't save him if he overexerts himself. Suzihan simply excuses himself, focused entirely on his goal. As he departs, the valley residents worry that once he returns to the chaos of Southland, his health will be the last thing on his mind. Yun-chi stands frozen, his gaze heavy with the weight of Huiyan's impossible ultimatum. Without a word, she coldly flings his hand away, a sharp gesture that severs the connection between them. Her resolve is absolute as she looks back one last time, declaring that she has no intention of playing by his rules. Yunqi can only watch in a stunned silence as she walks away, leaving him alone in the corridor. The heavy moment is shattered when a servant arrives, pulling Yun's thoughts back to reality with news that Masters Lu and Mei are waiting in the study. He pushes the doors open, finding his most trusted advisors already deep in coordination. Mei Shuyu and Lu Xiaoling greet him instantly, their casual banter masking the gravity of the military situation they've uncovered. Yunqi demands a report, and Shuyu doesn't hesitate. The Tiger Tally of Southland has gone missing, a clear signal of impending revolt. Lu Xiaoling adds a chilling detail. Infantili and Infanti appear to be in close collusion, forming a dangerous front. Yunqi realizes that if these two enter a full alliance, the military balance of the entire Southwest will be shattered. He immediately puts brush to paper, drafting a high-stakes response to secure his position. He entrusts Xiaoling with a secret letter for the Empress Dowager, his face a mask of royal authority. Leaning in, he whispers a set of critical, confidential instructions meant only for Xiaoling's ears. Xiaoling's eyes widen as he absorbs the complexity of the plan, promising to take care of the matter with the utmost discretion. Turning to Shuyu, Yunqi orders him to prepare for a banquet at Infante. He's mansioned a mission to extract vital intel from the very heart of the conspiracy. Shuyu accepts the dangerous assignment with a sharp, professional nod. Night falls over the opulent grounds of Infante's mansion, a place thick with hidden agendas. Inside, Yelenki, the Infante's daughter, sits in wait, her mind focused on a peculiar biological indicator. She notes that the sea bug within her is reacting again, signaling that a powerful target is near. A servant announces the arrival of the Crown Prince of South Chu, and Lanky's eyes sharpen with predatory intent. She is eager to test if the legendary cold Crown Prince can withstand the unique influence of her love bug. Yunqi and Shuyu arrive at the banquet, stepping into a den of political intrigue. Yunqi warns Shuyu that Lanky is a master of manipulation. He must keep her occupied while Yunqi investigates the premises. As Lanky approaches, Yunqi maintains a distant, regal composure that offers her no openings. She offers her services to entertain the prince, her every word a calculated test of his defenses. Yunqi bypasses her advances entirely, demanding to know the current location of Infante. He cleverly redirects Lanky's attention, tasking her with looking after his cousin Shuyu while he slips away into the mansion. Lanky realizes the Crown Prince is an impenetrable fortress, but she quickly pivots her focus to Shuyu, her secondary target. She maintains a firm grip on Shuyu's arm, initiating her interrogation under the guise of hospitality. She attempts to lower his guard, asking for the young master's name with a practiced, disarming smile. Shuyu remains alert, sensing the subtle tactical pressure she's applying to him. He takes a drink, his mind racing to stay one step ahead of her probing questions. He deflects expertly, claiming his name is far too mundane for someone of her high status to care about. Lanky internally smirks, believing her psychological trap is finally taking hold of him. She invites him to a more secluded location, hoping to finalize her experiment in private. Meanwhile, Yunqi navigates the silent, moonlit corridors of the mansion alone. Suddenly, he stops. His keen sense of smell catches a familiar, herbal scent lingering in the night air. He follows the trail into a hidden courtyard, his heart rate spiking as the scent grows stronger. His eyes widen as he spots a figure sitting in the shadows, someone he never expected to find in this place. Under the cold moonlight sits a man with flowing white hair, exuding an aura of absolute calm. It's Su Zihan, the rival he thought was far away, now sitting right in the middle of the enemy's territory. Under the cold glow of the moon, Su Zihan looks up with a chilling, calm elegance as the Crown Prince approaches. He takes a slow, deliberate sip of his wine, acknowledging Yunqi's presence with a sharp, "It's been a while, Your Highness." But the prince isn't here for pleasantries. Reaching out with a lightning-fast motion to seize the cup, Yunqi looms over him, his gaze piercing and dangerous as he demands to know why the man is out in the open. Su Zihan's composure momentarily cracks, his eyes widening at the prince's aggressive and sudden confrontation. The two stand locked in a silent battle of wills amidst the desolate, snow-dusted courtyard. Yunqi eyes the wine with heavy suspicion, questioning why Zihan has abandoned his usual doctor's disguise to appear as himself. Zihan barely flinches, offering the prince a sip while asking if he truly needs a fake excuse just to share a drink. Yunqi's eyes narrow, searching for any sign of a lie or a hidden trick beneath the surface. Determined to unmask the truth, Yunqi reaches out once more. He grabs Zihan, lifting his chin to inspect his features with clinical intensity. Angered by the physical intrusion, Zihan snaps back, his face flushing with pure irritation. The prince mocks him, telling Zihan to drop the dress up if he wants to sit and join him for a real conversation. Zihan realizes the prince is delusional, actually believing he is Hua Yan, a shapeshifted disguise. To settle the matter, he points directly to his Adam's apple, proving beyond a doubt that he is indeed the real Su Zihan. Offended by the touch, Zihan slaps the prince's hand away with a sharp crack. He turns his back on the royal, showing a complete lack of fear for the prince's status. Yunqi presses on, demanding to know why a man from the northern kingdom is lurking in the southland during a revolt. Zihan simply scoffs, claiming to be a free soul who goes wherever his heart leads him. him. He then twists the knife, mockingly asking if Yun-Chi's obsession with him means his interests have shifted since the marriage was cancelled. The mention of the marriage sends Yun-Chi into a defensive rage, his mind immediately jumping back to Huoyan. Seeing he's hit a nerve, Zihan wears a taunting, satisfied smirk. Yun-Chi's eyes burn with a new realization. He suspects Zihan and Huoyan are working together behind his back. Zihan doesn't deny the connection, coldly stating that whatever happens between him and Huoyan is absolutely none of the prince's business. Zihan begins to walk away, finished with the verbal sparring. But Yun-Chi isn't done, ordering him to halt in his tracks. He shouts a desperate reminder that Huoyan was princess consort. Zihan stops and looks back with a pitying expression, asking one final, chilling question. Then do you even know where she is right now? The silence that follows is deafening as Yun-Chi realizes he is completely in the dark. Zihan takes another sip, mocking the prince for clinging to the Empress Dowager's old decrees. He declares that Yun-Chi has no consort now, and neither the Empress nor the prince himself has the right to claim her anymore. Leaving the prince standing alone in the cold, Zihan disappears into the shadows of the mansion. He moves with a sense of urgent purpose, leaving the conflict behind. He approaches a secluded set of doors in the inner courtyard, the destination of his secret meeting. With a soft creak, he pushes the door open to enter, and there she is, the real Huoyan, waiting patiently in her own disguise, ready for their next move. Inside the tense atmosphere of Infanti's residence, Su Zihan notes that the crown prince's advisor is nowhere to be found. Huoyan quickly realizes Yun-Chi's tactical move. He's using Mei Shouyu as a decoy to keep the unpredictable Yilanqi occupied while he handles the Infante. She offers sincere gratitude to Zihan for his assistance, but he dismisses it, emphasizing that such formalities aren't necessary between them. Time is of the essence. Huoyan prepares to move, knowing they must obtain specific medical components from the royalty of Southland to complete the cure. Zihan stops her, his gaze softening as the weight of the situation settles between them. Huoyan is caught off guard by his sudden change in tone, sensing the shift in the air. He reaches out, a rare moment of vulnerability breaking through his usual composed exterior. He gently pats her head, admitting he wishes she could return to the happy, carefree life she once knew instead of being caught in this dangerous web. Hien offers a warm smile, reminding him that he saved her life once and could never be a burden to her. Under the vast night sky, they share a quiet promise to visit the Qingxi temple and share a jar of liquor once his cold illness is finally cured. Zihan's expression is filled with a genuine warmth he reserves only for her. Meanwhile, in a different wing of the mansion, a very different scene is unfolding. Mei Shouyu is struggling, appearing to be completely incapacitated by the heavy liquor served by Princess Yilanqi. He plays the part of the drunken mess perfectly, even letting out a loud burp to sell the act. Yilanqi watches with a predatory glare, believing her guest is finally vulnerable enough for her plans. But her patience is tested when Shouyu unintentionally loses his lunch all over himself. Disgusted by the mess, the princess storms out to find a servant to clean up, delaying her fun. The moment the door slams shut, Shayu's eyes snap open. He was faking the entire time to protect his integrity from the princess's advances. Suddenly, the window creaks as Huoyan slips into the room, signaling him to keep quiet. Shouyu is stunned to see her, but Huoyan doesn't waste time on pleasantries. She drops a bombshell. Princess Yilanqi is a host for the sea bug, a predatory poison bug that survives by draining the vital essence of men to maintain her youthful appearance. Huoyan warns him with a chilling look that he was intended to be the main course for the night. Terrified, Shouyu breaks down in a chibi-style panic, cursing Yun-Chi for throwing him to the wolves. Huoyan quickly outlines a counter-strategy to turn the tables on the princess. She moves to the door, posing as a maid and announcing the arrival of hot water to maintain their cover. She hands Shouyu a secret pouch, giving him final instructions on how to use the contents. This pouch contains the key to neutralizing the threat and securing their escape. With the plan set, Huoyan vanishes back into the shadows of the mansion. Yilanqi returns to the room, unaware that her supposed prey has now become the hunter. Shouyu readies a medicinal cloth, bracing himself for the performance of a lifetime. He laments his role as bait, even as the princess begins to dote on him, calling him gorgeous. He carefully positions the cloth, waiting for the perfect opening as she leans in. In a sudden burst of speed, he seizes her wrist and pulls her down, reversing their positions in an instant. The princess is startled by his sudden recovery and strength. Shouyu puts on his most charming, deceptive mask, suggesting they fool around a little before the bath, successfully leading her into the trap. Outside, Huoyan navigates the courtyard, thinking she's successfully completed her part of the mission. But a figure watches her every move from the darkness of the corridors. It's the crown prince Yun-Chi, and his gaze is cold with suspicion and hurt. He follows her into the night, only to find her standing intimately with his greatest rival, Su Zihan, leading him to demand, "Are you with Su Zihan now?" Under the pale moonlight, the southern Chu royal palace stands as a silent witness to a brewing storm that threatens to tear the kingdom apart. Inside the dimly lit halls, Lu Xiling kneels before the Queen Mother, who is stunned to see him back in the capital instead of at Prince Chai's side in the Southland. With desperation etched on his face, Xiling delivers a shocking plea. He needs the tiger tally immediately to deploy the Imperial troops to the south. The request hits like a physical blow, shattering the Queen Mother's composure. She erupts in fury, demanding to know why he's pushing for war when the Southland is already teetering on the edge of chaos. Knowing words aren't enough, Xialing holds out a secret letter from Crown Prince Yunqi himself. As the Queen Mother takes the parchment, Xialing reveals the terrifying truth. Infanta Li has already stolen a tiger tally and mobilized 200,000 troops, leaving them with no choice but to strike back. Scanning the letter, the Queen Mother's expression hardens as she realizes that peace is no longer an option. Restoring order will require a baptism of fire. Suddenly, the palace's silence is pierced by a frantic scream for help. The princess has collapsed, while messenger birds scatter into the night to carry the news. The king of Southland rushes to the scene, his heart racing with a single, terrifying question. Is the sea bug in danger? A physician delivers a grim update. The parasitic bug has abandoned the princess's body and burrowed into Lord Mei Shuyu instead. Princess Langqi lies pale and motionless, her life hanging by a thread now that her symbiotic protector is gone. The king finds Shuyu slumped over, gasping in agony as the parasite wreaks havoc on his system. Shuyu begs for a way to end the unbearable pain, confirming the bug is indeed roaming inside him. Seizing the moment, the king commands his subordinate, Xiangming, to bring 2 collection bottles. Stepping forward is none other than Hua Yan in disguise, calmly presenting the vessels for a high-stakes procedure. A noble woman watches with sharp, suspicious eyes, questioning the identity of this unfamiliar servant. Remaining perfectly composed, Hua Yan claims she is Shoyu's loyal attendant and urges them to act fast, as the sea bug requires royal blood to be lured out safely. Despite the noblewoman's lingering doubt, the king and his companion draw their own blood, letting the crimson liquid fill the vials. They hand the precious bait to Hua Yan, unaware they are playing right into her hands. Hua Yan carefully feeds the blood to Shuyu, whispering reassurances that the pain will soon subside. But behind her professional facade, her mind is racing. She only needs a fraction of this blood for Xiaoyu. The rest is the final ingredient for her own mission. Shuyu, playing his part to perfection, realizes that the scented pouch Hua Yan gave him earlier is working exactly as planned. Under the watchful gaze of the royal court and a lone crow in the trees, Shuyu's body rejects the parasite, and he begins to retch violently. With a final heave, the sea bug is expelled, and Hua Yan quickly points out the writhing parasite to the shocked onlookers. The king panics, screaming for his guards to secure the bug and return it to the prince's body at any cost. In the ensuing madness, Hua Yan quietly slips away from the center of attention. With a deft movement, she conceals the bottle containing the royal blood within her robes. The heist is complete. She scans the room, ensuring her exit remains unnoticed. A miserable and exhausted Shuyu asks what she's looking for, still reeling from the ordeal. Hua Yan looks back at the chaotic scene, her brow furrowed in genuine concern. The plan worked, but one massive piece of the puzzle is missing. Where is Yunqi, and why hasn't he appeared to take control? The atmosphere is heavy with tension at Infanti's residence as the morning sun begins to rise. Hua Yan and Mei Shuyu step out from the shadows of the estate, their alliance forged in the heat of a brewing civil war. They are met by a group of loyal subordinates prepared for the next phase of their mission. He Shai approaches them, reporting that the carriage is ready for their immediate departure. Sensing a need for discretion, Hua Yan signals for He Shai to come closer for a private briefing. Mei Shuyu watches the exchange with a sharp, calculated gaze, his mind already 3 steps ahead. Hua Yan wastes no time, questioning if the crown prince, Yunqi, made any moves during the night. He Shi reveals that the prince returned to his palace in a frantic hurry and hasn't been seen since. This news sets Hua Yan's mind racing. She suspects Yunqi's absence during the recent chaos is a calculated trap or a move to lure her out. By the next day, the base of operations shifts to the Hua family restaurant. Hua Yan arrives with a sense of urgency, her focus entirely on the shifting political landscape. She pushes the door open to the inner sanctum, ready to finalize their strategy. Inside, Mei Shuyu and He Shi are already waiting, the air thick with the scent of old scrolls and medicinal herbs. Hua Yan immediately demands the latest intel on Yunqi's location. He Shi delivers a bombshell. Infantili has officially launched his rebellion, and the crown prince led his elite guards out of the city before daybreak. Mei Shuyu notes the strategic opening. With the army gone, the city is vulnerable, providing the perfect window to secure the sea bug. Hua Yan takes command, ordering He Shai to deploy a team to create a distraction in the city to occupy the king and his advisors. Simultaneously, she orders an elite unit to infiltrate He's residence to capture Princess Yilangqi. He Shi bows, acknowledging the high-stakes gamble they are about to take. Under the cover of night, masked operatives scale the walls of the residence with lethal silence. They land in the courtyard, moving like shadows toward the central pavilion. Inside, Princess Yilangqi is already one step ahead, her hand glowing with a faint, ominous light. She reveals a shimmering gem, confirming that the sea bug has been properly sealed within her. A triumphant smirk crosses her face as she declares that no one will ever be able to snatch the bug from her again. Suddenly, a tactical projectile is launched into the pavilion. Langqi reacts with feline reflexes, sensing the breach in her security. She demands to know who is foolish enough to break into her sanctuary. The intruders surround her, preparing a smokescreen extraction. A massive cloud of neutralizing gas fills the air, But Lanky remains unfazed, dismissing the attempt as mere child's play. Through the haze, her movements are a blur of precision. She catches an assassin by the throat, mocking his failed attempt to ambush her. Back at the restaurant, the report of the failed mission arrives like a thunderclap. He-she returns, admitting that their neutralizing powder was ineffective, because Lanky has integrated the sea bug directly into her own body. Hua Yan slams the table in frustration, realizing she underestimated the princess's desperation. Sensing her distress, Mei Shuyu steps forward, offering to personally handle the confrontation with Yalanki. Hua Yan looks at him in shock, questioning his sudden willingness to join the fray. Mei Shuyu remains calm and professional, stating that he is the only one with the technical expertise required to safely extract the love bug from a living host. The scene is a bloodbath. Princess Yalanki sits calmly in the pavilion, surrounded by the fallen bodies of those who dared to cross her path. With a chilling smirk, she wipes the blood from her lip, relishing the chaos she's unleashed. A calm footstep breaks the silence. Lord Su, Mei Shuyu, arrives to find the princess mocking him, claiming she's stuffed for the night and suggesting he come back another day. But Mei Shuyu isn't here for games. His expression is ice-cold, his focus absolute. The tension between them is thick enough to cut as they square off in the rain-slicked courtyard. Lanky's eyes flare with a sinister light. She's more than happy to entertain this new challenger. She lunges forward with predatory speed, charging directly at the advisor. With a master's precision, Mei Shuyu simply steps aside, letting her momentum carry her into empty air. In a flash of movement, he strikes, unleashing a wave of frost-like energy that catches the princess completely off guard. As the princess falls, Mei Shuyu signals his men. "What are you waiting for?" he commands as guards descend from the rooftops. Lanky struggles as she's restrained, screaming in a desperate rage about her royal status. But it's far too late. The guards secure the prisoner and thank Lord Su for his decisive intervention. However, the victory was not without a price. As soon as they are gone, Mei Shuyu doubles over, coughing violently into his hand. Blood stains his palm. The exertion of using his ki to suppress the sea bug's host has taken a severe toll on his body. His subordinates rush to his side in a panic, terrified for their leader's life as he falters. News of the disaster reaches the Southland Palace instantly. A frantic messenger informs the king that Infant Li's residence was breached and Princess Yalanki has vanished. The king's face pales with dread. He knows exactly what's at stake, the sea bug. He immediately mobilizes, ordering his daughter to follow him as they race toward the Infanta's residence to contain the damage. Meanwhile, a heavy storm lashes against the Hua family restaurant, where the air is thick with medical preparation. Inside, Huyan monitors Zizan's condition, her face a mask of professional concern. She turns to He-she, demanding an update on Zizan's stability. He-she reports that while Zizan is stable for now, Lord Su's health is in jeopardy, because he pushed his ki to its absolute limit to take down the princess. Suddenly, a scout bursts in with news. The king of Southland is on the move, leading his forces directly into the palace city. Shiliu realizes this is the perfect distraction. With the king occupied, the bug of almighty poison is ripe for the taking. Hua Yan makes a snap decision. She orders He-she to stay behind and protect Zizan, promising they will flee for Peach Blossom Valley the moment they secure the bug. She leads her team out into the storm, her resolve hardened for the mission ahead. But just as they step out, Hua Yan stops dead in her tracks. She turns back to He-shi one last time, issuing a final, secret assignment to ensure their escape is foolproof. The rain pours down over the ornate rooftops of the city as the heist begins. Hua Yan and her team move like ghosts through the shadows, approaching the heavily guarded palace grounds. Her subordinates are in awe of her brilliant plan, sensing that victory is within their grasp. Lightning flashes across the sky, illuminating Hua Yan's face as she prepares to throw caution to the wind. But the plan is interrupted when a subordinate spots a lone figure emerging from the darkness. Hua Yan's heart skips a beat as she recognizes the rider. Out of the rain and mist, Prince Yunqi appears on horseback, his gaze locking onto hers. "Yan," he says, his voice steady through the storm, "I knew you were coming." Under the heavy downpour, the tension is suffocating as Hua Yan stands her ground, her companion acknowledging her final orders before the storm breaks. With a solemn nod, he confirms his understanding of the high-stakes plan. Suddenly, the sound of hooves cuts through the rain as Yunqi arrives on horseback, his gaze icy as he confronts the woman he believes is the physician who betrayed his trust. He demands to know if she is so desperate to save Zizan that she is willing to let the peace of the realm crumble. His eyes burn with a mix of duty and deep-seated betrayal. We jump back 2 hours to see how this confrontation was set in motion. Under the cover of darkness and rain, Yunqi meets his most trusted operative. Xialing reports a major tactical victory. He has secured the Tiger Tally from the Empress Dowager, and the South Chu troops are already mobilized at the foot of the mountain. Yunqi's resolve is absolute as he prepares for the coming coup. He issues a ruthless command to march south if Infant Li refuses to surrender. He is to be executed on the spot. Back in the present, Yunqi stares down the hooded figure, questioning if she has truly become his enemy. Without a word, she suddenly bolts, attempting to weave through the palace gates. "Stop her!" Yunqi roars, his patience finally snapping as he realizes she's trying to escape. Guards instantly close in, but she remains focused, pushing forward through the chaos. She pleads for him to think twice, begging him not to stand in her way. As the rain continues to fall, Yunqi watches her, a cold realization settling in his heart. He concludes that no matter what happens, she will never truly be on his side. But as he moves to intercept her, a strange, unfamiliar scent catches his attention. He lunges forward, grabbing the woman and pulling her close, only to realize the devastating truth. This isn't Hua Yan at all. The imposter's mask of calm shatters under his gaze. Yunqi finds the source of the deception, a scented pouch used to mimic the physician's natural aroma. Under his furious interrogation, the double confesses that the real Hu Yan has already infiltrated the palace of the Bug of Almighty Poison. Inside the Forbidden Palace, the air is thick with the scent of ancient magic. Shiki holds the line, clashing steel against the undead sentries to buy Hua Yan the time she needs. Knowing her window is closing, Hu Yan rushes deeper into the darkness. She bursts into the inner sanctum, the heavy doors slamming shut behind her. With a torch held high, she navigates the shadows of the ancient vault. In the center of the room stands a golden Buddha, the secret vessel for the kingdom's most dangerous curse. Time is running out, and she approaches the altar with steady hands. She takes out a hidden vial, ready to perform the forbidden ritual. She pours the blood onto the cold metal of the statue. The seal reacts instantly, and a dark, malevolent force begins to crawl across the golden surface. The Bug of Almighty Poison will only leave its seal for the blood of the Southland royal family, and as the ritual completes, a terrifying red eye snaps open. Hu Yan gasps, coming face to face with the ancient horror she has just unleashed. Inside the forbidden vault, the air grows heavy with the weight of ancient secrets. Hu Yan knows the stakes. The Bug of Almighty Poison will only awaken from its seal if offered the blood of the Southland royal family. As she prepares the ritual, a sinister red glow emanates from the artifact, pulsing like a living eye. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by a sharp whistling sound. Ho Yan's instincts scream a warning as something cuts through the air behind her. She spins around just in time to see a hulking, stitched-together monstrosity looming over her. Reacting with precision, she steps aside, narrowly avoiding a lethal strike. Her boots skid across the dusty floor as she regains her footing, her mind racing to identify the threat. Looking back at the silent attacker, a chill runs down her spine. This isn't just any intruder. It's a shadow guard, a mindless, undying sentinel of the vault. The creature's eyes glow with a malevolent red light, its skin a patchwork of scars. Hua Yan realizes the Southland king was more cunning than the ancient texts, suggested he deliberately left out the detail that a guardian of this caliber protected the lower levels. This isn't a mere sentry. It's the king of shadow guards. Dark energy rolls off the creature in waves, suffocating the room. Hua Yan parries a blow, the impact vibrating through her entire body. A bone-deep cold begins to creep into her limbs, numbing her movements. She realizes with a sinking heart that the vault is the guard's home turf, and she is rapidly losing ground. At this rate, she won't just fail to secure the bug, she might not even make it out alive. Her breathing becomes labored as the frost spreads. This isn't just cold, it's the poison of coldness, a lethal aura designed to freeze a victim's internal organs. Gritting her teeth, she tightens her grip on her blade. She knows she only has one shot left. This has become a do-or-die struggle for survival. The shadow guard charges with terrifying speed, its movements a blur of dark fabric and raw power. But just as the creature is about to close the gap, the vault doors explode inward with a deafening boom. A figure streaks into the room, moving faster than the eye can follow. In a flash of white and blue, Yunqi appears, sweeping Hua Yan into a protective embrace while simultaneously striking out at the monster. He drives his blade deep into the shadow guard's chest, the force of the blow sending a shockwave through the chamber. Hua Yan looks up, her eyes wide with disbelief as she whispers his name. Yunqi gazes down at her, his expression a mix of fierce protection and relief. "Don't worry," he promises, "I'll save you." Dazed by the sudden rescue and the effects of the poison, Hua Yan can only stare at the man who arrived just in time. Yunqi turns his attention back to the guard, his eyes narrowing with lethal intent. He realizes quickly that standard steel is useless. His sword clangs harmlessly against the creature's reinforced limbs. Holding Hua Yan close, he explains the grim reality. The only way to put this king of guards down for good is to tear it into pieces. Noticing the paleness of her skin, Yunqi's voice turns urgent. He tells her to stop talking and focus on breathing. Seeing how badly the cold poison has affected her, the shadow guard begins to rise again, its dark aura flared. Yunqi knows he needs to end this immediately before Hua Yan's condition worsens. He kicks off the ground with explosive power. Leaping high into the air while keeping Hua Yan securely in his arms, he prepares a final, devastating maneuver. With a series of lightning-fast slashes, he rains down a barrage of strikes that slice through the air. The shadow guard is caught in a whirlwind of steel, its form finally beginning to disintegrate under the sheer pressure of Yunqi's true power. Yunqi lands gracefully as the creature's remains dissipate into the shadows. Seeing him fight with such ease, Hua Yan realizes he had been holding back his full strength during their previous encounters, likely just to let her shine. But Yunqi isn't thinking about the fight. He's frantic, demanding to know why she didn't listen to his warnings and how she ended up so badly hurt. Fading fast, Hua Yan tries to point toward the altar, reminding him that they still need the bug of almighty poison. Her eyes begin to flutter shut, the cold poison finally taking its toll. Panic flares in Yun Chai's eyes as he calls out her name, his voice echoing through the empty vault. From a distance, a mysterious observer watches the scene unfold, seeing the duo's desperate struggle through the vault's surveillance. Yun Chi doesn't wait another second. He lifts Hua Yan into his arms, prioritizing her life over the legendary prize. As he sprints toward the exit, the bug of almighty poison remains behind on its pedestal, the ritual left unfinished as Yun Chi focuses solely on getting Huyan to safety. Chaos erupts at the palace as a raging inferno tears through the gates under a torrential downpour. Amidst the smoke and rain, panicked guards and officials scramble for safety, their screams muffled by the storm. A masked guard, Yun An, stares at the destruction in horror, his only thought being the safety of the prince. Nearby, a frantic Shiki struggles against the guards, desperate to reach her lady, but the chaos is absolute. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the foundation, and through the wall of fire, Yun Chi emerges like a vengeful god, shielding an unconscious Hua Yan in his arms. He lands heavily on the pavement, his presence instantly commanding the attention of his loyal men. There's no time for pleasantries. He barks an order to Yunan to fetch the most potent restoratives from the Vitality Pharmacy immediately. He hands over a small container, instructing his men to deliver the bug of almighty poison to the Hua family restaurant, a cryptic message they will surely understand. While Shiki watches in a daze, relieved her lady is alive, Yun secures the precious cargo. Yun Chi's eyes turn cold as ice as he delivers a final, ruthless decree. Every single person who trespassed tonight is to be thrown into the deepest pits of the prison. Without waiting for a response, he takes off into the night, carrying the fragile Hua Yan. Shiki watches them vanish into the rain, her heart heavy with worry. Yunan gives her a grim choice: cooperate and head to the palace, or face the consequences of resisting the prince's men. Realizing the prince is Hua Yan's only hope, Shiki yields, demanding to be led to her lady. The rain lashes down as Yun Chi sprints toward his palace, his footsteps echoing like thunder against the stone. He doesn't slow down for a second, his boots splashing through the rising puddles. He looks down at Hua Yan's pale face, silently begging her to hold on just a little longer. As they move, he begins to channel his own internal cry into her body, a desperate attempt to stabilize her failing vitals. Hu Yan remains unresponsive, her life hanging by a thread as the poison takes hold. Yun Chi's face is a mask of pure, focused determination, masking the sheer terror of losing her. He bursts through the palace doors, startling his attendants. Xia Zhangzi rushes forward, offering dry clothes and warmth, but Yun Chi is beyond caring about his own comfort. He dismisses the servant's concerns with a sharp word. Every second counts. Gently, he lays her down and wraps her in heavy covers, his hands trembling slightly. "Where is the doctor?" He roars, his voice echoing through the halls. Even as he waits, he continues the grueling process of transferring his ki into her, fighting back the darkness that threatens to claim her. Finally, the palace physician is ushered in, breathless from the rush. The doctor wastes no time, immediately beginning his examination of the unconscious girl. Yun Chi hovers over them, his gaze intense as he demands an update on her condition. The doctor's expression turns grave. He identifies the toxin as a lethal shadow guard poison from the Southland, noting that only a steady stream of Qi has kept her heart beating this long. Yun Chi confirms he has been sustaining her, his voice low and strained. The physician explains the grim reality. The poison is designed to kill instantly, and while Yun Chi's Qi is protecting her vitals, purging it will be a monumental task. Yun Chi doesn't blink, swearing to do whatever is necessary to save her life. The doctor offers one slim hope. If Yun Chi continues the Qi transfers, and they can obtain the blood of the King of Southland for the medicine, she might recover within 2 weeks. A dangerous light flickers in Yun Chai's eyes as he asks if a single bowl of the king's blood will suffice. When the doctor nods, Yun Chi turns to his men with a chilling command: "Get me his blood. If he won't volunteer, then kill him." But the toll of the night is finally catching up to the prince. His vision blurs and his head begins to throb. He realizes he's pushed his body to its absolute limit to keep her stable. Just as he reaches for her, Hua Yan suddenly jolts, coughing up a violent spray of blood that stains the silk covers, leaving Yun Chi screaming her name in a panic. Rain lashes against the palace as a lone figure rushes through the dark, desperate to deliver a final hope. He bursts into the room where the prince is waiting, holding the vital component. "Your Royal Highness, I got it." Yun Chi's eyes are sharp and unwavering, his focus entirely on the woman fighting for her life. He immediately hands the item to his aide, Xiao Zhongzi, ordering him to get it to the physician without a second's delay. The masked guard reports the grim success of their mission. The enemy shadow guards have been neutralized and buried within the palace ruins, ensuring total secrecy. Yun Chi doesn't flinch, remaining cold and calculated as he issues orders regarding Infantile's ultimate choice. His only priority now is the speed of the antidote, his impatience growing by the second as he demands the doctor hurry. 10 minutes later, the elder physician arrives with a prepared decoction. The dark, murky liquid holds Hua Yan's only chance at survival. Yun Chi tests the medicine first, his face contorting as the overwhelming bitterness hits him, a testament to its potency. He turns to the bed where Hua Yan is motionless. He tries to feed her, but she is too weak to swallow. and the medicine simply spills away. Looking at her pale, fading face, he knows there's only one way to ensure she receives the treatment. He takes a mouthful of the bitter brew himself, holding her face steady. In a focused, life-saving maneuver, he used a direct transfer to force her swallowing reflex to engage. It works. The vital fluid finally passes down her throat. Relief momentarily washes over Yunqi as he pulls back, tenderly wiping the residue from her lips with clinical care. The doctor explains that the medicine is taking hold and the poison has stopped its assault on her vitals, urging the prince to finally rest. But Yunqi refuses to leave her side. He hauls her up, using his own strength to support her so her system can expel the toxins. Suddenly, Hua Yan hives, coughing up a spray of dark, corrupted blood. She gasps violently, blood staining her clothes, as Yunqi shouts for the doctor in a sudden panic. See, to his shock, the doctor is beaming. This is the breakthrough they needed. The poison is leaving her system, and her pulse is finally stabilizing. Yunqi's eyes soften with a depth of relief he's never felt before. He pulls her into a protective embrace, whispering his gratitude as the crisis finally breaks. Seeing the prince is at his limit, the doctor leaves a final vial of medicine and quietly slips out, deciding to leave the two in well-deserved peace. 16 days of recovery pass under a clear, bright sky. Inside the quiet, sun-drenched chamber, and Hu Yan finally opens her eyes. She finds Yunqi slumped beside her bed, having clearly guarded her until he collapsed from sheer exhaustion. She whispers his name, her voice a mere breath, but the memories of the vault and the poison flood back, and her eyes widen in a sudden flash of alarm. She bolts upright, her mind racing back to the mission. Where is the bug of almighty poison? She looks around, stunned and disoriented by her new surroundings, only to find Yunqi awake and staring back at her, his gaze intense and full of relief. The moment Hu Yan opens her eyes, the fog of a 16-day coma clears, replaced by a singular, desperate mission. She doesn't ask for food or comfort. Instead, her first words are a sharp inquiry into the location of the bug of almighty poison. Her gaze darts around the room, searching for the artifact that nearly cost her everything. By her bedside, Yunqi sits in stunned silence. He has spent over 2 weeks on the brink of exhaustion to bring her back, only to be met with a question about the very object that caused this nightmare. Hua Yan finally registers his presence, her voice small as she realizes the weight of the situation, but her body isn't ready for the strain, and a violent fit of coughing racks her lungs. Sensing her distress, Yunqi immediately moves to support her, gently patting her back as she gasps for water. He quickly pours a cup, his movements practiced from days of careful nursing. Weakly, Hua Yan reaches out, insisting she can manage on her own. But Yunqi isn't having it. He pulls the cup back, his tone firm as he tells her she lacks the strength for even this simple task. With a steady hand, he begins to spoon-feed her the water, ensuring she only takes small, manageable sips. He is the picture of focused, professional care, his eyes never leaving hers as he monitors her recovery. As she drinks, Hu Yan studies his face. Every sip is a reminder of the care he's providing. He continues the task with a patient, rhythmic precision. For a fleeting moment, a soft, almost imperceptible warmth flickers in his expression. Hu Yan notices the toll the last fortnight has taken on him. He looks thinner, more haggard. She realizes with a pang of guilt that he has likely been her sole caretaker through the darkest hours of her recovery. Despite his exhaustion, he remains dedicated to the medical necessity of her hydration. Yet, the underlying tension remains. Hua Yan's expression hardens as her resolve returns. She reaches out, placing her hand or his to stop the feeding. Yunqi, she begins, her voice trembling but certain. Yunqi's face turns to stone. He knows exactly what's coming. He asks if she is really going to bring up that poison bug again. Yes, she admits, refusing to back down. Yunqi looks away, his voice laced with a cold, simmering hurt. He asks what she'll do if he simply refuses to tell her. Her response is immediate and chilling. You leave me no choice then. In a reckless display of defiance, she throws back the covers and tries to force herself out of bed, her body screaming in protest. Yunqi is horrified, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing in her condition. He catches her before she can fall, ordering her back to bed as he reminds her she is far too weak to stand. But Hua Yan collapses to her knees with a heavy thud, her physical frailty unable to match her iron will. Yunqi stands over her, his frustration boiling over as he looks down at the woman who seems determined to throw her life away. From the floor, Hua Yan pleads her case. She acknowledges the crime of stealing the bug, but explains that Zizhan saved her life on the battlefield. To her, this is a debt of honor that must be paid. She turns her gaze to Yunqi, acknowledging that he, too, saved her from the palace of the bug. She views her life as a series of accounts to be settled. Her hands clench her robes in desperation. She explains that Su Zizan's life is currently hanging by a thread, and without that bug, he will die. She begs for Yunqi's forgiveness, promising to find a way to repay him later down the road. She looks up at him, her eyes pleading for him to understand this cold logic of life and death. Repay me? Yunqi's voice shakes with a mix of fury and disbelief. He seizes her by the shoulders, pulling her close. You did not just say that. His face is inches from hers, his voice a low growl of pure, professional frustration. Is that all I mean to you? He cannot believe she is reducing their entire ordeal to a mere transaction of favors. Shoving her away, he stands tall, his silhouette imposing against the light of the room. He tells her flatly that he doesn't have the bug of almighty poison, and if she wants it so badly, she can find it herself. Just then, a servant named Xiaozongzi enters with fresh medicine, only to freeze at the sight of the explosive confrontation. Yunqi storms past him, nearly knocking the servant over in his rush to leave the room. Hua Yan can only watch him go, stunned by the sheer force of his anger. Xiaozongzi cautiously approaches the bed, and Hua Yan immediately asks how Yunqi is truly doing. She demands to know the full story of what happened while she was unconscious. The servant explains that the royal physician had been monitoring the prince's condition closely. He reveals a staggering truth. Yunqi had been pushed to his absolute limit. The doctor assessed that the prince had only 30% of his internal power remaining. If Hua Yan had stayed unconscious any longer, Yunqi would have sacrificed every last drop of his strength and life force just to keep her stable. Realizing the magnitude of his sacrifice, Hua Yan is left in the silence of the room, haunted by the cost of her survival. Standing on the balcony, Hua Yan gazes out into the distance, her mind heavy with the weight of her previous argument with Yunqi. Suddenly, a white flash cuts through the sky as a male pigeon descends toward her. Recognizing the bird, she realizes it's a message from her brother, Huizhuo. She quickly unfurls the scroll, but the words written inside leave her stunned. Lord Su and the bug of almighty poison arrived at the valley back on June 1st. Her heart sinks as she does the math that was 14 days ago. As the pigeon takes flight once more, the devastating truth settles in. Yunqi never had the bug. He wasn't withholding it. It was already where it needed to be. Driven by a wave of guilt, Hua Yan rushes toward the southern palace chambers where Yunqi is recovering. She pushes the doors open, her footsteps soft as she enters the quiet room. She prepares a tray of medicinal broth, her hands trembling slightly. Looking down at the exhausted prince, she realizes how foolish she was to lash out at the man who nearly died to save her life. Unable to help herself, she reaches out, her fingers gently brushing against him as she tries to wake him. Yunqi's eyes flutter open, his gaze instantly locking onto hers with a mixture of surprise and wariness. His voice is cold as he asks if she's only there to interrogate him about the bug of almighty poison again. He looks away, defeated, asking what else he could possibly do to satisfy her. Ignoring his sharp tone, Hua Yan brings a spoonful of medicine to his lips. She softly insists that he must take his medicine first if he hopes to recover his strength. Yunqi stubbornly turns his head, admitting that he hates the bitter taste of the brew just as much as she does. Determined to ensure his recovery, Hua Yan's expression hardens with resolve. Yunqi huffs, clearly prepared to be a difficult patient, but Hua Yan isn't taking no for an answer. She prepares a specialized technique to ensure the medicine is administered effectively. Leaning in close, she focuses entirely on the task of transferring the life-saving liquid. In a moment of intense focus, she bridges the gap to deliver the dose directly. It's a necessary, albeit intimate, medical intervention designed to bypass his stubbornness. Yunqi is caught off guard, his throat working as he finally gulps down the bitter medicine. As she pulls back, Yunqi looks at her in stunned silence. Flustered and blushing, Hua Yan hides her face, whispering that she only learned such a bold tactic from him. When he begins to laugh at her embarrassment, she snaps at him to stop, though the tension between them has finally begun to melt. With a soft smile, she looks him in the eye and offers a sincere thank you. Yunqi reminds her of the stakes. He risked everything and nearly broke his own life force to save her and settle her debt to Su Zizan. He asks, quite pointedly, how she plans to repay such a monumental favor. Hua Yan immediately offers the full weight of her family's resources and influence. But Yunqi doesn't want gold or power. He reaches out, taking her hand firmly in his. His gaze is unwavering as he confesses that the only thing that would make him the happiest man alive is if she spent the rest of her life by his side. Hua Yan freezes, the weight of his proposal hanging in the air. The room falls silent as Yunqi waits for an answer, his eyes searching hers for any sign of hesitation. Hua Yan takes a breath, her decision clear. With a gentle, radiant smile, she simply says, okay. But the moment of bliss is shattered instantly. A violent ringing erupts in Hua Yan's ears, and horrific visions of a blood-stained battlefield flash before her eyes. She collapses, clutching her head in agony, as the phantom sounds of war drums thunder through her mind, leaving a panicked Yunqi, desperate to know what's happening to her. Hua Yan finally regains consciousness, but the sight of her waking up sends Yunqi into a state of pure panic as he desperately asks if the poison has returned. Terrified for her life, he doesn't waste a second and turns to sprint out of the room to find a doctor. Before he can leave, Hua Yan reaches out and firmly catches his sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. She offers a reassuring smile, explaining that it's just a recurring migraine she's dealt with since childhood, and that she's already starting to feel better. Yunqi isn't convinced, his gaze searching hers for any sign of hidden pain. He gently reaches out, his hands moving toward her face with practiced care. He begins to rhythmically massage her temples, focusing entirely on easing her discomfort. As he works, he softly asks if the pressure is helping. A sense of relief washes over Hua Yan as she confirms that the pain is receding. Seeing her relax, a warm, genuine smile finally breaks across Yunqi's face. However, the peaceful moment is shattered when Yunqi's eyes drift downward, spotting a familiar object tucked into her robes. Su Zizhan's jade pendant. His expression instantly darkens as jealousy flares. He abruptly stops the massage, wondering why she carries another man's token so close at all times. Sensing the sudden shift in the atmosphere, Huayan looks up, confused by his cold change in demeanor. Yunqi quickly masks his frustration, claiming he's simply not used to seeing her in such a vulnerable state. Transitioning back to business, Huayan asks about the followers she brought from the Palace of Almighty Poison, only to learn that Yunqi has them all locked away in prison. She can't help but marvel at the contrast in his personality. He's a pillar of tenderness for her, but a ruthless strategist to everyone else. She urges him to release them so they can send word to her brother, ensuring he doesn't come looking for her. Yunqi places a steady hand on her, his gaze softening once more. Huayan explains that since she's chosen to stay by his side, she doesn't want her presence to cause him any further political or personal trouble during her recovery. Yunqi leans in close, promising to take full responsibility for her well-being, a sentiment that leaves Huayan feeling both teased and deeply cared for. The two sit together in the quiet room, the weight of their new engagement settling between them. Breaking the silence, Huayan mentions how refreshed she feels after waking up. She asks Qi directly if he was the one who handled her personal care and hygiene while she was unconscious. Without a hint of hesitation, Yunqi confirms it, stating he wouldn't trust anyone else with the task since they are to be wed. He dismisses the traditional boundaries between unwed couples with a confident, effortless smile. The realization hits Huayan like a lightning bolt, and her face turns a brilliant shade of crimson as she realizes he personally looked after her for days. Yunqi watches her reaction closely, his eyes filled with an unspoken intensity. Overwhelmed by the intimacy of the situation, Huayan finds herself unable to even meet his gaze. As the air grows thick with anticipation, Yunqi leans in even closer, his shadow falling over her. With a serious look in his eyes, he begins to speak, telling her there is something important he has been thinking about. As a field of peach blossoms drifts through a hazy vision, Huayan stands alone, a distant figure in a world of pink petals. Yunqi reaches out, his face etched with a sudden, sharp anxiety as he calls her name. But the dream shifts violently. A spiritual gust sweeps through the blossoms, leaving Yunqi reaching for a shadow. His eyes widen in shock. Across the clearing, another man has appeared, pulling Huayan into a protective hold. It's a silent challenge, the rival's gaze cold and unwavering as he claims her side. The nightmare breaks. Huayan gasps awake, finding herself back in the room. Seeing Yunqi's distraught expression, she quickly asks what's wrong. Without a word, Yunqi lunges forward, pulling her into a desperate, crushing embrace. He's trembling, asking if she just had a bad dream. Huayan winces slightly, telling him to be gentle as he grips her tight. Yunqi doesn't let go. He smiles softly, but his voice betrays a deep-seated fear. He's terrified that if he loosens his hold, she'll simply vanish into thin air. Huayan feels the weight of his devotion, leaning into him as the tension finally begins to bleed away. He promises her then and there he will never leave her side. The intimate moment is cut short by a knock. Outside the door, an attendant announces that members of the Hua family have arrived. The door creaks open, and two of Huayan's loyal followers rush in, frantic with worry about her injuries. Huayan offers them a reassuring smile, telling them she feels much better now that they're here. She immediately shifts into leader mode, instructing them to prepare to deliver a letter to her brother the following day. The servants are stunned. They ask if she isn't coming back with them, mentioning the status of the Poison Palace and Lord Su. Huayan's expression turns serious. She informs them that she has made a firm promise to stay with Yunqi. The servants look on in disbelief as she explains her reasoning. During the 2 weeks she was unconscious, Yunqi set aside all his royal pride and risked his own health every single day to save her. She admits that she was wrong about him. This ordeal has forced her to face a truth she was previously too afraid to acknowledge. She wants to stay by his side. The servants exchange a look of pure concern. One of them pulls her aside, grabbing her sleeve to speak privately. Yunqi watches them from a distance, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. In a hushed tone, the servant reminds her of the ironclad Hua family rule. She is strictly forbidden from falling in love with the prince. Huayan doesn't flinch. She looks him in the eye and simply says she can't help it if she does. Sensing the tension, Yunqi doesn't wait for the lecture to continue. He steps in and firmly pulls Huayan away from her family members. Maintaining a strictly protective stance, he dismisses the servants, telling them they must be exhausted and should go to the rooms he's prepared for them. The servants have no choice but to bow and yield to the prince's authority. As they reluctantly exit the room, Huayan can't help but let out a small laugh at Yunqi's blatant display of territorial behavior. She playfully asks if he could try being a little bit nicer to her people. Yunqi leans in close, his expression softening only for her, as he whispers that he reserves all his niceness for her and her alone. Under the cover of night, Huayan wanders through the quiet, moonlit courtyard, her thoughts heavy. She finds Yunqi still awake, hunched over his work. He looks up, surprised to see her, and asks if she's having trouble sleeping. Huayan needs to write a letter to her brother, and in a rare, humble gesture, the crown prince offers to grind her ink personally. Huayan can't help but tease him, marveling at the sight of a royal performing such a lowly task for a girl like her. Yunqi doesn't flinch. He looks her in the eye and vows he'd happily grind her ink for the rest of his life, leaving her completely flustered. Attempting to hide her blushing face, she focuses on the paper, determined to finish quickly so they can both get some rest. Yunqi watches her, impressed by her refined calligraphy, but Hua Yan dismisses the praise. She jokes that while she knows the four arts, her commoner personality often clashes with such elegant pursuits. She feels as though she's barely scratching the surface of these skills in this lifetime. Yunqi leans in, curious about what she actually enjoys besides the arts. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she mentions cricket fighting. Yunqi isn't impressed, dismissing it as a hobby for spoiled brats with nothing better to do. Hua Yan's expression softens as she asks him if he ever got to play when he was a kid. The prince's gaze turns distant. He explains that his life was never his own. Born as the crown prince, he was surrounded by the best teachers but lacked any room for childhood wonder. Under the cold glow of the moon, he recalls a mother lost too soon and a grandmother who strictly eliminated every bad influence from his life. Moved by his isolated upbringing, Hu Yan reaches out, her hand finding his hair in a gesture of pure, heartfelt comfort. She tells him softly that it's a tragedy he was born into the royal family. Yunqi is stunned. While the rest of the world envies his power, she is the only person who truly pities him. Hu Yan gives him a playful lecture, telling him he must experience as much joy as possible to truly live a full life. He has spent his entire existence living for the people of South Chu, never for himself. With a genuine smile, Yunqi confesses that making her his consort is the single most selfish thing he has ever done. He playfully boops her nose, calling her cheeky, but admits that her presence alone takes away half of his misery. In the stillness of the room, their eyes lock, the air thick with a deep, unspoken bond. Hu Yan looks up at him, her heart finally open. Overcome by the weight of their shared devotion, Yunqi leans in, and they collapse onto the table in a moment of pure, emotional connection. In this sanctuary, away from the world's expectations, their masks fall away. Hu Yan is caught off guard by the intensity of his gaze. It is a deep, innocent seal of their commitment, a promise to face the future together. In the quiet of the hall, time seems to stop as they find total solace in each other's presence. The air in the room is heavy with unspoken words as Yunqi looks away, his voice barely a whisper as he offers a sincere, "I'm sorry." He realizes he may have misjudged the boundaries of their relationship, acknowledging that his past treatment of her wasn't always appreciated. Hua Yan's expression shifts from shock to a flicker of annoyance. She snaps back, admitting she did care, but that was in the past. Now, she's demandingly blunt. Why is he apologizing, and what does he want from her in this moment? The intensity breaks into a moment of awkward silence. Yunqi gives in with a soft, defeated smile, taking full responsibility for his words. He pulls her into a sudden, firm embrace, admitting his assumptions about her were wrong. As he holds her close, the weight of his previous isolation seems to lift. Hu Yan protests with a flustered blush, insisting he can't just touch her whenever he wants. But Yunqi's focus is elsewhere. He explains how he watched over her every night while she was unconscious, and now that she's awake, seeing her sleep feels fundamentally different and far more precious. Sensing her discomfort, he offers her an out, suggesting she can sleep in a separate room to make things easier. He looks at her with a depth of sincerity that stops her cold. Hu Yan watches him, the conflict in her heart plain on her face. She calls out his name, finally asserting her independence. She requests a maid. Now that she's recovered, she refuses to let him spend all his time tending to her needs when he has a kingdom to run. Yunqi counters with a revelation. His mother left behind a team of elite secret guards specifically for her future daughter-in-law. Hua Yan, ever the skeptic, asks if these guards truly answer to her or if they are just another extension of his power. But the conversation is cut short when a guard bursts into the room with a panicked report. Infantile is on the move. Yunqi's eyes narrow, his royal persona instantly snapping back into place. He tells Hu Yan to get some rest as he prepares to face the coming storm. As Yunqi departs to meet with the Minister of War, Hu Yan demands the full report from the remaining servant. The news is catastrophic. Infantile is marching on the capital, and the king of Southland has been imprisoned. Hua Yan's mind races. Someone must have leaked information to the enemy. She doesn't hesitate, immediately moving to the window and releasing a messenger bird into the night sky. When a confused servant pokes his head in to check on her, Hu Yan explains her tactical move. She is using the Hua family's green network to seize control of the Southwest food markets, providing Yunqi with the economic stability he'll need to win the war. The servant is floored by her strategic mind and her quiet devotion to the prince's cause. Meanwhile, in a dark, distant palace, a silver-haired woman clings desperately to a man's robes. She begs for the return of something vital, crying out that she will die without it. The man looks down at her with cold, calculated indifference, claiming his actions are for the good of the Southland royal family. With a final, chilling decree that she must be sacrificed, he ignores her screams of agony. The mysterious figure walks out into the moonlight, leaving a trail of broken lives in his wake as the true cost of power is revealed. The quiet halls of the palace stand still, a deceptive peace hanging over the capital despite the looming threat of invasion. Yunqi moves through the corridors with purpose, his mind heavy with the weight of the coming war. He reaches the door to the private chambers, his touch light as he prepares to enter. Inside, he finds Hua Yan completely drained, having fallen into a deep sleep right at her desk after a long night of strategic planning. A rare, gentle smile softens the prince's face as he looks at his exhausted strategist. He carefully lifts her up, wanting to provide even a moment of comfort before the storm of battle hits. He moves with practiced grace, ensuring she doesn't wake from her much-needed rest as he carries her toward the bed. But the movement stirs her. and Huyen blinks awake, her eyes searching for Yunqi in the dim light. She's surprised he's back so late. But Yunqi has brought more than just news of the front lines. He introduces Caking, a top-tier secret guard passed down from his mother to serve as Hua Yan's personal shadow from this day forward. The two women exchange a formal greeting, establishing a new, elite line of defense. Caking is immediately struck by the princess consort's poise, realizing the rumors of her brilliance and beauty were understated. Yunqi makes the hierarchy clear. Caking's sole mission is to be there whenever Hua Yan has a need. Hua Yan realizes the significance of this gesture. The prince is entrusting his mother's legacy to her personal safety. To lighten the heavy atmosphere, Yunqi produces a small, humble package. It's tea olive candy, a nostalgic treat that brings a genuine, joyful sparkle back to Hua Yan's eyes. He remembered her cravings from her time in Linen, showing his focus isn't just on the tactical map, but on her well-being. He playfully feeds her a piece, teasing her that even a mastermind can act like a child sometimes. In a moment of raw sincerity, he vows to protect her happiness and spoil her for life, regardless of the chaos outside. The weight of his words hangs in the air, a bond forged in the shadow of conflict. Hua Yan is left breathless by the depth of his devotion, but the conversation takes a serious turn as she prepares to reveal a long-held secret that could change everything. She confesses that her supposed infertility was a calculated ruse to hide the fact that her kung fu had been sealed until she reached adulthood. Yunqi brushes the concern aside, holding her close and insisting that her presence is the only thing that matters to him, hairs or not. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. A sharp glint of steel catches the light. Yunqi reacts instantly, shouting a warning as a projectile shatters the piece. He lunges forward, his reflexes honed by years of training, shielding Hua Yan from the deadly strike. A poison needle thuds into the wood, vibrating with lethal intent. Yunqi recognizes the signature immediately. These are the Southland Shadow Guards, masters the bug of almighty poison. He barks an order for Caking to secure Hua Yan while he moves to engage the threat. He charges out of the room, ready to face the assassins head-on in the courtyard. Realizing the danger is greater than it looks, Huyen commands Caking to mobilize the East Palace secret guards to back him up. The guard acknowledges the order and moves with lethal efficiency. Huyen watches the shadows, sensing the enemy is already deepside the gates. Out of the darkness emerges a terrifying figure. With glowing red eyes, the Southland's ultimate weapon has arrived to claim its prize. The palace is no longer a sanctuary. It's a slaughterhouse. Huyen's eyes sharpen as she prepares to unleash the power she's kept hidden for years. With a blur of motion, she strikes, her movements so precise that she tears through a shadowy assassin before they can even register her presence. But these aren't ordinary men. As her target falls, his form doesn't just collapse, it wavers and glitches, dissipating into a dark, foul mist. One of the bandaged ghouls hits the stone floor, a strange wooden container tumbling from its lifeless grip. Hua Yan realizes the gravity of the situation immediately. These are the elite shadow guards sent by the king of Southland himself. Above her, the rooftops crawl with more of them, their red eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. Caking rushes forward, urgently handing over a familiar weapon. Even as a shadow looms dangerously behind the guard, Hua Yan seizes her sword, her voice cutting through the chaos with cold authority. She commands the East Palace secret guards to mobilize. Every single one of these Southland infiltrators must be eliminated. Caking pleads for her retreat to safety, but Hua Yan just offers a chilling, confident smile. She's done hiding. Facing down a literal army of darkness, she becomes a whirlwind of steel, her blade humming as it cleaves through the supernatural attackers. Her focus is absolute, her gaze piercing through the fog of war. As the sun begins to break through the trees, the carnage settles. Blood drips from the tip of her blade as she sheathes her weapon, standing amidst the fallen. She knows these things aren't truly dead yet. She orders the guards to gather firewood and incinerate every last body, or these shadow guards will simply rise again. The masked guards salute, moving to carry out her grim instructions. Hua Yan scans the courtyard, the adrenaline fading into a cold realization. Caking, where is Yunqi? She demands, her voice trembling for the first time. Caking can only look away, her face pale with dread. A sound from the corridor catches Hua Yan's attention. Her heart sinks as a masked guard emerges, supporting a staggering, broken figure. It's Yunqi, his pristine white robes drenched in crimson. The sheer amount of blood is staggering, and Hua Yan gasps in horror. She rushes to him, her hands shaking as she tries to steady his failing body. The guard explains the horrific truth. The king of Southland used a blood lure. The Southland bugs, attracted to the scent, swarmed the prince, injecting him with lethal toxins. Yunqi looks up at her, his eyes clouded with pain but filled with an unwavering tenderness. "Stop talking, you're making it worse," she cries, desperately calling for a doctor. But Yunqi weakly reaches out, his blood-stained hand stopping her. He knows it's too late. He can feel the poison cold in his veins already invading his heart. Hua Yan refuses to accept the end, her eyes welling with tears as she insists the doctor can save him. Sensing his time is slipping away, Yunqi pulls her close. He asks one final, heartbreaking question. If it weren't for him sacrificing his life for her back at the palace of the bug of almighty poison, would she have ever agreed to marry him? Hua Yan stands frozen, the weight of his sacrifice and his final wish crashing down on her as the silence of the courtyard grows deafening. With Yunqi seemingly at death's door, Hua Yan can no longer hide her true feelings, desperately clutching his hands as she tearfully accepts his proposal. But the moment is interrupted by Yun Qi's violent, blood-flecked coughing fits, signaling that time is running out. He gazes at her with a mix of longing and doubt, asking if she's only saying yes because he's on his last breath. Hua Yan doesn't hesitate. After everything they've endured, she finally knows what her heart wants. She wants to be his princess consort. Yun Qi looks on in stunned silence as she pours her heart out. She clarifies that while she owes her life to another, her love belongs solely to him. A faint, knowing smile touches Yun Qi's lips as he whispers her name. Hua Yan, looking toward a future they might actually share, suggests they marry as soon as the Southwest conflict is resolved. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. The dying prince's expression turns sharp and lively, catching Hua Yan completely off guard. Realization hits her like a lightning bolt. Yun Qi was exaggerating his injuries to secure her promise. Ignoring her outrage, he effortlessly scoops her into his arms, noting the evening chill as he carries her toward the palace interior. Even his elite guard, Kaking, is left speechless by this sudden display of royal affection. Once the immediate drama subsides, Yun Qi snaps back into commander mode, ordering his men to double the guard and scrub the battlefield clean of Southland's influence. He maintains his hold on Hua Yan as they enter the safety of the residence. Still fuming over his trickery, Hua Yan delivers a sharp pinch to his side. The mortally wounded prince lets out a very healthy yelp of pain, his face contorting in a comical grimace. She pushes him back, finally demanding the truth about his condition. With a sudden burst of energy, she pins him against the wall to conduct a thorough inspection. She notes that while his clothes are drenched in blood, he doesn't seem to have a single scratch on him. Yun Qi finally explains his secret. The blood belonged to the king of Southland, used as a lure for toxic bugs. But Yun Qi had already developed a technical immunity by consuming a small amount of the antidote previously. Hua Yan remains skeptical, demanding to know if he's truly out of danger. Ever the provocateur, Yun Qi offers to undergo a full medical examination to put her mind at ease. Seeing through his playfulness, she realizes he is indeed back to full strength. He pulls her into a firm embrace, his focus shifting back to the weight of their new commitment. The gravity of their upcoming union hangs in the air, a rare moment of peace amidst the chaos of war. Hua Yan locks eyes with him, questioning his sudden intensity. She teases him about his lack of experience in courtly romances, questioning if he even knows how to handle the responsibilities of a husband. The comment hits home, leaving the normally composed prince flustered and at a loss for words. Breaking the tension with a laugh, Hua Yan shifts the focus back to their mission, revealing a jar containing a 1,000-year-old cold bug she seized from the enemy. She has successfully neutralized the supernatural threats within the city, securing every last specimen. Yun Qi looks at her with profound pride. Even while weakened, his future consort managed to dismantle 500 of Southland's elite guards. Hua Yan quickly brushes off the praise, eager to move past the day's emotional roller coaster. They stand together in the quiet room, a formidable duo ready to face the rebellion. But before she can protest, Yun Qi sweeps her off her feet once more, insisting it's time to prepare for the challenges of tomorrow. The morning rain patters against the palace walls as Yun Qi quietly pushes the door open, finding Hua Yan still fast asleep. He creeps toward her bedside with a soft, knowing gaze. Leaning in close, he gently brushes her hair aside and whispers her name, waking her from her slumber. Hua Yan bolts upright, her eyes wide with shock at his sudden, intimate proximity. Seeing her flustered reaction, Yun Qi can't help but offer a playful, charming smile. Hua Yan quickly composes herself, demanding he speak properly and questioning why he's acting so sentimental so early in the morning. She pouts, joking that if he keeps this up, history books will remember her as nothing more than an evil vixen who distracted the prince. But Yun Qi's expression turns serious. He promises she is his entire life, vowing never to take a concubine and accepting whatever reputation comes their way. Hua Yan retorts that if she's a vixen, then he's destined to be an evil ruler. Yun Qi simply chuckles, calling them a perfect match as he enjoys her flustered state. Shaken by his uncharacteristic boldness, Hua Yan wonders who could have possibly taught the crown prince such smooth lines. He proudly claims it's all natural talent, leaving Hua Yan to sigh. She warns him that people will laugh if they see him acting this way. But Yun Qi doesn't care about the rumors. He points out the rainy weather and suggests they head to the Southland Palace to break her boredom. Hua Yan agrees, her mood brightening as they prepare to leave. As they travel through the city, Hua Yan watches the rain-slicked streets from the carriage. Despite the recent chaos and the fall of the Southland regime's power, the common people go about their lives in peace. She's amazed that nothing seems to have changed, and Yun Qi explains that during his regency, he ensured the transition was seamless by neutralizing the Palace of Almighty Poison before a riot could even begin. Hua Yan realizes the immense pressure he's been under since his youth, overseeing state affairs with such precision. Yun Qi admits that the crown is a heavy burden to carry alone. He looks at her with deep sincerity, explaining that his decision to stay with her wasn't just for the country, it was for his own heart, as he doesn't want to walk this lonely road without her. Touched by his honesty, Hua Yan places her hand in his and tells him she trusts him completely. They share a quiet, professional moment of mutual respect and budding affection before Hua Yan reminds him that duty must come first for now. Yun Qi is determined, however, declaring that they will absolutely be married before winter sets in. Hua Yan brings up the potential hurdles, like the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, who might still oppose their union. Yunqi remains confident. He believes his father won't be an issue, and his grandmother's own guilt will keep her from interfering this time. As their carriage rolls through the rain, Huyan reflects on how far they've come, realizing she's truly committed to this path. But while they plan their future, trouble is brewing elsewhere. At Infant Ili's camp, amidst a torrential downpour, Yi Xiaming arrives in a desperate hurry. She drops to her knees in the mud, pleading with her uncle to save the royal house of Southland before it's too late. The rain lashes down on the Southland palace as Yunqi and Hua Yan arrive to settle the score with the fallen regime. They step inside to find the king of Southland waiting, but he's not the man they expected to see. Hua Yan is visibly stunned. The king looks impossibly young, far younger than the report suggested. Yunqi's eyes narrow with cold disdain as he explains the dark truth. The king stole the life-sustaining sea bug from his own niece, Yilangqi, to regain his youth and fuel his failed assassination attempt. The king tries to maintain a shred of dignity, nervously inquiring about the girl standing beside the prince. Yunqi doesn't hesitate, firmly introducing Hua Yan as his princess consort from Linen. The king's face pales with shock as he realizes this is the same girl who single-handedly dismantled the palace of the Bug of Almighty Poison. Hua Yan meets his gaze with a sharp, challenging look, asking if he truly doubts her capabilities. Terrified, the king backtracks, haunted by the memory of 500 of his elite secret guards being slaughtered the moment she arrived. Yunqi cuts through the excuses, demanding to know if the king has considered his ultimatum. The king is trapped, realizing the support he once relied on has vanished like smoke. Yunqi lays out the terms. The king must publicly pledge his loyalty to South Chu before the entire southwest region. In exchange, Yunqi offers a cold mercy. The royal house of Southland will be allowed to live out their remaining years in peace. Desperate and cornered, the king feigns a moment of bravado, claiming he would rather choose death than be a traitor to his country. Yunqi doesn't blink. He reminds the king that with his secret guards dead and his mystical lifelines destroyed, he has zero bargaining power. Stepping forward with predatory grace, Yunqi declares that the king of Southland is now nothing more than an empty title. He leans in close, his voice a lethal whisper, telling the king that if living with this insult is too much, he should go ahead and end it right now because Yunqi won't stop him. While the king's attendants watch in horror, Hua Yan sees through the act, knowing the king values his own life far too much to ever follow through on his empty threats of suicide. Broken and defeated, the king finally crumbles, asking for a guarantee that his house will truly be spared. Yunqi's response is chillingly pragmatic. They will live only as long as they don't resist. Resigned to his fate, the king calls for a pen and paper to sign away his sovereignty. An attendant rushes to fulfill the order, marking the end of the Southland Rebellion. Later, as the tension of the coup fades, Huyan takes a moment to admire the breathtaking views of the palace pavilion. Yunqi joins her, noting that it took decades of craftsmanship to create such beauty. But Huyan's mind is still on the board. She asks about Ye Xianming, who vanished days ago. Yunqi confirms her disappearance, suspecting the princess has fled to seek aid from the rebel Infant Ilay. As they walk along the bridge, the rain continues to fall. Hua Yan is puzzled. How did the princess escape the palace unnoticed? Yunqi stops and points toward the lake. He highlights a subtle mini-cyclone in the water where the rain meets the surface, revealing a hidden watershed. It's a brilliant piece of deceptive architecture, a secret underwater passage that even Yunqi's elite secret guards had missed. Yunqi immediately summons his commander, Yunye, ordering him to lead a team into the water to inspect every inch of that hidden tunnel. Turning back to Hua Yan, Yunqi shows a rare moment of tenderness, worrying that the lingering toxins in her system make her susceptible to the cold rain. But before they can move, the unthinkable happens. Hua Yan suddenly staggers, coughing up a spray of blood that stains her robes, leaving Yunqi crying out in pure horror. The aftermath of the Southland surrender is heavy with tension as Yunqi maintains a vigilant watch over a recovering Hua Yan. He gazes at her with deep concern, haunted by the strange affliction that caused her sudden collapse. Finally, a faint twitch of her hand breaks the silence, signaling her return to consciousness. Waking up, Hua Yan immediately asks if her hysteria has flared up again, her mind still sharp despite her physical state. Yunqi reveals he had a physician examine her and opens a small wooden case containing the necessary remedy. He pulls out a single pill, his focus entirely on her recovery. He insists she take the medicine immediately to stabilize her condition. Hua Yan watches him, noting the intense worry etched across the prince's face. She swallows the pill, knowing how much her health weighs on him. In a sudden, playful burst of energy, she nips at his hand, catching him completely off guard. Yunqi stares in shock, stunned by her rapid shift in demeanor. She looks back at him with a mischievous, wide-eyed expression, her vitality clearly returning. Relieved to see her spirit unbroken, a soft smile finally touches Yunqi's lips. The two engage in a moment of lighthearted banter as she playfully pushes him away, the atmospheric tension finally breaking. The mood turns serious again as Hua Yan reaches out, expressing her regret for causing him such constant stress. She explains that this condition has plagued her since childhood, managed only by specific prescriptions from her family's doctor. With total honesty, she admits the symptoms returned the moment she realized how much he truly meant to her. Hearing her struggle, Yunqi's resolve hardens. He cannot stand to see her suffer. He vows that once they return to South Chu, he will summon every expert in the land to find a permanent cure. Their quiet moment is interrupted by a messenger rushing into the room with urgent news. He presents a scroll, the official admission of guilt signed by the king of Southland. The messenger also brings a report from Shiliu, a key operative in their network. Yun takes the document, scanning the details of their latest tactical gains. Hua Yan listens intently, her strategist's mind already analyzing the next move. The messenger reports that their agents have successfully seized total control over the Southwest's food and salt markets. Hua Yan explains that this was her plan all along. By monopolizing essential resources, they have secured the region's stability and neutralized any remaining threats. Yunqi is deeply impressed by her foresight, realizing she has effectively won the war on two fronts. He immediately issues orders to broadcast this news across the Southwest to cement their authority. His expression turns cold and professional as he prepares for the final stage of the annexation. Meanwhile, in a rain-drenched military camp, the opposition is in shambles. Yi Xiangming arrives to find her uncle, questioning why their forces haven't moved to retake the city. Her uncle reveals the devastating truth. They are being choked out. Someone has hoarded the entire region's food supply, leaving their 200,000 soldiers with nothing to eat. Before she can process the tactical nightmare, a frantic soldier delivers the final blow. The king has surrendered, and Southland now belongs to South Chu. The Southland king may have surrendered, but the flames of rebellion are far from extinguished. A heavy hand slams a decree onto the table, the sound echoing like a gunshot through the camp. The Southland general is livid, calling the king's public confession an absolute joke. Beside him, Yi Xiangming clutches the report, her eyes wide with shock. They realize the truth. The bug of almighty poison that protected their royal line has been neutralized, and Yunqi's economic blockade is strangling their forces. The general won't go down without a fight. He's ready to mobilize 200,000 starving troops in a desperate, final charge to reclaim Southland's honor. But Yi Xiangming knows a frontal assault is suicide. She urges caution, reminding her uncle that their army is on the brink of collapse. Instead of a war, she proposes an infiltration. She plans to sneak into the palace through a secret passage to confront her father and change the tide of the war. The general's eyes narrow as he realizes her true intent. This isn't just a rescue mission. You want to assassinate Yunqi? He asks. Yi Xiangming doesn't flinch. She intends to use the lethal heart-devouring bug to end the prince once and for all. Sensing her resolve, the general grants her 3 days. If she hasn't succeeded by then, he'll march his army into the capital, regardless of the cost. Meanwhile, in the quiet of the palace, Prince Yunqi is deep in study, reviewing the latest intelligence reports. Hua Yan quietly joins him, her presence a calming influence in the midst of the chaos. He shows her a detailed map of the palace's hidden corridors, a strategic breakthrough provided by his elite cloud guards. Despite their control over the food and salt markets, they know the threat isn't over. The conversation turns to Infantile, a wild card who won't accept defeat easily. Hua Yan observes the map, noting that true peace in the southwest is impossible as long as the opposition remains active. Yunqi is already ahead of the game, drafting orders for his subordinates to infiltrate the enemy camp under the cover of night. However, Hua Yan reminds him to stay vigilant. Yi Xiangming's heart-devouring bug is a variable they can't ignore. Yunqi smiles, having already predicted her move. He knows Yi Xiangming's pride will lead her straight into the palace through the secret passages to attempt an assassination. Hua Yan is impressed by his foresight. She playfully teases him, recalling how the king originally wanted him to marry the Southland princess. Yunqi doesn't miss a beat, reminding her of his vow. Hua Yan is the only consort he will ever accept. He offers her his unwavering support, maintaining a strictly professional and protective focus as they discuss the future. Hua Yan jokes that his cold rejection must have broken the princess's heart. Yunqi remains indifferent, stating he's barely met the woman and certainly hasn't grazed her heart. Hua Yan looks at him, feeling a deep sense of partnership, though she wonders if her own contributions can ever match his dedication. In a rare moment of lightheartedness, she reaches out to poke his cheek, breaking the tension of the looming conflict. They share a brief, quiet moment of mutual respect, two master strategists in perfect sync. Outside, the palace remains peaceful for now, but the trap is being set. Hua Yan shifts back into tactical mode, suggesting a plan to capture Yi Xiangming with minimal casualties. They need to neutralize the heart-devouring before it can do any damage. Yunqi nods in agreement, trusting her tactical brilliance completely. Whatever she thinks is best, he will execute. The stage is set for a final confrontation in the shadows of the palace. Deep in the enemy camp, a hand reaches for a tray, ready to execute a lethal deception. A hardened soldier reacts instantly, his eyes narrowing as he senses something is off. Facing him is Mei Shuyu, disguised in a dress and offering drinks under the guise of providing company to help him relax. The soldier isn't buying the act for a second, questioning how any general would allow such a distraction on the brink of their greatest war. He lunges, grabbing her arm and branding her a vixen as her cover completely disintegrates. Terrified, Mei Shuyu realizes her attempts at glamour have failed. She can't even get this veteran to take a single sip of the poisoned wine. The soldier towers over her, demanding to know who sent her to infiltrate their ranks. He threatens her with a terrifying poison bug, causing Mei Shiyu to panic, her fear of insects far outweighing her fear of the blade. Suddenly, a blur of movement shatters the tension as a hand strikes the soldier's arm, sending the threat flying. The soldier barely has time to register the interference before a blade clangs against his defense. Lu Xiling has arrived, dropping from above with a fierce strike and a defiant shout. The two warriors exchange a series of heavy blows, their steel clashing in the moonlight. The veteran mocks the young fighter, claiming Lu is in way over his head against someone with decades of training. But Lu Xiling isn't fighting fairies, fighting to win. As they lock blades, a jar of poisoned wine is smashed nearby. The soldier realizes too late that he's being outmaneuvered. While Lu pins him down, Mei Shiyu seizes her chance, her eyes wide with frantic energy. Lu Xiling smirks. He knew he couldn't outmuscle the old grunt, so he used himself as the ultimate bait. Mei Shiyu doesn't waste time gloating. She forces the poisoned wine down the soldier's throat to end the struggle. With the threat neutralized, the two bicker over their tactical choices, with Mei Shiyu threatening to make Lu wear the dress next time. Their mission in the camp is done, and it's time to signal the main force. A massive, code red, firework erupts into the night sky, alerting the army that the assassins are moving and the palace is under threat. Back at the capital, Lu Xiling rushes into the pavilion, searching for the prince. Outside, the sky is still lit by the signal of the ongoing operation against the rebel camp. Hua Yan remains calm, informing him that Yi Jiangming was successfully trapped in a secret passage, and Yun Qi has gone to handle the final confrontation personally. She notices Lu's frantic energy and playfully teases him about his concern for the guard, caking. Lu tries to maintain his composure, taking a seat as Hua Yan commends him for his swift return and the successful completion of his assignment regarding the 200,000-strong rebel army. He settles in with a cup of tea, admitting that nowhere feels quite as much like home as the capital. His curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks Hua Yan about the bug of almighty poison she encountered within the palace walls. Hua Yan agrees to share the harrowing details of the technical struggle against the parasite. After a long, detailed recount of the events, Lu Xiling looks solemn, asking about Zishan and where their loyalties now lie. Hua Yan looks out over the balcony, explaining that while the poison bug has been dealt with, some things can never go back to how they were. She reflects on her relationship with Yun Qi, admitting she never objected to him as a person only to the weight of his royal identity. Now she sees the man beneath the crown, and his titles no longer define him in her eyes. Lu Xiling offers a supportive smile, realizing that Hua Yan has made her choice and that Zizan will eventually understand. Exhausted from the high-stakes mission, Lu heads off to get some much-needed rest, leaving Hua Yan to her thoughts. But the peace is short-lived. Hua Yan asks caking how long Yun Qi has been gone. The answer 4 hours sends a chill through her. She stands, her anxiety peaking as she contemplates sending a search party to the palace. Suddenly, a frantic cry echoes through the courtyard. Get a doctor. His Royal Highness is injured. Hua Yan sprints toward the gates, her heart hammering against her ribs. She reaches the courtyard just as a horse is led in, carrying a slumped figure. Her breath hitches as she sees Yun Qi, his face pale and covered in blood, unconscious after a battle that clearly took everything he had. Panic strikes the courtyard as Yun Qi is carried in, his life hanging by a thread. Hua Yan's heart skips a beat as she's told the prince has been stabbed, and she barks orders to get him inside immediately. She wastes no time, dispatching a maid to find a doctor before his strength completely fades. Inside the pavilion, the atmosphere is suffocating as they lay him down. Hua Yan doesn't wait for help. She leans in, her eyes cold with focus. With a sharp tug, she rips open his robes, revealing a gruesome, blood-soaked wound on his back. The sight is enough to make anyone's stomach churn, but she refuses to look away. She channels her internal energy, her fingers moving with precision to stem the flow of blood. A sigh of relief escapes her as the bleeding finally slows to a halt. Yun Qi stammers out a weak reassurance, but his pale face tells a different story. Hua Yan snaps at him to stay quiet, her worry masking the deep fear she feels for his life. The doctor finally arrives, and Hua Yan practically drags him to the bedside. Quickly, he's badly injured, she demands, her voice laced with desperation. The old physician notes that a single inch deeper would have been the end for the prince. Thankfully, he confirms that while the injury is severe, Yun Qi will live once he's properly bandaged. Determined to see him recover, Hua Yan prepares to fetch his medicine. But as she turns to leave, Yun Qi's hand shoots out, gripping her sleeve with surprising strength. He refuses to let her go, insisting that a servant can handle the errand while she stays by his side. A nearby guard takes the hint and rushes off to secure the medicine. In a rare moment of vulnerability, the prince rests his head on her lap, seeking comfort in her presence as the taste of blood lingers in his mouth. Hua Yan looks down at him, her expression softening into a mix of annoyance and affection as she tells him to stop looking at her. The room settles into a tense calm, while the treatment continues under the watchful eyes of the guards. The servant returns with the recovery pill, and Hua Yan takes charge of the administration. The doctor leaves them with strict instructions. The prince must rest, take his medicine, and keep the wound dry at all costs. With the immediate danger past, Hua Yan demands answers about how the trap went so wrong. Yunan explains that the situation in the secret passage turned lethal when the prince's mercy was exploited. Yi Jiangming used her own blood to activate a heart-devouring bug, summoning a hidden team of shadow guards for her protection. A brutal skirmish broke out in the dark corridors as the prince and his men fought to hold back the assassins. In the chaos, an opening was created, allowing a hidden attacker to plunge a dagger into Yunqi's back. The threat is contained for now, with the princess and king in prison, but Hua Yan knows the cost was nearly too high. Meanwhile, far away in Peach Blossom Valley, a different kind of storm is brewing. Su Zizhan is in agony, his body racked with the symptoms of his cold illness as he struggles to breathe. The valley doctor, Tian Buju, urges him to begin the bug treatment immediately. But Su Zizhan is distracted. He stares out at the horizon, his mind miles away from his own recovery. He is furious that Hua Yan hasn't returned, declaring that his own life doesn't matter if something has happened to her. Hua Zhuo approaches, his expression solemn as he greets the Lord. He delivers the crushing news. While Yan is safe, she isn't coming back to the valley. Su Zizhan's temper flares at the revelation, his worry turning into shock. Without a word, Hua Zhuo hands him a letter, the only explanation for why the woman he loves has chosen to stay by the prince's side. Back in the serene but somber Peach Blossom Valley, the air is thick with unspoken grief. Lord Su Zizhan stands motionless beneath the swaying branches, a shadow of his former self as he grapples with the finality of Hua Yan's departure. His attendants watch from a distance, their faces etched with worry. They know he has been standing there far too long, anchored by a heart-ache that won't let go. Nearby, Hua Zhuo remains the voice of cold reality, calmly sipping his tea. He knows the letter from Hua Yan was a killing blow to Zizhan's hopes, and the man simply needs time to process the wreckage of his heart. When a concerned servant asks if she should head to Southland to assist the wounded Hua Yan, Hua Zhuo dismisses the idea. He confirms that Hua Yan is alive and recovering, advising the girl to focus on her master's failing health instead. The servant can only offer a respectful bow, feeling the weight of the valley's mounting gloom. Finally, Su Zizhan approaches, his expression a mask of stoic pain. Hua Zhuo offers a rare moment of sympathy, asking if the Lord needs comfort now that the truth has fully set in. But Zizhan's resolve is chillingly firm. He declines, staring ahead with eyes that have seen his future vanish, declaring he knows exactly what must be done next. The scene shifts to the Southland Infirmary, where the atmosphere is far more intimate. Yunqi lies in bed, his eyes fixed on Hua Yan as she rests nearby, her presence the only thing keeping him grounded after his brush with death. He watches her with an intensity that borders on reverence, silent and still so as not to break the moment. His gaze never wavers, tracing the features of the woman who chose to stay by his side despite everything. When Hua Yan finally stirs and opens her eyes, she finds him watching her, a soft smile playing on his lips as she asks if he's finally awake. She immediately moves to check his vitals, but Yunqi has other priorities. Complaining of the sweat from his fever, he insists that a shower is the only thing that will make him feel human again. Hua Yan isn't having it. She sternly reminds him that his bandages must stay bone dry if he wants his wound to heal properly. Yunqi, ever the stubborn prince, argues that he can easily wipe down around the injury, his face clouding with a childish pout. Hua Yan sighs, deciding to call in a male attendant, Xiao Zongzi, to handle the technicalities of his hygiene. The mere suggestion sends Yunqi into a silent, grumpy fit, his chibi expression radiating pure disapproval at the thought of anyone else touching him. Seeing his frustration, Hua Yan's anger shifts toward the king of Southland, her fist clenching as she curses the man who put Yunqi in this state. Seeing her fire return, Yunqi can't help but smile. Her protectiveness is a balm for his soul. Suddenly, he lets out a sharp hiss of pain, sending Hua Yan into a panic as she fears she's accidentally aggravated his wound. Exploiting her concern, Yunqi leans into the discomfort, claiming he can't endure the grime of his clothes for a single second longer. Defeated by his persistence, Hua Yan relents, heading off to gather clean robes and warm water for a professional sponge bath. When she returns, Yunqi has already divested himself of his upper layers, his torso wrapped in thick medical bandages. Hua Yan pauses, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face as she prepares for the task. She takes a steadying breath, focusing purely on the medical necessity of the moment. With practiced care, she dips the cloth into the basin, the steam rising in the quiet room. She begins to scrub his shoulder with clinical precision, ensuring his comfort while avoiding the sensitive bandage site. However, Yunqi quickly points out that his back is unreachable and the unbearable itch is driving him mad. Hua Yan freezes, realizing the intimacy the task now requires. Seeing her hesitate, Yunqi playfully suggests she just close her eyes while she scrubs, teasing that leaving even one spot will make his recovery worse. Hua Yan snaps back, reminding him that she's an unmarried lady and he's pushing his luck with these demands. Yunqi's response is immediate and bold. They are to be married soon, and he reveals that he never let anyone else perform such a task for him, even when his injuries were far more severe. The weight of his words hits home. Hua Yan softens, her expression turning tender as she realizes how much he has sacrificed and how much he truly trusts her. With a blush creeping up her neck, she tells him to shut up and turns to finish the job. She moves behind him, her hands steady as she meticulously cleans his back, maintaining a strictly professional focus. Every movement is deliberate, the cloth gliding over his skin with gentle efficiency. Yunqi lets out a sigh of exaggerated relief, clearly enjoying the attention a bit too much. Hua Yan's face is now a bright crimson, the technical nature of the task doing little to hide her embarrassment. She warns him through gritted teeth to behave himself, threatening to drop the cloth and leave him half-washed if he says another word. 10 minutes of silent, focused work pass. Finally, Yunqi is dressed in fresh, white robes, looking every bit the pristine prince again. Hu Yan huffs, asking if he's satisfied or if he just got hurt specifically to torture her with these chores. Yunqi turns to her, a mischievous glint in his eye. He notes this actually much better at this than he was when had to wash her for the first time, back when it took him nearly an hour to finish. He looks back at her with a smug, knowing grin, clearly proud of his secret past efforts. Hu Yan's jaw drops in pure shock, the realization of what he's admitting to hitting her like a freight train. Yunqi doubles down, casually claiming he kept his eyes closed, mostly, but that it takes time to get used to such a delicate task. Incensed by his shameless admission, Huan lets out a frustrated scream, her face turning a shade of red that rivals the valley's blossoms. She storms out of the room, unable to handle his playful teasing for another second. Left alone, Yunqi watches the door with a satisfied, triumphant smile, his recovery seemingly bolstered by the successful riling of his favorite strategist. As the dust settles on the recent rebellion, Lord Xiling arrives to seek an audience with the prince, his presence announced with a sense of urgency. Yunqi, still recovering but ever composed, gives the word to bring him in. Xiling doesn't waste a second, rushing to the prince's side with genuine concern over the life-threatening injuries sustained during the night's chaos. Yunqi remains calm, inviting his guest to take a seat and speak freely. Xiling admits he's been trying to reach the prince all day, but the sheer volume of visitors made it impossible until this very moment. He pleads with Yunqi to prioritize his health, reminding him that his life is no longer just his own, it belongs to the nation and his future princess consort. Surprisingly, Yunqi is in an uncharacteristically agreeable mood, which catches Xiling off guard. Seeing an opening, Xiling asks about the prince's next moves for the future. The answer is a bombshell. Yunqi orders an immediate march on the neighboring countries. Xiling is stunned. Conquering an entire region in 30 days is an almost impossible task. When questioned about the frantic pace, Yunqi reveals his true motivation. With a rare, determined smile, he explains that the sooner the southwest is stabilized, the sooner he can finally marry Huyan. Motivated by this romantic resolve, Xiling immediately pledges to meet the deadline. Later, as Huyan prepares to return to the capital, she reflects on the Empress Dowager's decree. Xiling finds her and offers words of encouragement, telling her to ignore the rigid rules and simply be proud of who she is. Hu Yan stops him before he departs, explaining that Yunqi specifically asked her to see him off. Xiling is touched, looking forward to their next meeting in the capital. Seeing her hesitation about the future, he promises that he and the prince will always have her back. Hu Yan notices a change in Xiling. He's finally focused on building a serious career for himself. He admits that his father's pressure played a part, but protecting her was his primary motivation. In a move of deep respect and friendship, shocked but thrilled, Xiling agrees to the pact. They seal the deal with a firm high five. As Xiling mounts his horse, he promises a mass. Hu Yan watches him ride off, shouting a final warning for him to be careful of the poison lingering in his system. Suddenly, a mysterious, ethereal glow erupts in the sky, catching Hu Yan's eye. She realizes this celestial event marks a major medical turning point. Yunqi joins her, questioning the meaning of the strange light. Hu Yan explains that this is the Tianbuju, a sign that the ancient bug of almighty poison used to treat. While the vision is beautiful, the mention of Su Zizhan's name brings a sudden, sharp. The political winds of South Chu are shifting as we open on the breathtaking serenity of the royal garden. Deep within the blossoms, palace attendants whisper the latest scandal. The Empress Dowager is officially scouting for a wife for the crown prince. The clear frontrunner is Zhao Qingxi, the chancellor's daughter, who carries herself with a refined elegance that commands the attention of everyone in the garden. While some ladies harbor secret hopes that the prince might overlook her, their dreams are swiftly crushed by the weight of her prestigious backing. Suddenly, the seventh princess, Kai, bursts onto the scene, sharp-tongued and fiercely protective of her brother, reminding the gossiping maids that the crown prince's heart isn't a prize for just anyone to claim. Princess Qi quickly finds Qingxi, greeting her with a familiarity that suggests she's already part of the family. In a private moment, Qi leans in, teasing Qingxi about the true purpose of today's banquet, fully aware of the high stakes involved. With a playful wink, the princess makes it clear the Empress Dowager has a specific vision for the future of the throne. As Qingxi blushes at the thought of her potential husband, the focus shifts to the seat of power. There, the Empress Dowager confronts Yunqi directly, emphasizing that selecting a consort is no longer a suggestion, it is a matter of state urgency. She gestures toward the garden, praising Zhao Qingxi for her intellect, her poise, and her impeccable reputation. To the Empress, she is the perfect candidate to maintain the dignity of the royal household. However, Yunqi remains cold, his focus buried in scrolls of state affairs as he dismisses the entire spectacle. He pours a drink with clinical detachment, noting that if he actually desired any of these women, he would have claimed them long before his grandmother felt the need to intervene. Refusing to take no for an answer, the Empress Dowager presents the Book of Beauties, a collection of portraits featuring the most eligible women in the land. Yunqi flips through the pages with bored indifference, labeling the highborn ladies as nothing more than boring and mundane. His dismissive attitude finally snaps his grandmother's patience, as she demands he take the future of the South Chu dynasty seriously. Yunqi pauses, his eyes finally locking onto a specific page with newfound interest. He points to a portrait of Hua Yan, a girl who, unlike the others, chose to hide her face behind a book in her official painting. The Empress Dowager's face pales in horror as she immediately rejects the choice, claiming Hua Yan is unfit for the crown. Yunqi smirks, cornering his grandmother with her own logic. She asked him to pick from the book, and now that he has, she's trying to backtrack. The Empress Dowager desperately tries to smear Hua Yan's character, citing rumors of a scandalous affair with the son of the Prince of Anyang. Yunqi questions her sources, his expression unreadable as his grandmother insists that such a misconduct makes her ineligible for marriage. But Yunqi isn't buying it. He warns her not to be swayed by slanderous gossip meant to ruin a girl's reputation. He realizes that Hua Yan hid her face in the portrait specifically to avoid being chosen, and that spark of rebellion is exactly what draws him in. With cold finality, he declares that no one defies the will of the royal house, ordering the marriage decree to be sent to the Hua household in Linen immediately. Miles away in Linen, the decree arrives at the prestigious Hua estate, declaring Hua Yan gentle, demure, and dignified. But the reality couldn't be further from the description. High up in the branches of a flowering tree, a hand reaches out to pluck a blossom, far removed from the constraints of palace life. Hua Yan sits perched precariously on a limb, looking every bit the free spirit the Empress Dowager fears. Her maid, Luer, is in a state of pure panic, shouting from below that the crown prince has officially demanded her hand in marriage. Hua Yan doesn't even flinch, swinging her legs casually as she mocks the decree's description of her being demure, wondering if the palace sent it to the wrong person. Luer insists the patriarchs have verified it, there is no mistake. The prince specifically wants her. A sly smile crosses Hua Yan's face as she realizes the prince chose her despite the fair rumors, finding his persistence rather interesting. She drops a branch of apricot flowers down to her stunned maid. Luer catches it, confused by her lady's calm demeanor in the face of a royal upheaval. Hua Yan looks out over the horizon, deciding to send the flowers back to the prince as a token of affection, a subtle, flowery challenge to the man who thinks he can tame the wild flower of Linen. In the quiet aftermath of the marriage decree, Hua Yan's handmaid, Yu, can't help but worry about the choice her lady has made, especially with Lord Zizhen finally seeking treatment. But Hua Yan offers a serene smile, explaining that not every relationship needs to be a tragedy. She and Zizhen may not be fated for marriage, but their friendship remains unbreakable. Despite the sentiment, Qiyu reminds her of the arduous path ahead, noting that Hua Yan once loathed the idea of being the princess consort and fought tooth and nail to avoid the capital. Hua Yan's gaze sharpens with unyielding resolve. Regardless of the mountain she must now climb, she intends to reach the summit. Seeing her lady's determination, Qiyu pledges her absolute loyalty, vowing to follow Hua Yan even into the depths of the East Palace. Sensing the heavy mood, Hua Yan lightens the air by playfully teasing the girl about what her brother, Zhuo, might think of her leaving. The moment of levity is cut short as the prince, Yunqi, makes his entrance into the room. Hua Yan introduces Qiyu as a skilled apprentice of the renowned Tian Buju. But as she watches the two interact, something feels off. Yunqi maintains his usual composed mask, his features as sharp and regal as ever. However, Qiayu's medical training kicks in immediately. She notices a subtle stiffness in his posture and a lack of color in his face. Yunqi attempts to brush it off, claiming his wound has already been treated and is of no concern. Qiayu isn't convinced and insists on a proper examination to ensure his recovery is on track. As they settle in for the checkup, the atmosphere turns clinical and tense. Qiayu carefully takes his pulse, her expression growing more serious by the second as she asks to examine his other hand. Watching the maid's face fall, a cold dread begins to pool in Hua Yan's chest. The diagnosis is a bombshell. The king of the Shadow Guard's poison didn't just hit Hua Yan, it has infected the prince as well, and it's currently attacking his vitals. Hua Yan is struck with a wave of shock, her mind racing to understand how this happened. She desperately asks if the king of the Shadow Guard managed to wound him during their fight. Then the chilling realization hits her. Yunqi didn't get poisoned in combat. He was infected while smoothing out her own internal ki to save her life. With a heavy silence, Yunqi finally admits the truth, his gaze steady despite the toxin in his system. Panicked, Hua Yan turns to Qiyu, demanding to know if there is any way to purge the poison before it's too late. Qiyu explains the gravity of the situation. While the dose was small, its direct assault on his vitals makes it incredibly dangerous, requiring a complex cure. Hua Yan refuses to let him suffer a moment longer, urging Qiyu to consult with Dr. He immediately to find a solution. Left alone, Yunqi offers a soft apology, regretting that he's caused her more worry when he intended to clear the poison using his own internal energy. But Hua Yan isn't having it. She realizes he knew about the poison the entire time and chose to hide it from her. Yunqi looks away, admitting he simply didn't want to add to her burdens. Hua Yan's worry turns into a fierce lecture, reminding him that the longer he waits, the harder it will be to save him. Yunqi stands, trying to reassure her that he only planned to keep it a secret, until he showed signs of improvement. He looks her in the eye, promising that he never intended to keep her in the dark forever. In a rare moment of vulnerability, he reminds her that since they are to be married, They are now one, telling her that she will effectively be in charge of his well-being from now on. Hu Yan pushes him back with a mix of frustration and deep affection, demanding a promise that there will never be a next time as she vows to get him through this. The medical mystery deepens as Lord Zhuo examines Su Zishan, realizing the man's condition defies logic. Despite the cold illness being suppressed, something else is ravaging his system. With a focused gaze, Zhuo reaches out to analyze the volatile energy swirling within. His eyes widen in shock as he detects a faint, sinister glow. It's the unmistakable trace of a heart-devouring bug from the Southland, a lethal parasite that should never have reached this far. Startled by a sudden arrival, Zhuo theorizes that Yi Jiangming must be behind this, using her dark expertise to plant the bug. The situation is dire. They suspect a horrific synergy between the legendary almighty poison and this parasitic creature. Zhuo explains that the bug has literally merged with the host's blood, making it a death sentence even if the cold illness is cured. Their only hope lies in finding Yi Jiangming, as she may be the only one capable of extracting the parasite. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy, demanding a swift and decisive counter-move. Meanwhile, the toll of the recent battles is evident as Hu Yan collapses at her desk, overcome by sheer exhaustion. She finally stirs, her eyes heavy and unfocused. Qiayu watches over her, noting how long her lady has been pushed past her limits. The plan they've devised is dangerous. Hu Yan must use her own energy to smooth Yunqi's chaotic qi, drawing the poison into a manageable state for treatment. Despite Qiuyu's warnings that the strain could cause her to collapse again, Hu Yan's resolve remains unshakable. A sudden, savory aroma drifts through the room, cutting through the tension. Hu Yan perks up instantly, her hunger finally catching up with her. Qiuyu reveals a shocking surprise. The crown prince himself went to the kitchen to prepare noodles for her after her grueling session. Stunned that a royal would stoop to manual labor, Hu Yan can hardly believe it. She finds Yunqi in the kitchen, diligently fanning the flames and tending to the pot. She peeks around the door, catching the prince in a rare, domestic moment. He notices her presence immediately, a soft smile playing on his lips. Without a word, he offers her a taste, holding the chopsticks with expert precision. She takes a bite, the flavors exploding on her palate. It's delicious, leaving her wondering how a prince acquired such culinary skill. Yunqi admits he only cooked once before, on his 13th birthday, but his memory served him well. Hu Yan can't help but tease him, bringing up old rumors about his past charms and the famous paintings he once made for other ladies. Yunqi dismisses the gossip as mere hearsay, but Hu Yan isn't letting him off that easily. He explains the painting was a matter of political necessity, not personal interest. She presses further, asking if these culinary skills were also practiced for others in his past. As she playfully probes into his history with girls from Linen and Runchu, the atmosphere shifts. Yunqi catches her hand mid-air, his expression turning mercurial. He notes that Runju is famous for its aged vinegar, a metaphor for the jealousy he clearly sees in her eyes. Realizing she's been caught in her own trap, Hu Yan can only stammer in protest. He holds her firm, his gaze locking onto hers with intense focus. If she's truly so curious about his past, he suggests she join him for the scheduled medicine bath session tonight to hear the full story. Flustered by the suggestion of such a close-quarters medical treatment, Hu Yan is left speechless. However, duty calls before they can settle their banter. They sit across from one another, preparing for the arduous task of smoothing his qi. As they link hands to begin the energy transfer, the playful tension fades, replaced by the life-or-death seriousness of the poison they must overcome together. The night air is still as Hu Yan moves through the quiet palace grounds, her mind focused on the task ahead. She enters the bathing quarters, prepared to assist with the prince's recovery. Inside, Yunqi is already waiting in the steaming water, greeting her with a playful remark about her delay. Despite the poison in his system, he looks remarkably composed. Hu Yan approaches the edge of the pool, her resolve firm. She is here strictly to ensure his qi stabilizes. As she prepares to join him, she ignores his lighthearted attempts to tease her, maintaining a professional focus on the treatment. With a soft splash, she enters the water. Yunqi is momentarily surprised to see she has chosen to remain in her underrobes. They sit across from one another, the steam rising between them. Hu Yan makes her boundaries clear. She agreed to the shared bath for his help, but she has no intention of removing her layers. Yunqi reaches out to pinch her cheek in jest, but she sternly warns him that such antics won't be tolerated again. Seeking to shift the conversation, she asks about the rumors involving him and Zhao Qingxi. Yunqi's expression turns serious as he explains that the famous painting was merely a diplomatic gesture to Minister Zhao. He admits he put effort into the work, but it was born of a young man's drive to impress, not romantic interest. He recounts the actual events on the bridge. Qingxi had tripped on her own dress and nearly tumbled into the lake. He simply reached out to save her from a public accident. Hu Yan smiles, realizing how easily a simple act of courtesy can be twisted into a grand legend. She watches him, intrigued by his honesty. Yunqi begins to manipulate the water on the surface of the pool. Using his energy, he sketches a tribute to her, declaring that this is what he truly holds in his heart. It is a rare, vulnerable moment between the prince and his strategist. Hu Yan is touched, though she jokingly remarks that her earlier cooking has some stiff competition for his affection. Yunqi grows earnest, vowing to celebrate every birthday by her side once they are officially wed. Hu Yan softens, admitting she values his daily devotion far more than a single day of celebration. His gaze intensifies as he looks at her. Leaning in, he admits that his patience for their wedding day is growing thin. As the atmosphere grows more personal, Hu Yan quickly tells him to maintain his composure, reminding him of the need for restraint. He acknowledges her point, promising not to push any further, since she is still recovering her strength. He simply wishes to enjoy this quiet moment of connection tonight. They share a brief, intense look, and Hu Yan warns him that he is playing a dangerous game with her emotions. He looks at her with genuine care. When she asks if he can truly control his impulses, he gives a reassuring nod. He declares that his princess consort's wish is his command, fully respecting her boundaries. However, the peaceful moment is short-lived. A messenger suddenly arrives at the screen, urgently requesting the princess consort for an important matter. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the grim depths of Southland Prison. Ye Jiangming's father is in a state of panic, terrified of their incarceration. But Ye Jiangming's eyes burn with a different fire. She isn't afraid, she's vengeful. She blames Hu Yan for their downfall and begins plotting her next move against the crown prince. In the cold, damp shadows of the prison, the sound of rhythmic footsteps echoes against the stone walls. Inside her cell, the princess of Southland waits impatiently, her fingers tapping a restless beat as she anticipates her visitors. The heavy silence is broken when the crown prince, Yunqi, arrives with Hu Yan by his side, prompting the captive royal to ask if this is truly the famed strategist from Linen. With a calm, unwavering gaze, Hu Yan confirms her identity, standing tall before the woman who once held so much power. The princess narrows her eyes, her mind already spinning a web of intrigue as she assesses her rival. She admits she's long desired to meet the woman who dismantled her palace and seized the bug of almighty poison, even going so far as to insult the prince's intelligence in the process. Leaning forward, she sneers, deducing that Hua Yan only risked everything to steal that poison for one reason: to save Su Zizan. Instead of being rattled, Hu Yan offers a chilling smile, taking the princess's deduction as a compliment to her own cleverness. The princess gestures to her surroundings, reminding them that while she is trapped, her father's influence and her own life are still in play. Yunqi shuts down her delusions instantly, coldly stating that the king of Southland will be dethroned, and she will face execution for her assassination attempt. A dark smirk plays on the prince's lips as she asks what they'll do if she simply refuses to die. Yunqi's expression remains stone cold. He's willing to spare her life, but only if she provides a bargaining chip enticing enough to outweigh her crimes. Thinking she has the upper hand, the princess reveals her juicy secret. She poisoned the very bug Hua Yan stole, meaning Su Zizan is currently suffering a fate worse than death. She demands her freedom, offering Su Zizan's life in exchange for her own. But Hua Yan's reaction isn't one of panic. She looks at the princess with pity, noting that she has woefully miscalculated the situation. The princess's confidence wavers as she stares back, confused by Hu Yan's lack of desperation. Hu Yan explains that saving Su Zizan was merely a debt of gratitude for his service on the battlefield, not a weakness to be exploited. Growing hysterical, the princess screams, accusing Hu Yan of putting on an act to hide her inner turmoil. Hu Yan suddenly closes the distance, gripping the princess's chin through the bars to remind her exactly who the hunter is in this scenario. She mocks the princess for meddling in business far above her station, reminding her that Yunqi's authority as crown prince is absolute. Then comes the final blow. Hua Yan reveals she has already researched the cure, and the princess's secret just confirmed the diagnosis. She thanks the princess for identifying the heart-devouring bug, the final piece of the puzzle. As she turns to leave, Hua Yan leaves her with a haunting thought. There is a massive difference between merely surviving in a cell and actually living a life. The princess can only scream in rage as her last hope for leverage vanishes. Outside the cell, Hu Yan's strategic mind is already at work. She orders the guards to administer a 10-day slumber to the princess before transporting her to Peach Blossom Valley. The princess's blood is the key. She won't be executed, but she will become the living medicine needed to save Su Zizan. Realizing her horrific fate, the princess is left trembling in the dark. Stepping out into the cool night air, the tension finally begins to bleed away. Hua Yan looks up at the night sky, noting that the stars seem brighter now that the threat of Yi Xiaming is finally dimming. Yunqi draws her close, his focus shifting from politics to their future, asking what the stars can reveal about their upcoming marriage. Hu Yan points toward the heavens, identifying a vibrant green star as Yunqi and a steady red one as herself. Yunqi squints at the vast darkness, humorously admitting he can't see the specific stars she's describing. In a playful moment, the two share a lighthearted exchange as Hua Yan insists the stars are practically touching. They walk together through the palace grounds, a rare moment of peace for the couple as they lean on one another. High above, a shooting star cuts through the atmosphere, a silent witness to their bond. Hua Yan watches it fade, her expression soft as she looks toward a future no longer clouded by poison or betrayal. The medicine is ready. Shili reports that the specialized pill has been administered to Lord Zizhan, and his recovery is finally underway. But while one crisis ends, Hu Yan's mind is fixed on her own family's future. Shiliu delivers a heavy blow. Lord Zhuo has flatly refused Hu Yan's request. He will not allow her to banish herself from the family, regardless of her impending marriage. Hu Yan stands abruptly, her anxiety rising. She explains the stakes. If she marries into the royal family while still a member of the Hua clan, her family will be dragged into the center of a political storm they've avoided for centuries. Shiliu suggests there might be a way to have it both ways, but Hua Yan knows better. There is no middle ground in the Game of Thrones. She dismisses Shiliu, needing a moment of silence. That silence is broken by Prince Yunqi. He enters the courtyard with his usual confidence, curious about the intense conversation he just interrupted. Knowing when to step aside, Shiliu bows respectfully to the prince and makes her exit, leaving the couple alone. Hu Yan watches her go, the weight of her family's ancient traditions pressing down on her. Yunqi joins her at the table. Hu Yan notes he's arrived much earlier than his usual hour, sensing his eagerness to see her. The prince leans in close, his tone light as he asks if she missed him. He's clearly trying to brighten her mood, but Hua Yan remains focused. He continues his playful pursuit, hovering nearby as she tries to maintain her composure. Hua Yan warns him that if her grandmother saw him acting this way, he'd be chased out of the house with a whip. Yunqi's expression shifts to a more serious one. He asks about the letter. Why is she so determined to sever ties with the Hua family? She cites the ancient teachings. Descendants of the Hua family are forbidden from marrying into high-ranking nobility or the royal family. By staying, she risks bringing the wrath of history upon them. Yunqi listens intently as she explains her inner conflict. She loves her family too much to let her personal choices lead to their ruin. For her, it's a matter of protection. The family raised her to be the woman she is, and she feels a profound duty to safeguard their legacy from the court's corruption. Yunqi challenges her logic. If the family doesn't want her to leave, why is she insisting on following an ancient rule that they themselves are willing to ignore? Hu Yan points to the tragedy of the past. She mentions the border wars and the fall of Emperor Huaiyu, emphasizing that history has a way of repeating itself for those who ignore the rules. Suddenly, a sharp ringing sound fills the air. Hu Yan's eyes go wide as her surroundings begin to fade. A vivid, terrifying vision flashes before her. She sees a figure in black and white standing amidst a grand, desolate backdrop. The vision intensifies. Someone raises a cup in a final, tragic toast. A voice echoes through her mind. Jing, live your life to the fullest. Followed by a desperate cry for Huaiyu to stop. A woman in the vision screams out in agony, reaching for someone who is already lost to time. The shock of the vision snaps Hua Yan back to reality. Her teacup slips from her fingers and shatters on the floor with a sharp clang. Yunqi is instantly at her side, his voice full of concern. He's never seen her this shaken, and he demands to know what just happened. Struggling to catch her breath, Hua Yan tries to downplay it. Yunqi isn't convinced and offers to call for the court physician immediately. She stops him, her hand trembling slightly. She doesn't need a doctor. She needs clarity on the political path ahead. Turning her focus back to the prince, she asks him a blunt, dangerous question. Does he view the Hua family as a thorn in his side that must be removed? Yunqi doesn't flinch. He admits that one day, his goal is to clean up all the influential high families to start the empire's slate fresh. Hua Yan's fears are confirmed. She asks if his plan to marry her is simply a strategic move to dismantle her family from the inside. He denies it, claiming his motives are far more personal. Searching for the truth, she asks what he actually sees in her, if not just a political pawn. He smiles, telling her he has plenty of reasons, but isn't ready to list them yet. Hu Yan offers a small smile in return, the tension between them easing slightly as they find a rare moment of mutual understanding. Yunqi leans in with a final, bold proposal. He'll tell her everything she wants to know tonight, provided she agrees to spend the evening in a deep, private council to plan their shared future.